Welcome out to the Final Fantasy set review for Magic the Gathering. We're going to be talking about all these cards in a limited sense, which means we're going to be talking about how good the cards are for draft and a little bit of sealed. So we're not going to be talking about commander cards. We're not going to be talking about standard or constructed or anything like that. This is strictly grading it within the set of limited. With that, we will give a grade to all of these cards, anywhere ranging from an F to an A. And to give you guys an idea of what those grades are, A's are your absolute best cards possible. These are your game-winning bombs. These are the cards where when you play it, your opponents have to deal with this or you are going to win the game. These are going to be cards like, if you played Tarkir Dragonstorm, cards like Jeskai Revelation, cards like Ugin. There's also cards that are B's. B's are cards that are incredibly good. These are cards that when you see them in the draft pack or they're passed to you and you see that, you're thinking to yourself, ooh, this card is so good, it's going to make me want to focus that color. Cards that pull you into that color. Strong ones like that will be cards like, I don't know. I didn't play much of Tarkir Dragonstorm. It's a good example from that. What's the mobile infantry one? Shock Brigade? I think Shock Brigade. Shock Brigade was a B. Yeah, like a Shock Brigade. Like you see that, you're like, ooh, maybe I can go into red. Or like Molten Exhale would be another good example. So just very, very good cards. C's are your perfectly fine playable cards. They're not particularly exciting, but you don't feel bad having them in your deck. Sometimes you just need them in there to help out. And a lot of cards are going to be C's, and they will be making up the majority of your deck. Those are going to be cards like the Botanist, any of the Devotees from Tarkir Dragonstorm, cards like that. Finally, we got D's. D's are kind of junkier, clunkier cards. They usually have very narrow use. Maybe they're too expensive. Maybe they don't target enough. Maybe they don't do enough. D cards are usually on the weaker side. Sometimes they make the deck because you just need playables, but you're usually not particularly excited about it. But, you know, they can go in there. Cards like the Artifact Sentinel from Tarkir Dragonstorm that lets you put a land on the top of your deck. That's a D. And finally, there's F. F cards are completely unplayable. You won't see a lot of F grades coming up, but they will happen because these are usually cards that are for constructed only or have such corner case uses that doesn't really apply to limited. But you'll see them. Or maybe it's a card that's definitely created for commander. I like that. There is also going to be some extra notes on top of that. We'll see cards that are sideboard only cards, like cards that you may not be excited to put in the main deck, but could be quite good to take out of your sideboard and put it in. Cards that have specific answers. For example, if you play a game and you see your opponent's playing a lot of flyers, a lot of dragons, Sarkhan's Resolve, that's a sideboard C. You can bring it in and that's an answer for it. Cards like Enchantment Removal, Broken Wings, those are decent sideboard cards. And then there's also build-around cards. Build-around cards they're not inherently powerful on their own, but if you can draft and create your deck around it, then the card gets much, much better. Think any of the Flurry cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm, and there's a lot of build-arounds that we're going to see in Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy. So with that, we're going to get started. So we're going to go through these by color, starting off with the gold colors. And the reason we're starting off with gold is because this is going to get us an idea of the different decks you can build. When you're playing limited and you're drafting and all that, they create what they call signpost uncommon cards. And these are cards that are usually two colors that will give you an idea of when these two colors are paired together, what they want to do. So we'll start with that, and then we'll go back through all the colors. All right, starting off with Absolute Virtue from Final Fantasy XI. 6 white and blue for a mythic 8/8 flyer that can't be countered, that gives you protection from all of your opponents. And when you have protection, that means you can't be dealt damage, you can't be targeted by spells, You can't be enchanted. Anything, all your creatures can't be targeted by your opponents, so it's pretty nuts. Now that said, is this card good? I mean, this is a game-winning bomb. Like, if you land this, like, you can't... I'm sorry, I misspoke. Anything that your opponent controls, like, can't use their abilities to target you. Misspoke. Sorry, chat. If you land this, like, it's pretty busted. Like, it's very difficult for them to deal with. It can still die just through... This is not protected, though, so this can still get instantly killed by anything, and there's a lot of cheap removal spells. And because of that, this card is not amazing. One, it costs 8 mana. Getting to 8 mana in Limited is incredibly difficult. Like, that's not easy to do. And when you cast a card that costs that much, it basically needs to win you the game on the spot or your bone. And this doesn't win you the game on the spot. It's big, sure. But if you play this and your opponent just counters with like a 3 mana kill spell, that feels pretty bad. And there are plenty of 3-4 mana kill spells that just completely kill you. So it's not completely unplayable because it is pretty big and it does protect you. But the fact that this itself is not protected and it's that expensive does put it in like the C range. I am hoping that the set does look pretty slow though. From what I can tell, except for maybe like the red-white aggro equipment deck, the set does look pretty slow, which is kind of promising. So that's it. That's the mythic. So this isn't really our signpost uncommon. You know what one is though? Sid, Timeless Artificer. 2 white blue for an uncommon legendary human artificer. He's a 4/4. 4/4 for 4 is pretty good. Artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control, and each artificer card in your graveyard. A deck can have any number of cards named Sid, Timeless Artificer, and on top of that, he's got cycling. For white and a blue, you can discard them from your hand to draw a card. So this is actually showing what blue-white wants to do. This is the Final Fantasy XIV Sid. All of the Sids are in the game. So blue-white wants artifacts, which is cool. I'm into that. I always like those kind of build-arounds, and Sids are actually a really good way to do it. So it does say for all your artifact creatures and heroes get +1/+1 for each artificer you control. And Sid himself is an artificer. So at minimum, he's a 4/4 for 4 that comes out and gives +1/+1 to all of your hero tokens and all of your artifact creatures. That's really strong. He also has cycling. So if you draft a deck that has multiple Sids, it's a legendary creature. So you can't have multiples of them out on the battlefield at once. And if that happens, you can just cycle him away and draw a different card. And when you cycle him away, that also gives him an additional +1/+1 because it counts for artificers in your graveyard. So it's also like kind of a combat trick of sorts. That's really neat. I'm in for Sid. So that said, he is a bit of a build around because it wants heroes and wants artifact creatures, but quite thankfully, that's not going to be difficult to do. So Sid looks like a B to me. I think it's going to be quite good, especially with all the job equipment. Like there's all the equipment that makes like a hero token and comes with an artifact and all that looks really good. Yeah, B for Sid. We also have Hope Estheim, white and a blue for 2/2 human wizard with lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X cards, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. That is not particularly good. That's just not good. I mean, generally speaking, when you're playing limited, mill strategies aren't very successful. So this is definitely meant more for constructed or commander. But that said, it is a 2/2 lifelink, which is fine. It's playable. Hope is just a fine C. Just C. But yeah, I wouldn't see this card and be like, oh, Windmill Slam, I'm going to build around Hope. Nah. not particularly good. However, our other blue-white signpost card is Tidus, Blitzball Star. 1 white and a blue for 2/1 legendary human warrior. By the way, pretty much everybody is a legendary in this set. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Tidus. And then whenever Tidus attacks, tap target creature an opponent controls. That's strong. That's quite strong. So he does get a little bit of a build around grade, since, you know, you want artifacts so that he gets +1/+1 counters, because a 2/1 for 3 mana is a little on the fragile side. But that said, being able to attack and tap down your opponent's best blocker is actually, that's actually really good. We haven't seen an effect like that in Limited since what? What was the name of the stupid dinosaur from like some of the Ixalan sets? It's been a while, and it was really strong. So Tidus also looks very aggressive. Yeah, the Hammerhead Dino from Ixalan. I can't remember the name. Teething Hammer Skull? Was that it? Like, that card was incredibly good, and Tidus looks like a version of that, but that can just get bigger. So, a bit of a build around, but a strong build around. B+ for Tidus. Pugnacious Hammer Skull. I would not have remembered that word. Six that gets stunned. No. Not that one. Not Pugnacious. It was a common. Territorial Hammer Skull. That was it. Thank you. By the way, this might be the only set review available out there for everyone who cares that has someone who knows how to pronounce all the names on the card. So I hope you're ready for that this week, where all the podcasts come out and all the YouTube videos come out and they're trying to talk about these cards and everyone's mispronouncing everything. It's going to happen. Blue-white is the job select deck. Not necessarily. Blue-white is just the artifacts deck. A lot of the job select cards are also artifacts. But there's also plenty of non-artifact creatures that aren't job select cards. One guy I watched mistook hope for a girl. Okay. By the way, if you're watching this and you're on YouTube or whatever, I do plan on streaming the crap out of this, by the way. So if you're in the YouTube VOD and you're watching this, let me know. Are you guys cool if I just post like constant Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy draft videos on the VODs channel? And if I do, would you prefer just one like 5 to 6 hour draft VOD? Or would you want them split up per draft so I can actually like post them each day? So like I'll do one draft that'll be on a Tuesday. I'll then do another draft and that goes up on Wednesday. Would you prefer like the multiple smaller videos throughout the week or one long VOD? Because I have no idea. You'll have to let me know. I'll ask chat later too. Anyway, we'll move on. That's it for blue-white. So we're gonna move on to blue-black. Not our signpost uncommon, but instead we have another fantastic mythic. This is Emmet Selk, the Unsundered. 1 blue-black for a 2/4 vigilance, and when Emmet Selk enters or attacks, you draw a card and then discard a card. So right away, at the very least, you got a 3-mana 2/4 that draws you a card and allows you to discard the worst thing in your hand. Already quite good, and you get that effect every time you attack. And at the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 14 or more cards in your graveyard, you may transform Emmet Selk, and Emmet Selk transforms into, of course, Hades, Sorcerer of Eld, a 6/6 vigilance with Echo of the Lost. During your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. And if a card or token would be going into your graveyard from anywhere, it does get exiled instead. This is a great card. However, it is really, really difficult to get 14 cards in your graveyard. And there are some mill cards in this set, but you're going to have to either splash for Emmet Selk or splash for those cards. Actually getting the 14 cards in your graveyard is not going to be easy. So for the most part, when you're looking at this card, look at it as a 3-mana 2/4 Vigilance that's going to loot you a card once, maybe 2 times. If you get to do it though, it's incredibly strong because then you have a 14 card hand and you can play lands from it. But yeah, for the most part, you're not going to get him flipped. Emmet Selk is still a really good card though, and I would very happily take this. I still think he's a B+ personally, just because the 4 toughness is, that's pretty good. Like that makes him a little bit harder to kill compared to a lot of the other creatures. He has Vigilance, so it makes it a little easier to want to attack with him and get that extra card loot. And even if you just get that one first effect, that's fine. And then maybe someday you'll somehow have 14 cards in your graveyard and be able to transform them. But I wouldn't count on it. Golbez, the Crystal Collector, our blue-black rare. He's a human wizard on the 1/4. Whenever an artifact you control enters, surveil 1. For those who don't know, surveil means you look at the top, where you look at the top number cards on your deck. So in this case, you look at 1 card on the top of your deck. If you like the card, you can put it back on top. If you don't like the card, you can put it into your graveyard. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 4 or more artifacts, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Then if you control 8 or more artifacts, each opponent loses life equal to that card's power. Quite good. I like the flavor of him getting artifacts. Because 4 more artifacts, those are the 4 crystals of the elements. 8 or more artifacts, well then he also has all the crystals of darkness. From the moon. It's good. If you surveil, do you have to show your opponent the card? Nope. Only if it goes into the graveyard. Graveyard is public knowledge. Whatever you put back on top in any order, that's just for you to know. Golbez actually looks solid. Again, not like crazy good. Obviously, he has build around grades because without artifacts, you're just paying 2 mana for 1/4 surveil 1. It's not even when he, no, I'm sorry, it's not even when he enters. It's actually when another artifact controls. So yeah, he needs the artifact. So he is a build around. He's a good build around support card. But if you have 4 more artifacts, you can just return a creature card from your graveyard back to your hand. That's a lot of recursion, and then that can be quite good. So he is like a build around B for sure. Definitely a build around B, but without artifacts, he literally does nothing. So don't put this in any old blue-black deck. But if you've got the artifacts, then absolutely. Now I get to go into the Signpost Uncommon card for blue-black. My favorite colors. And wouldn't you know it? Do you know who the Signpost Uncommon is for blue-black?
Sweet.
It's Lock Cole! God, that makes me so happy. One blue-black for a human rogue. He's a 2/3 with Death Touch and Lifelink. And whenever Lock Cole deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. What more do you want here? What more do you want here? That's so good. So because you have Death Touch, that makes them difficult to block, and your opponent's going to not want to block it. Which means Locke can frequently get in and deal that combat damage, allowing you to draw a card, then discard a card. And he also has Lifelink, just to give you a couple extra points of life, so it also makes him really good in defense. And the fact that he has 3 toughness instead of like 2 at 3 mana, that's pretty good. Better Tomebound Lich. I mean, for being honest, Tomebound Lich is probably still better, because Tomebound Lich gets to let you draw a card and discard a card as soon as you play it. Locke doesn't. Locke does require him to attack and deal combat damage. But that said, this is just a solid card. Just a very solid card. Locke, easy B. And as you can see, blue-black cares a lot about drawing extra cards and getting things into your graveyard for setup. Lock would let Hope pop off. Hope only mills your opponent, not yourself. Hope is not good. So if we have Lock here, who is a B, just good. Not even build around, he's just good. And God, I hope my first deck is a Lock deck. The other signpost uncommon, Ultimecia, the Time Sorceress from Final Fantasy VIII. 3 blue-black for a 4/5 human warlock, and whenever Ultimecia enters or attacks, you surveil 2. So you go look at the top 2 cards, and if you don't like either of them, they can go straight into the graveyard, or you can put them back on top of your deck in any order. And Ultimecia has, at the beginning of your end steps, at the end of your turn, you may pay 4 blue, blue, black, black, and exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, transform Ultimecia, and of course she transforms into Ultimecia Omnipotent, a 7/7 menace with time compression. When this creature transforms into Ultimecia Omnipotent, take an extra turn after this one. So how good is she really? How good is she really? She's okay. A 4/5 for 5 is slightly understated these days, but she does get you the Surveil too, so in the late game that kind of helps you smooth out your draws and make sure you're hitting things, which is not bad. At the beginning of your end step, you can pay 8 mana and exile 8 cards from your graveyard, which we were just talking about. Getting to 8 mana is not easy. That's not easy. Like, that is an expensive cost, and you basically have to take your turn off. And if you do that, you gotta hope Ultimecia survives, or that your opponent doesn't interact with her in response to the transformation. You can only transform her once. So once they transform into their backside, they're just on the flip side and just remain there. So 8 mana is a lot of mana. 8 cards in your graveyard also isn't that easy to do, but thankfully Ultimecia sets you up for that by having a lot of Surveil. Having Lock can also help set that up. So I think getting the cards in your graveyard for blue-black won't be as bad, but man, that 8 mana. But if you get to do it, getting an extra turn through time compression, an extra turn in Magic the Gathering is nuts powerful. Like nuts. If she is as Ultimecia Omnipotent and she dies and comes back, they always come back as the front half of the card. So Ultimecia, I think ultimately, is probably just a C+. I like the Surveil, and it does have the upside if you manage to get to a bunch of mana and the cards in your graveyard. But boy, is that a cost. And you need to have things go right for you to have her not die. Just taking your turn off, just to leave up the 8 mana, at a chance of maybe being able to get the extra turn. It's a powerful effect, though. Very powerful effect. So C+ for Ultimecia. We have another blue-black rare. Sephiroth, Planet's Heir. 4 blue-black for 4/4 human avatar soldier. Legendary, of course. With Vigilance. And when Sephiroth enters, creatures your opponents control get -2/-2 until end of turn. And whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, Sephiroth gets a +1/+1 counter. Isn't this the starter deck card? This is the starter deck card. No. He's not in the set. This is a starter deck Sephiroth. Never mind. It's a very good card, though. But starter deck. All right, how about this one? Zandy, Dark Mage from Final Fantasy III. 2 blue-black for 3/3 menace. More importantly, Zandy gets +1/+1 for each non-creature, non-land card in your graveyard. Zandy is also starter deck? Shit. Alright, moving on. Okay, so it looks like there's what? A mythic, a rare, and 2 uncommons for every color. Uncommon, rare, uncommon, mythic. Yeah, so that must be it. 1 mythic, 1 rare, 2 uncommons for every color. Okay. Moving on. We got red black with the Black Waltz number 3 from Final Fantasy IX. This is the Black Waltz that attacks you on the airship. 2 black red for a 2/2 wizard. He has flying, and he has death touch, and it says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Black Waltz number 3 deals 2 damage to each opponent. So this is an expensive flying death touch gutter snipe. I'm not into it. This is pretty vulnerable. There's a lot of things that can give the kill stuff with like less than two toughness. Does that mean lands? You do not cast lands, you play lands. So lands would not count. So red-black cares about wizards. I think. I know red-blue spells. Not really sure what red-blacks want to. Yeah, he's just okay. I think he's a bit vulnerable. Like only aiming 2 toughness as a flying death toucher at 4 mana. That is a bit weak. And you do need I mean, if it just gives you a bonus every time you cast a spell, he's fine defensively, not great offensively. I wouldn't even say this is really a build-around card. This is just a flying death toucher. And every now and then, maybe you get to cast a spell and get extra 2 damage against your opponent. But I actually don't think this card looks that strong for how expensive it is. It's really the 4 mana cost. If this was 3 mana, I'd be a little more willing and acceptable. But at 4, ooh, you're just kind of setting your opponent up for a mana advantage. Like one of the commons in this card is Vane's Betrayal, which for 1 and a black, you give a creature -2/-2. Like with that, you're just setting your opponent up for a mana advantage really, really easily. So Black Waltz number 3, I'm not too excited about it. It does have Death Touch at least, but yeah, it looks vulnerable and not really a build around. I just think it's a okay-ish creature, and sometimes you get a little bit of a bonus. That puts him somewhere on the C- to C range. I'll say C. Just because he is a death toucher, so you can block your opponent's biggest thing at least. But yeah.
Sweet.
It is good art. Thanks for all the resubs, by the way, everybody. Moving on. Garland, Knight of Cornelia. Black-red for a human knight, 3/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil 1. Okay, yeah, so black-red is non-creature spells. And then for 3 black, red, so 7 mana, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed. Activate only as a sorcery, so you have to activate it on your turn during your main phases. But he transforms into, of course, Chaos, the Endless, a 5/5 flyer. And when Chaos dies, you put it on the bottom of its owner's library. And of course, from Final Fantasy 1 with the quote, I, Garland, will knock you all down. Classic. Garland looks really good to me. I'm into it. 3/2 for 2 mana. Already pretty strong, so if your opponent doesn't get a creature down, you're going to get in for a lot of damage. Current turns all your non-creature spells to a little bit of card advantage with Surveil. 7 mana is far more manageable than 8. And that's all it requires. He doesn't need anything else to come back as Chaos. And then having a 5/5 flyer come out for 7 mana, that's fine. And what I love about this, flavor-wise, is that when he dies, he still goes to the bottom of your deck. Why? Because he created a time loop. Just like Final Fantasy 1. Garland is good. I don't think he's going to be crazy powerful or anything, but I'd be happy playing him. B- for Garland. Our last black-red card is Kuja, Genome Sorcerer. Which, by the way, first off, they censored him. They censored him. Look at that. They gave him like tights or pants or something. He should just be like in a Speedo with his balls practically hanging out. What's going on there? Freaking unplayable. Anyway. 3/4 for a human mutant sorcerer. I love that they make him a part mutant. At the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell. It deals 1 damage to each opponent. Then if you control 4 or more wizards, transform Kuja. So he does get to show up with his black mages. And if you have 4 more wizards, which does include himself, and he enters the battlefield with 1, you create 1 at every single end step, transforms into Trance Kuja, Fate Defied. A 4/6 with Flamestar. If a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage instead. Whoa. That includes himself. So he fundamentally attacks as an 8/6. Now this looks good. I don't think you need to necessarily give him a build around grade, because while extra wizards does support and help him a lot, he also just makes his own wizards. So he doesn't really need that much help. But yeah, so this is a 4-mana 3/4 that just comes with an extra body. It is tapped, which is a bummer, but what makes that, having that extra token show up does is also give you a blocker when you need it, which is quite good. And then its transform makes it so that all your wizards, when you cast a non-creature spell, they ping your opponent for 2 damage instead of 1. Yeah, I guess it is black-red wizards, black-red non-creature spells, and Kuja looks very, very good for it. 3 power, 4 toughness is right where you want to be. No, Kuja looks really good. Not quite A level because he takes time to kind of set up and needs a little bit of extra help. But otherwise looks quite solid. Kuja's probably a B+. That's it for black-red. Moving on. Let's look at our red-green cards, starting off with our rare Balthier and Fran. 1 red-green for a human and a rabbit. 4/3 with reach, so they can block flyers, thanks to her bow and his gun. Vehicles you control get +1/+1, and have vigilance, and have reach. And whenever a vehicle crewed by Balthier and Fran this turn attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay 1 red-green. If you do, there's an additional combat phase. Interesting. Interesting. There are a lot of airships and vehicles in the set, so it's not unheard of. A 4/3 reach for 3 mana is pretty solid. What's kind of weird about this, though, is so if you attack with your vehicle and you pay the mana to give an extra combat phase, there's not an extra untap step. So your... Oh, it does give your vehicle reach, though. So that's it. So it does allow your vehicle to attack twice. Okay. That's it. So yeah, you can get in twice with your airships. I see. Because otherwise, all your other creatures would still remain tapped, even if there is an additional combat step. So that's the important thing. So really... So this is a build-around card, because without airships or vehicles of any kinds, Balthier and Fran is just a 4/3 with reach for 3 mana. Which is solid stats. But not quite where you want to be, so... That said... Vehicles. Vehicles typically don't play out great. Period. Like, they've done the vehicles thing before in previous sets, and very few of them have been worth it.
Sweet.
It's going to be like a build around... Probably be like a build around B. But without that, and assume you don't get the vehicles. Without that, Balthier and Fran's just a C. It's a 4-3 reach for 3 mana. I wouldn't take this early and hope to get an airship. If I already had one of the better airships, and then I saw Balthier and Fran, I would feel better about it. But I wouldn't grab Balthier and Fran and kind of make that my game plan for the draft. So yeah, build around B, but kind of need a little help with it. Anyway, let's move on to one of our signpost uncommons. This is Gladiolus Amicitia. 4 red-green for a human warrior at uncommon. He's a 6/6. That's a beefy boy. And when he enters, you can search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Now, most importantly, that does say find a land. Not a basic land. Whatever land. That is quite strong. In draft, that's mostly going to mean that you're getting maybe one of your town cards for the most part. But that is a strong effect. He also has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, another creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. Okay. So right away we get you have a 6/6 who's gonna, right when he shows up, you grab a land, and then you pump one of your other creatures, you give him trample, and you want them to attack in. So Gladiolus is not ramp, though. I wouldn't look at this card and be like, hell yeah, ramp. And he's not ramped because he already costs 6. Usually your ramp effects where you get additional lands faster than normal, you want that for 1, 2, 3 mana. In the early turns, like your first 3 or 4 turns, if you're getting extra lands out, then it's a strong effect. Him at 6 mana isn't really ramp. What having him out does is just change it so that any land you do draw does give you an effect of giving something else +2/+2 and trample to end of turn. And that's the other struggle with him, is that he can't give himself the +2/+2 and trample, because then he would be pretty good. Like if he survives a turn and then you play a land and he could make himself into an 8/8 trample, that'd be decent. But he can't. He cannot target himself with this ability. It has to go to something else. So I don't love it. He is a 6/6 for 6, though. Yeah, he's just a C, I think. Just a C. And the reason it's not really higher than that is because he doesn't help you that much when you're on defense. Like if your opponent just has way more creatures than you and you're not really able to attack in, then you're just playing like a vanilla 6/6, which isn't that great. However, if you're at parity or if you're already winning, he is going to help you beat ass more. So either way, just a C for Gladiolus. But then we have our other red-green signpost uncommon card with Rydia, Summoner of Mist. I love her dress in this card art, and I love that her Mist Dragon is there. Fantastic. Red-green for a 1/2 human shaman. So 1/2, so she's pretty vulnerable. She also has landfall, so whenever a land you control enters, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. And she has summon. X, tapper. Return target saga card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. It gains haste. Activate this only as a sorcerer. Rydia looks good. Rydia looks good. So any land that you play, you can then discard a card just to draw an extra card off of it. that's great. Like in the late game when you're kind of having dead draws and you're drawing extra cards that don't really help you a whole lot, and you can turn your lands into some rummage effects, that's solid. And you can even use that to kind of set herself up. You can play that and then discard one of your summon saga creatures so that Rydia can summon them right back. Yeah, so those asking about saga cards, those are going to be all the summons in the set. All the summons are enchantment saga creatures. And her summon ability looks solid too. So once one of your summons finishes or gets killed, you pay X mana, which is X is the cost of that summon. And then Rydia allows you to bring it back, but it has haste right away, so you can get an immediate attack on there right away, and you get all those effects. The finality counter means if that summon were to die again, then it's exiled from the game. That still looks really good, so I'd happily play Rydia. Yeah, Rydia looks great. I wouldn't give her a build around grade because while having summons does make her better, I'm happy playing her as just the 1/2 that lets me rummage away some extra cards later in the game with the landfall ability. And I think there's enough summons, both at common and uncommon, that you're probably going to at least get a couple with her. So I think she's just going to be good. So Rydia's just a B. I'd happily play a Rydia deck. Now, final red-green card was that our mythic? Yep, our mythic red-green card is, of course, Terra, Magical Adept. 1 red-green for a mythic human wizard warrior looking fantastic. She's a 4/2. When Terra enters, mill 5 cards, and you can put up to 1 enchantment card milled this way into your hand. So you discard the top 5 cards of your deck, and if there's a summon in there, you can put it into your hand. And she has her trance ability. For red-green, tap her, exile Terra, then return her to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery, so you have to do it on your turn, not during combat. But she becomes into Esper Terra. This is what one of these saga cards looks like. So she comes back as a 6/6 flyer. And you put a counter on her. And the first counter says you can create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary enchantment you control. It gains haste. If it's a saga, you can put up to 3 lower counters on it and then sacrifice it at the beginning of your next end step. So if you already have a summon out and you trance Terra, you can then copy one of those summons right away. The copy also gets haste, so it can attack immediately. And most importantly, you can put up to 3 lore counters on it. And the way this works with the saga, if you put up to 3 sagas, it's not read ahead. You don't start at chapter 3. You get each of the saga's chapter effects up to that 3rd lore counter. So if she flips and you have another saga out, you could get 3 saga summon abilities triggered all at once. Is that how it works? It is how it works because I played Terra and I flipped her and it was great. So this is incredibly good. Now, that said, how is she as a card overall? Well, she is a build-around card because she kind of wants enchantments. Can you kill her in response to the transform? Yes, you can. That is the vulnerable part with her. And it has to be done during your turn. So she is a little bit of a build around because without summons, she doesn't do a whole lot. There are some non-summon enchantments that could help. Yeah, but without if you get the summons though, like good God. With the support, she's like a build around A. It is incredibly powerful. Aren't all the summons legendary? None of the summons are legendary. Isn't that fun? Yeah, so with the enchantments, she's a build around A Because again, there's a good chance you play her, you mill 5, you get to draw a card off of it, and you're kind of setting yourself up for that trance ability. Without that, she's a 3-mana 4/2, which is just fine. But again, I think you're probably going to have at least 1 or 2 summons in your deck. It's going to be difficult to not have them. Terra's a build around A. Flip summons are legendary. For splitting hairs, yeah, all the character flips. I just mean like the actual like summon cards, like Ifrit and Shiva and all that. None of those are legendary. Have I ever dabbled in Warhammer? I have never played Warhammer, no. And I don't think I would want to because I'm very afraid of it. Whoops, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was trying to get rid of the pin. Sorry. She looks vulnerable. She does look vulnerable, yeah. So that's why if you don't have the enchantments, she's just a C. Even if you never transform her, though, if you get a 3-mana 4/2 that draws you a card, that's still fine. I'll put her C+ because of that, actually. And then in like a summons deck, which for red and green should not be trouble. Why am I so afraid of it? Because that's like an $8,000 hobby just to get started. And paint and get set, like play sets and all that. And no. All right, moving on. Next up is our green-white signpost in common. From one waifu to the next. Garnet, Princess of Alexandria. Green-white for 2/2 human noble cleric and uncommon. She also has lifelink. And whenever Garnet attacks, you may remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a +1/+1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way. Ayo. So that's kind of neat. So she is also a summoner, but in such a way that she keeps your summons around, because removing the saga counters off of them, normally once they hit their final chapter of their saga, they have to go away, but Garnet's taking those counters away and her getting bigger for it, that's really cool. So if you do a turn 2 Garnet and then do a turn 3 summon, she can immediately attack in as a 3/3 lifelink, and your summon gets to stick around. Very cool. Again, she needs base level 2/2 lifelink for 2 is fine. That's C. If you got those summons off your sagas, then I think she'll be quite good. Even if you have it's remove any number, right? Oh, remove a lore counter from any number of sagas. So if you have multiples out, she could potentially attack and get 2-3 additional +1/+1 counters. Probably not, though. For the most part, assume she'll only get the 1. But even if you attack with her as like a 3/3 lifelink, she'll probably trade out for something. You gain some life, and your summon gets to stick around longer is a very good effect. She's like she's base level C with sagas, with summons, which you're probably going to get. I don't think it's going to be that hard. She goes up to like a B+. So, good Garnet. Good Garnet. And our other green-white uncommon is Renoa Heartily. So there seems to be like a low-cost signpost uncommon, and then like a 4-5+ cost signpost uncommon. Renoa's a human rebel warlock. Oh, yeah. She's a 4/4 that comes with Angelo, a legendary 1/1 green-white dog creature token. And she has Angelo Cannon. Whenever Renoa Heartily attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. Not wholly exciting on its own, but solid. So for 5 mana, you get a 4/4 and a 1/1, which is wonderful. And then if you have no other creatures, if you attack with Renoa, you can make Angelo into a 3/3 until end of turn. Yeah, it comes with 2 bodies. So green-white actually cares about... So green-white, I think their theme was it's either go big or go wide. I think it's a go wide color, like it wants many dudes rather than going big. Because, like, yeah, even with Garnet, you don't want multiple summons to make her better, which does make her bigger, but you want multiples. Yeah, I think it's more go wide. Yeah, Renault looks solid. I don't think she's crazy exciting. Probably just like a C+. Just solid stats. You come with Angelo, so you have an extra blocker. But again, it's one of those things where there will still be times where you aren't able to attack, and then she doesn't do a whole lot. And then if you're able to, like, give creatures... If you give them a Trumpet Blast effect, so they all get extra power until end of turn, or you make a bunch of tokens, or if you can trample, give them trample, it gets better. But without that, yeah, she's okay. C+ for Renoa. And our last green-white card is the rare Sarah Farron. 1 green-white for a 2/2 human citizen. The first legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, you may transform Sarah Farron. And she transforms into Crystallized Sarah, a legendary artifact, who still says the first legendary creature you cast costs 2 less to cast. And legendary creatures you control get +2/+2. She looks incredibly good to me. So, it costing 2 less to cast. Again, like 80% of the cards in this entire set are legendary creatures. Very few aren't. So for the most part, this is a 3-mana ramp 2. That's great. And it's not going to be difficult to have multiple legendary creatures. And if you transform her into just an artifact, that still gives you the effect, but also gives all your legendary creatures, which again, is 80% of the set, +2/+2. Oh, that's scary. That's scary. You know what I mean? Like this, she's not even a build around. You just do it. You just do it because you're going to get legendary creatures. She an A? Nah, I wouldn't say A because she doesn't like instantly win. A minus. Just because there'll be corner case scenarios where you just don't have other legendary creatures out for some reason. But when you do, my God, did they get big. I actually really like this art too, by the way. Oh, it's like the same pose with Snow's hand. I actually like that. Yeah. Sarah's nuts. The Final Fantasy is she from? I don't know. It's like the anime or something. Who cares? Yuna. Yuna is in the set, right? She's this is not in the starter deck. This is not the commander Yuna, right? This is actual set Yuna. I have played with this Yuna. This Yuna is incredibly good. 3 green white for a mythic human cleric. She's a 3/5. During your turn, Yuna and enchantment creatures you control, aka summons, have trample, lifelink, and ward 2. And at the beginning of your end step, return up to 1 target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. My God! She's so good. She's so good. So she's a 5-mana 3/5, and if she sticks, she has ward 2 immediately, making it difficult for your opponents to deal with her before you get her end of turn effect, which is get a summon from your graveyard onto the battlefield. What is ward? Ward means if they try to target that creature with any kind of spell or ability, they have to pay the extra ward cost. So for Yuna's case, say they try to be like, murder! Yuna gets to say, okay, pay 2 extra for that murder or it's countered. And then they're like, oh, fuck. Now keep in mind, it is only during your turn, not during theirs. Same with the lifelink. But still, it's very good. Yuna's really, really good. I don't know if I want to give her a build around grade because like she gets better when you have enchantments. But not that much better. She's still just good on her own. 3/5 lifelink. Yeah, again, I think you're just going to have summons. I don't think you really need to be like, okay, better make sure I'm getting Ramas and Fenrir's. I think you're just going to get it. I think Yuna's an A. She was a very strong card. And again, I have played with her a little bit. It was kind of busted. That's right. So it doesn't have to be an enchantment creature. It can be any enchantment. So for some reason, if you play the 2 and a white exile enchantment card and your opponent destroys it, you can bring that back and still exile something from the opponents. But really, you're going to get the most bang for your buck if you're grabbing a summon. And then you bring back the summon, then you get the summon's turn 1 effect right away. Yeah, it's just really good. Big ups on Yuna. All right, that's it for green-white. Let's move on to white-black. With Judge Magister Gabranth. 1 and a black for 2/2 Human Advisor Knight. With Menace. Whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Judge Magister Gabranth. Yeah. So white-black has another sacrifice theme of sort. Just Orzhov sacrifice value. Usually you don't mind sacrificing your own creatures to get an extra effect. Usually gets like the extra card draws or something out of it, but you're going to be losing your own stuff to make your other things better. So because of that, Judge Magister Gabranth looks solid. He's a 2/2 menace for 2, so like early on he's going to get some hits in. Easy C+ for Judge Magister. I have no idea how good white-black is going to play out though. I haven't like looked deep into its like sack outlets and token generation and all that, but Gabranth, C+. And the other support card is Rufus Shinra. 1 white-black for a 2/4 human noble. And whenever Rufus Shinra attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, create Darkstar, a legendary 2/2 white and black dog creature token. Yeah. It's fine. It's a 2/4 for 3, so he does have to attack first for you to get Darkstar, which makes sense. But then you just get a free token out of it, and then if you end up doing the like sacrifice your own creatures thing, you can start sacrificing Darkstar to get that effect, attack with Rufus, and then just get Darkstar right back. Yeah, that's fine. It does, I mean, the only bummer is that Rufus does have to attack first in order for you to get Darkstar. Like, he doesn't enter with it, which is a bit of a bummer. So because of that, it doesn't look busted good. He's probably still just a C+. So, not quite there. If it entered with Darkstar, then I think it would reach into the B range. But without that, I think Rufus is a C+. Next, the rare is Squall. Seed Mercenary, 2 white-black for a 3/4 Human Knight Mercenary at rare, who has Rough Divide. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. And whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card with mana value at 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Woo! So Squall can be a 3/4 double striker if he attacks by himself. It also makes it easy for any of your other double strikers to get in. So like, makes it a little easier attacking with Rufus to get Darkstar if he's a 2/4 double strike. But Squall is quite good, especially if it connects with your opponent. Because it says whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, and if he gets unblocked, double strike means he's connecting twice. So 2 times you can return a creature or permanent card, mana value 3 or less from your graveyard, right to the battlefield. That's very strong. And especially if you're setting it up where you are intentionally sacrificing things. So they go into the graveyard, Squall hits, you get it right back. That's very strong. Yeah, it does say permanent cards. You can get back lands. Absolutely. Give Squall a Dragoon Lance. That's a lot of damage and a lot of value. Squall actually looks quite good to me. Again, still has to attack. But does set up the other creatures for attacks. If you have any creature with Death Touch and you make them double strike, oof, game over. Squall's a B+. Easy B+. I like it. At some point, I am going to have to go make my tea so that my voice can make it through this set review. So hope you all don't mind. Not now, but eventually. Moving on, we have blue-red. Beginning with the Emperor of Palamecia from Final Fantasy II. Blue and red for a 2/2 human noble wizard and uncommon. And he has tap, add blue or red mana. Spend this mana only to cast a non-creature spell. So he lets you ramp for your non-creature spells. Pretty cool. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on the Emperor of Palamecia. Then, if he has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, transform him into, of course, the Lord Master of Hell. A 3/3 with Starfall. Whenever the Lord Master of Hell attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. This, I actually think he's going to be kind of tough. I mean, I like that he gives you mana for your non-creature spells, but I don't know how many 4 mana or higher non-creature spells you can cast where you get those +1/+1 counters. Since summons don't work. There's a lot of 4, 5, 6 mana summon cards, but those are creatures. So those don't count. Which also means you can't use the Emperor of Palamecia to ramp into summons. Equipment cards are non-creatures, yes, but you have to spend at least 4 mana to cast it in order to get the +1/+1 counter. Most of the equipments that are worth playing are 1, 2, 3 mana. Worst case is a 2/2 dork for 2. Not even a full dork though, because it only works for non-creature spells. So he is a build around. You keep the counters when he transforms? Yes. So he basically will transform into a 6/6, at least. Yeah, I'm not super sure on this one because I think the 4 mana or more is actually going to be harder to do than people realize. But he's a 2/2 for 2 that can help you cast your other spells at the very least, which is fine. Yeah, if anything, I would say getting him to transform, that's going to be tough. And I would just operate under the assumption that that's not going to happen. But he's fine. He's probably still like a C. Spam cantrips and removals. Well, cantrips don't work because, again, he only gets the +1/+1 counter if you're spending a lot of mana on the spell. There are the tiered spells, Fireaga, Blizzaga, and all that. But man, that's slow. Like if you're doing that, trying to get the counters on them, that is slow. Yeah, I think he's just going to be okay. Build around C+? Tier does count for mana value, yes. Yeah, build around C+. I think it might just be a little too slow, but I'm still going to be happy playing one in my blue-red deck because I just want the extra mana to cast my spells. Yeah. Yeah. C+ for Emperor of Palamacia. Next up, our other blue-red signpost uncommon with Shantoto, Tactician Magician. Oh my god, even her name rhymes. Fucking A. I just noticed that. 1 blue-red for a 0/4 Dwarf Wizard. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Shantoto gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. And if X is 4 or more, draw a card. I actually think that can pop off. Like any non-creature spell, you just suddenly give her a pump. If you cast multiple, she gets even bigger. And if it happens to be expensive, you get the draw card of it. Makes your expensive spells into cantrips. Yeah. I'm in for Shantoto. 0/4 is a big body for a little Taru Taru. Yeah, probably another, I guess another build around B. I mean, a lot of these signposts and commons are going to be build arounds since, you know, they're trying to make you do the thing the deck wants to do in those colors. So this one, it's non-creature spells, and it's better if they're 4 or more. But if you get that, yeah, she looks strong, especially the extra card draw. I mean, actually, you know what? I'm going to go build around B+, just because turning your biggest spells into cantrips is kind of nutty. Shoutouts to Shantoto. Probably the only Final Fantasy XI character people know, thanks to Dissidia. Next up, we have our rare and our mythic still. And our rare is Tella, the Great Sage. 3 blue-red for a rare human wizard, who is a 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you make a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. Wow. So now all your spells come in with 1/1s. But if 4 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, you also draw 2 cards. And if 8 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, sacrifice Tella, and it deals that much damage to each opponent. So flavor-wise, spending too much mana, Tella casts Meteor. Come on, that's pretty good. I also, and again, the 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens, that's Palamon Porum. If you ask me. They're all from Mysidia, right? So, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I believe the way this works is that if you manage to cast a spell that's 8 or more, I don't know how, but if you do, you get all the effects. Correct? Because you cast non-creature spell, you make a 1/1. It did cost 4 more, so you draw 2 cards, and he fucking blows up. So, yes. Yeah, because it doesn't say then or only. So, like, the more mana you're casting, the more Tella does stuff. So, yes. I'm happy just having Tella and casting spells that cost 4 or more and drawing 2 cards off of it. That said, he's a 5 mana 3/3. That's pretty small for 5 mana. Is this going to be a slow format? I think it is. Outside of like Boros equipment aggro, it does look pretty slow to me. I don't know for sure. We'll have to see, because it could end up being one of those formats where the only thing that's viable is Boros aggro, which would suck. Tella looks awesome, though. Tella's an A. Like, if your opponent sticks this and you can't deal with Tella and they start casting spells, you're going to fall behind really fucking fast. A for Tella.
Sweet.
Kosher, thank you. And our last blue-red card. Chad's Vivi. Chat, it's Vivi. 1 blue red for a mythic wizard. He's a 0/3. Who has the ability of, for 0, add X mana in any combination of blue and or red, where X is Vivi or Nudier's power. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. But whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Vivi or Nudier, and it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Chat, this card is so freaking good. Oh my god. Is it good? This card pops off. If you can get this down on 3 and you're casting non-creature spells, not only does Vivi get bigger, that mana ramp that he provides you is no joke. Like, it gets nutty. What's crazy is so that Vivi is only going to get the +1/+1 counter and just ping your opponent every time you cast a non-creature spell, but Vivi's mana can be used to cast anything. So you're casting spells, your non-creature spells, you're bringing up Vivi, and then you activate them, and then you use that to play another creature right afterwards. It's incredibly good. Vivi is nuts. Absolutely nuts. That's a good point. If you have something like Vivi, those spells that cost like 8, suddenly much more viable. If you splash him for like Ultimecia, so you can flip her, suddenly not so crazy. But yeah, Vivi or Nidier, incredibly good. Absolutely. A for Vivi. Obviously, he needs non-creature spells to really work. But like, if you're playing blue-red, you should be getting non-creature spells. I think that goes without saying, right? Right. All right. And that's it for blue-red. How many color combinations do we have left? Is it just the one? Is it just green-black? Is it just green-black starting off with Cloud of Darkness? 2 black, green, green for an uncommon avatar. She's a 3/3 with flying. And she has Particle Beam. Oh, we haven't gotten to red, white yet. Right. When Cloud of Darkness enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Which does count lands. Green-black is yet another... We want stuff in the graveyard to make our creatures better deck. Great graveyard value. I don't know what you call it. Green-black doing green-black things like they always do. And Cloud of Darkness actually looks quite good. A 5-mana 3/3 flyer that basically deletes one of your opponent's creatures when she shows up. Yeah. That's solid. Easy B for Cloud of Darkness. Even if you're just getting something -2/-2. So, B for Cloud of Darkness. Not much more to say from that. Our other signpost uncommon is X-Death, Void Warlock. 1 black, green for a Spirit Warlock. Not a Tree Folk. That's weird. He's a 3/3, and when X-Death enters, you gain 3 life. Oh, okay. In the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform X-Death into Neo X-Death, Dimension's End. Who has Trample, but Neo X-Death's power is equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. And you need at least 6 to transform him. So he goes from a 3/3 to a 6/3 Trample. He still only has 3 toughness because, you know, as a final boss, he's a little bit of a bitch, but he does hit pretty hard. Yeah, that's just solid. A 3/3 for 3 that gains you 3? 3 life's not nothing. That kind of gives you the extra time you need so that you can get the 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard. Yeah, it's not... the only thing that's kind of a bummer is that the transformation happens at your end step. So you have to like wait a whole turn cycle for you to be able to attack with them with the trample, and your opponent is able to set up and able to respond. That's a bit of a bummer. But such is life of the ATB system. Yeah, solid. Just a B- for XDeath. Like, if I see this, green-black is going to be open. And it's just a perfectly cromulent card. Yeah, fine. Next up, we have our rare for green-black, which is Genova, the Ancient Calamity. 2 black-green for a legendary alien. Love it. And she is a 1/5. In the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to Genova's power on up to one other target creature. That creature then becomes a mutant in addition to its other types. You get it? Because the Genova cells are going into the... Okay. Whenever a mutant you control dies during your turn, you draw cards equal to that creature's power. Oh. That's kind of good. So every single combat, you are at least giving one of your other creatures a +1/+1 counter. Potentially more if you make Genova bigger, or if you equip her with something. But for the most part, you're just getting a +1/+1 counter, so she gives you instant value. And then if your opponent tries to kill Genova, you're still getting a +1/+1 counter out of it. And if they try to kill the creature that you're giving the counter to, you're drawing cards off of it. Genova looks really good. She could put counters on herself. She cannot. Genova's power on up to one other target creature. She cannot target herself. She cannot Genova cells herself for reunion. But that looks really good. And then, as we saw with the other green-black stuff, is you don't really care if you have stuff in your graveyard. You almost want them to die, and you get the drawing. I mean, you're drawing at least... I mean, for the most part, 2+ cards off of something when it dies. Yeah, that's excellent. Is Genova an A? Maybe not A. A-. Because that's power every single turn and like in a card draw engine. I mean, the mutant does have to die during your turn, but you're just going to send it in or sacrifice it for something else. No, I think that looks good. Green-black is all the villains, isn't it? Yeah. All the uncommons. Is there not a green-black mythic? Is there not a green-black mythic? Hold on. Let me think. There should be mythic, right? Unless it's just Fang and Vanille. Hold on. Just checking my memory. Huh. I don't see a green-black mythic. Well, I mean... Yeah. Oh, yeah, huh. Alright. I thought every color got one. Weird. Alright. We'll move on to red-white with Jot, King of the Dwarves. Red-white for an uncommon dwarf noble. He's a 1/1 with double strike. The Final Fantasy IV dwarves. Whenever Jot or another dwarf you control enters, and whenever an equipment you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're giving Boros card hand filtering? Who approved that? What the heck? So this is a 1/1 double strike that lets you rummage immediately, which is good. And obviously, red-white's going to care about equipment. which won't be difficult to do, and allows you to get extra draws. Wow, that's really good. Damn, Giot's great. And if you get him equipped at all, and he just has double strike. Wow. There are 3 dwarves in Final Fantasy. I don't think the dwarf part matters so much as the equipment does, because you're going to be playing a lot of the job select cards with Giot. Solid B for Giot. This is why I said the red-white aggro equipment deck looks scary, and this is a good reason for it. Man, a little scary. Jesus. We also have Joshua, the Phoenix's dominant, at rare. 1 red-white for a 3/4 human noble wizard. And when Joshua enters, you may discard up to 2 cards and then draw that many cards. So he also filters. I love that he has a cape of Phoenix Flames in his artwork. That looks so cool. And then you can pay 3 red-white to exile Joshua at sorcery speed and transform him into the Phoenix Warden of Fire, a 4/4 flying lifelink who on the first turn deals 2 damage to each opponent, second turn deals 2 damage to each opponent, and then on the third turn you can return any number of target creature cards with mana value total 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, and then he transforms back into Phoenix, or back into Joshua. So he kind of sets himself up. You can just discard cheap creature cards, transform Joshua, and then if he survives to turn 3, you can just bring him on back. And that's a lot of card filtering too. 3/4 for 3 mana. That's a lot of stats for red-white. My God. No, I think he's just good. I don't think it's just a commander thing. I think he's just good. B+. 4/4 flying lifelink? Like, damn. For the most part, the flip side... Oh, you're right, because the Phoenix deals 2 damage. You also get to gain 2 life off the Rising Flame chapters. That's a good point, Jugon, yeah. Yeah, that's a great stabilization tool. Absolutely. Yeah, B+ for Joshua. I like him. Is this set going to be expensive? It certainly is going to be early on, as a lot of people are trying to get the cards, and a lot of Final Fantasy fans are just trying to get the cards, and they don't necessarily play it. I don't know how expensive it's going to be a couple of months from now. I don't have that insight for you, but it's certainly I mean, it is going to be more expensive in general because Wizards has overpriced it, and it's really, really stupid and it's irritating and really not worth it. What does Lifelink do? Lifelink says whenever that creature deals damage, you gain that much life. So this says Phoenix deals 2 damage to each opponent, so you gain 2 life right away. It's a 4/4. So when it attacks and deals 4 combat damage, you also gain 4 life. Our next red-white card is our Mythic with Lightning, Army of 1. 1 red-white for a Mythic human soldier. Jesus Christ. She is a 3/2 first strike trample lifelink. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? And of course she has Stagger. Whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or a permanent that player controls, it deals double that damage instead. Oh my God. Yeah? Yep. Yep. So the fact she has first strike at 3 power already is going to make her difficult to block. And then she has trample, making it easier for damage to get through, because you only need 1 point of damage from lightning's attack to hit the opponent. And then everything deals double damage to them until your next turn. Lightning's an A+. That's so scary. That's so scary. If you don't kill her immediately, you will die. Give her a double strike. Is it times 4 damage? It would be, but the double strike doesn't have to be on her. Because it says if a source will deal damage. That means all of your creatures deal double damage. It doesn't have to be lightning. I don't know if I need to say much more. Like, that's just good. Can it also be spells? Sure can. Anything you do on, if you get that stagger effect, everything you do will deal double damage until the stagger is gone. Cool. All right. Well. Yep. All right. A couple more red-white cards in here, though. Or just one. Zidane, Tantalus Thief. 3 red-white for 3/3 uncommon human mutant scout. When Zidane enters, gain control of target creature and opponent controls until end of turn. Untap it, it gains lifelink and haste until end of turn. And then whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you make a treasure token. I love the flavor of this because it's basically Zidane showing up and stealing Princess Garnet. And giving it lifelink since, you know, Garnet's basically a white mage. But then you also get a treasure because he's still a thief. So at the end of your turn, you give the creature back to the opponent. And if they do, you get a treasure token, which lets you ramp and fix a little bit. Or for some reason, their own creature dies. Well, then, who cares? Their creature died. Zidane looks solid. I don't know how these like steal attack effects. So usually these kind of effects where you are stealing an opponent's creature for a turn. Those typically aren't great, but you can make those effects better if you have a way of sacrificing the creature you're stealing. I don't know how good this is going to be. It looks fine. For the most part, you just like steal your opponent's biggest thing and just kind of slap them in and gain some life off of it. Or maybe you take their smallest thing and just say either give me life or or let your creature die. Who knows? Yeah, it's just kind of okay. It doesn't really fully fit the red-white theme. It does. It gets rid of your opponent's biggest blocker. And therein gives you one of the bigger attackers, which is just kind of okay. The problem is, every other turn after that, if that doesn't help you win, Zidane is a 5-mana 3/3. Yeah. This is one we'll have to kind of see be played. I think it's like a C+. But I think it'll be playable enough for just like getting your opponent's blocker out of the way is probably makes them fine, but I don't think it's gonna be crazy. Like I would take Giat or Joshua over Zidane, and obviously I would take Lightning over all of them, but you know, there we go. I swear to God, if I boot up Arena and I draft and my very first opened rare is fucking Lightning, I'm uninstalling the game. Just so you all know. Just so you all know. This is the starter deck Cloud. This will not be showing up, so we're ignoring it. And I think blue-green is our last color combo, right? Starting off with Ignis Santia. 1 green-blue for a 2/2 human visor uncommon. When Ignis enters, you look at the top 6 cards of your library. You can put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Ooh. We got ourselves a little rampy boy right away. And he has this special ability. That's it! I've come up with a new recipe. 1 green-blue, tap them, exile a card from a graveyard. If you exile a creature card this way, you make a food token. Oh, that flavor is so good. Husband after husband. Oh, I love it. That's so good. That's such a good flavor. For those of you who don't know, a food token reads, you can pay 1 and a mana. You can pay 2 mana, sacrifice that food token, and you gain 3 life. So the things that you kill, you exile stuff from your opponent's graveyard, get yourself some food. I've come up with a new recipe. Ignis looks great. So I believe blue-green cares about towns, specifically. Not just lands and ramp in general, but the more towns you have, the better it gets. Yeah, so you can exile stuff from an opponent's graveyard, not just your own. So that's you hit stuff for like Garland, weaken, I don't know, Shantoto. That's great. Obviously, it's a little bit better if you hit a creature token, because then you are also getting the food token on top of it. But Ignis looks good. Ignis is a B. Just a 3-mana 2/2 that ramps. And in a later game, you are doing a little bit of graveyard hate and getting some life out of it. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe not B. Maybe like B-. B- for Ignis. And the other blue-green uncommon card is Omega, Heartless Evolution from Final Fantasy XIV. An uncommon robot. That's an 8/8 artifact creature with Wave Cannon. When Omega enters, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target non-land permanent that opponent controls. Put X stun counters on each of those permanents, and you gain X life, where X is the number of non-basic lands you control. So again, the more towns you have, the nuttier this is. So you want blue-green. At 7 mana is a lot, but it looks like a lot of the blue-green cards are going to help you get extra lands out faster and ramp you into this. So 7 is not out of the realm of possibility for blue-green. And then if you have let's say 2 towns? 2 towns. He shows up as an 8/8, and then you pick one of your opponent's creatures and you tap it down, and then for 2 turns, and you gain 2 life. If you have 3, it's 3 turns. Like, that's no joke. Even if they manage to kill this right away, their best thing is taken out of the game for 2-3 turns. And the more towns you have, the better this gets. So that said, if this shows up and if you have none towns, it's significantly less good. So you might need to prioritize towns a little bit when you're going into blue-green, even if you just have to take some of the off-color ones, not even for splashing, but just for the town effect. Town is the only non-basic of this set? Correct. And there's a lot of towns. So how good is Omega? It's an 8/8. He's thick. No, Omega's good. B for Omega. With enough towns, he kind of gets up towards like the A- range. Yeah, I'll go with that. I think that's reasonable. The more towns you get, the better he is. We have another blue-green card. Our mythic, the Wandering Minstrel from Final Fantasy XIV. So those of you who don't know, the Wandering Minstrel is a bard you can talk to who unlocks all the extreme and savage trials of all the boss fights you've done before. So it's like, hey, do you want to fight Garuda again? Yes, but harder? Yes. And more importantly, it's Yoshi P's character. So, you know. The Wandering Minstrel. Blue-green for a legendary human bard at rare. He's a 1/3. Lands you control enter untapped. Oh, Jesus. And the Minstrel's Ballad. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 5 or more towns, you create a 2/2 elemental creature token that's all colors. And then if you can play 3 white, blue, black, red, green, other creatures you control get +X until end of turn, where X is the number of towns you control. Jesus. That is an 8 mana activation. And it's every single color. again, 8 mana is it's a lot. That's a lot of mana. That's not easy to get to. Making it all 5 colors makes it even harder to do. So he's a build around. He is a build around, but if you build around on the towns, because you need the mana fixing to use his ability, but even just ignoring that part, you want 5 or more towns to make the Minstrel's Ballad work, because if you're making a 2/2 every single turn, that's quite good. And more importantly, so all of the common dual color towns in the set enter play tapped. But if you have the Wandering Minstrel out, they enter untapped, which makes them incredibly good. Is that Leviathan or Bahamut back there in blue? That's the Ultima weapon. These are like the first trials from A Realm Reborn. Ifrit, Garuda, Titan, Ultima weapon. Man, how good is he? I don't know. It's like a build around. I think it's a build around A. You're shooting for the stars, though, and it probably won't happen. But, like, if you do, if your opponent just doesn't get rid of him, and you're just generating tokens every turn with a threat of activation and making them get, like, potentially +5/+5 every turn, whew. That's scary. For the memes, I wouldn't even say it's a full-on meme card, because there's power there, but man, it is a build around, and it's a build around that is asking for a lot. There's gonna be people who do it though, and that will be exciting. I don't know if you necessarily want the game to go that long. I think you want to be able to win before that, but like, you could. All right, so that's it for all of the like kind of signpost cards. But that said, we still have some other gold cards to check out. For example, Choco, Seeker of Paradise. 1 green, white, blue for a rare 3/5 bird. Whenever 1 or more birds you control attack, look at the top many cards from the top of your library. You may put one of them into your hand and put the rest. Then put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield, and then put the rest into your graveyard. And Choco has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, Choco gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So like, it's like bird tribal, which there's actually a shocking number of birds in this set. He's playing Chocobo hot and cold. That's really good. So basically, even if you have just Choco, if Choco attacks on his own, you either get to draw a card, or you get to put a land on the battlefield and he attacks as a 4/5. Choco solid. B+. With Wandering Bard with the lands enter untapped. Yes. B+ for Choco. Again, there's a surprising amount of Chocobos in this set. We also have Noctis, Prince of Lucis. 1 white, blue, black for a rare human noble. He's a 4/3 with lifelink. You may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life, in addition to paying other other costs. And if you cast a spell this way, the artifact enters with a finality counter on it. So he actually splashes and slots real nicely into the blue-white artifact deck. Or quite frankly, probably into the blue-black deck as well, because I think you're going to have enough artifacts in there. That's quite solid. So he's a 4/3 that kind of unlocks extra cards to play from your graveyard. I'm in for that. That looks good. The hell's it called? What was the like? I'm totally blanking the name. What was the name of like the freaking legendary king weapons that he was like searching? Not the engine something. Not his main sword. What the hell are they called? Armitage. The Armitage? Is that what it was? Dude, why am I blanking on that? The Armiger. There it is. Jesus. Yeah, all the royal arms, the Armiger. That's pretty cool. Because like he's basically getting the weapons from the graveyard. So like all the dead kings before him, he's getting those weapons. That's good flavor. And paying 3 life sounds like a lot, but he himself has lifelink, so you can kind of get a refund of sorts if he does any damage. And then if you get any weapons equipped to him, you lifelink it even more. Yeah, I like Noctix. Probably another B+, I think. I'm in for it. Next up, Kefka, Court Mage. 2 blue, black, red for a 4/5 mythic human wizard. Whenever Kefka enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. Oh! And then for 8 mana, each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. Transform Kefka into Kefka, Ruler of Ruin. A 5/7 flyer that says whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. This makes my Grixis self so happy. Kefka's incredibly good. So 4/5, forcing all your other opponents to discard a card, and you can discard whatever, or you can discard none, who cares? And then you get to, at minimum, draw at least 1 more card out of it, but if there's an additional card types, you might get 2. Draw 2 off it, that's really good. Again, 8 mana is a lot, but there's been a lot of 8 mana activated abilities in the set, so maybe the format's going to be slow enough to do it. Maybe. It is a lot, though. And if you transform it into, that's a 5/7 flyer. It's kind of scary hitting your opponent for 5 because, like, I don't know what the likelihood of like making yourself run out of deck, but probably not. For the most part, if you get to attack with Kefka alone, deal 5 damage, you draw 5 cards, like, you're so far ahead. It doesn't even have to be Kefka that deals the damage. It could be anything. Kefka's nuts. Kefka's an A. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Is the 8 mana ability called Poison the Water Supply? No, that's a black card. Different. A for Kefka. I want to play this card. He looks incredibly good. Yes. We also have... Alright, so this is the last gold card. Sin. Spira's Punishment. 4 black, green, blue for a legendary Leviathan avatar at rare. A 7/7 flyer. Whenever Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random, then create a tapped token that's a copy of that card. If you exile a land card this way, repeat this process. Ooh! So 7/7 flyer that lets you get a copy of something out of your graveyard? Yep. Potentially multiple, so if you hit a land, you get to do it again. And that gives, at random, how do? You take your graveyard, you flip it upside down, you shuffle it, and then go this one. Or let your opponent pick. Or if it's a double-sided card, you assign a number to them, then you roll a die. Lots of ways to do random. Sin's nutty. And they get to do it again if he gets to attack. Yep. Sin's another A. Easy A for Sin. Spira's Punishment. Okay. With that, so now that we've seen all the gold cards, now we have a pretty good idea of what the different colors are trying to do. So we can keep that in mind as we go through all the other cards and all the other colors, and that'll help us get an idea of what to grade them with, because some will have synergies with the colors that they want, some may not. So that said, like in general, I think this set there's like a lot of synergy in the set, and I think that's pretty exciting. So we will go back to white, and you know what? I'm actually going to make my tea really quick. All right, tea acquired. Got my tea, blueberry tea with some honey and just a little bit of whiskey in it. Perfect. It's going to soothe the old voice for it. All right, let's go through white. Y'all ready? Not feeling well? No, I feel fine. It's just talking about cards for 6 hours straight really ruins the throat and the voice and the sinuses. All right, white. Adalbert Steiner. It's your boy. 1 and a white for a legendary human white uncommon. He's a 2/1 with lifelink. And Steiner gets +1/+1 for each equipment you control. Okay. Yeah. That's great. So, like I said, cares about equipment, so he slots more into the red-white deck more than, say, white-black or white-green. But he is a perfectly fine 2-drop. I like the lifelink in there, and every now and then he might do a little bit more. But yeah, Steiner is perfectly fine. C+ for Steiner. Aerith Gainsborough. 2/0 white for a legendary human cleric at rare. She's a 2/2, also with lifelink. And whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Aerith. And when Aerith dies, put a X +1/+1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Aerith. I do want to point out that this says when Aerith dies. Not if, but when. That's a joke. A solid, because again, like you're gonna have, there's just so many legendary creatures that if you gain life even just once, and she can put a +1/+1 counter on all your dudes just once, that's incredibly good. Easy B+ for Aerith. Next, the Aerith Rescue Mission. 3 and a white for a common sorcery. Okay, a 4-mana spell. It says, choose one. You can take the elevator and make 3 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens, or you can take 59 flights of stairs, tap up to 3 target creatures, put a stun counter on one of them. Oh, you only stun one of them, huh? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I thought each one would get stunned. Okay. Yeah, if you take the stairs, Tifa says a problematic word. How good is this? I mean, you do get 3 1/1s for 4 mana, which does help you go wide. Actually, I think this works pretty well in both the green-white or the red-white, because green-white, you get a lot of tokens to go wide, and red-white, you're taking out 3 blockers, stunning one of them for 2 turns to free yourselves up for some attacks. It looks solid, yeah. I don't think it's like crazy good. Yeah, I think the big thing is that you're only stunning one of them. So probably still just like a C for Aerith. I think more often than not, probably just going to make the 3 1/1 colorless hero tokens. So that's fine. Next is Ambrosia Whiteheart, Clive's Chocobo from Final Fantasy 16. For 1 and a white, you get a 2/2 legendary bird at uncommon. Here's one of the other birds. It has Flash. And whenever Ambrosia enters, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. So this is fun. So you can actually use Ambrosia to play it at instant speed. So when your opponent does something to kill one of your creatures, you flash in Ambrosia and return that creature to your hand to protect it. And I believe this is the case for every Chocobo in this set, but I think they all have landfall. Whenever a land enters, something happens. Ambrosia gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Is this the first instance in Magic where all the birds don't have flying? Just the power boost? Well, Saz's Chocobo chick gets a +1/+1 counter, so it's not quite the same, but for the most part. Yeah, Ambrosia's solid. So the landfall makes it so it's better on offense than defense, because you're not going to really landfall on an opponent's turn for the most part. But yeah, instant speed 2/2. Maybe you can save a creature with it. That seems fine. C+. There is a black Chocobo alternate art, but the black Chocobo does not have flying. Next is Ash, Princess of Dalmasca. 2 and a white for 3/2 human rebel noble at uncommon. Whenever Ash attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. I love that because that entire game is Ash just looking for legendary artifacts. Whether it's the Suncrist, whether it's the Sword of Kings, whatever. But that is a pretty good way of making sure you can get equipment that way. 2, there's a lot of other non-artifact equipment that can work quite well, like the White Aura Sight or other ones probably that I don't actually know, but this looks solid. Yeah. Oh, any of the job select cards? You just find one of those. For the most part, this is 2 and a white for a 3/2 draw a card, which is solid. C+ for Ash. I like her. Next is Auron's Inspiration. 2 and a white for an uncommon instant. Attacking creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. It also has flashback 2 white to cast it from your graveyard. So if you have enough mana, you cast this twice. You all your attacking creatures +4. This is solid. Yeah, just a Trumpet Blast effect. And the fact that you can flashback to do it again just in case. That's decent. Another C-level card. Yeah, I like it. I think normally these cards aren't awesome, but I think because you can flash it back, allowing you... Oh, it does say attacking creatures, so you can't use it defensively. That makes sense. Flashback is a mechanic that's going to be showing up a lot. There's a lot of cards from like every game. Because almost every game is a flashback of some kind, so... Flashback just means you can pay the flashback cost, so you can cast it from your graveyard. And when you cast it from your graveyard, it does get exiled, so it's out of the game, but there you go. C for Auron's Inspiration. Next, we have Battle Menu. I love this art. This Final Fantasy VI party taking on Funbaba. Uncommon instant for 1 and a white. Choose one. Attack, ability, magic, or item. If you choose attack, you make a 2/2 white knight. Great. If you choose ability, target creature gets +0/+4 until end of turn. If you choose magic, you can destroy target creature with power 4 or greater, or if you choose item, you gain 4 life. Yeah, interesting party choices. I wouldn't pick that party, but, you know, whatever. Isn't there supposed to be a runaway option in the menu? No. See, the runaway was changed to hold both triggers. So no. They only had runaway in the first 3 Final Fantasies. Yeah, this card's actually really solid. The fact that it's modal in any way you want, whether it's you make a 2/2 token, maybe protect one of your creatures from damage,
Sweet.
maybe destroy an opponent's big creature. For the most part, you're never going to use the item. Like, gaining 4 life isn't that exciting. 2 mana to instantly destroy a 4+ power creature, isn't that kind of busted? So you would think that. But depending on the set, a lot of times you'd be surprised at how often you don't have a target to destroy something that's 4 or more power. And cards like that historically have been less good because they often just kind of sit dead in your hand without something big to hit. Now this card gets around that because there's so many other options. The fact that you can use it to either just make an extra creature token or, again, protect one of your creatures makes this way, way better than a lot of those. So I think Battle Menu is good. Battle Menu is like a B-, just because it has 3 relevant options. I don't know why you would ever use the item option to gain 4 life. Like, that's not really what you want to do. You can, but that's the least good option. Next up, Cloud, Midgar Mercenary. White for a 2/1 mythic human soldier mercenary. Soldier. When Cloud enters, search your library for an equipment card, put it into your hand, then shuffle. As long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. So Cloud is only as good as your best equipment card. There are a lot of cards that have alternate artwork with the Amano artwork and with Tetsuya Nomura artwork. There's a lot of like alternate arts that can pop up. We're just looking at the base set though. Excuse me. Yeah, Cloud's only as good as your best equipment, but you get to search your entire deck for the best equipment and whatever it is that you need, whether that's just like the Dragoon's Lance or Fighter's Sword or whatever. He's a 2/1 with an equipment tutor attached to him. So, how good is he? I don't think it's going to be too difficult to get equipment, but he's just kind of fine. How many equipments are there that were, if he attacks, it can get a double trigger though? There's like, I know there's like Buster's Sword and Masamune and all that. Relax, chat, I know. But for the most part, relying on having a second mythic in your draft deck isn't going to happen. So just assume, play off like the commons and uncommons. And I don't think there's a whole lot there. He's probably just like a B-. Just because of the tutor effect. He's also white. So he's a little bit harder to cast on turn 2 than people will realize. Yeah. B-, and he's only going to be as good as your best equipment card. So, you know. Moving on, the Cloudbound Moogle. This is from Final Fantasy XIV. 3 white for a 2/3 flyer. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. And it is plane cycling. So there is a cycle of land cycling creatures for each of the colors. So this one, for the Cloudbound Moogle, it can target itself for the +1/+1 counter. So it can just be a 3/4 flyer if you want it, or you can put it a +1/+1 counter on something a little bit better. And the plane cycling means if this is in your hand, you can pay 2 mana, discard this card, search your library for a planes, and then put it into your hand. So it can help you make sure you're hitting your land drops and or splash or whatever. Yeah, that's okay. It's like a C- card. The last couple times they've done these land cycling creatures, they have not been the most exciting. to play, and some of them are actually even bad. And Cloudbound Moogle, I think, is just a little understated to really be good. You'll play it like Sealed, I think. It might actually be more of a D+. Is it D+? No, you get a +1/+1 counter on anything. No, I'll still say C- for Cloudbound Moogle. Yeah, just kind of okay. A little understated. Next up is a Coral. 1 a white for a cat beast at common. It's a 2/2. And then you can pay 1 a white, tap Coral to tap target non-enchantment creature. That's fun. It's the Coral's Blaster ability, which paralyzes. Could Cloud be better if you have multiple Clouds? Yes. But you're not going to have multiple Clouds in draft. Like, there is only 1 Cloud in draft, and they're legendary, so. I think that would work fine. Anyway, yeah, Coral's fine. That is a guy. 1 and a white to tap a non-enchantment creature is a bit more of a cost than you would think. If it's like 1 mana, then you're like, okay, we're doing it. But at 2 mana, that is a cost. So, Coral, he doesn't really do anything for any particular deck. This is a completely filler card. Coral's a D. Next, we have Crystal Fragments. White for an artifact equipment, uncommon. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, and the equip cost is 1. So we've got Short Sword, but also for 5 white, you can exile Crystal Fragments and then return it to the battlefield as what, chat? As what? From Final Fantasy IX? What happened when Garnet and Eichel's crystals came together? It's summoned Alexander. A 4/3 flyer, where for the first 2 turns, prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn. So then your creature's going to attack in. They're not going to die. And then at the 3rd chapter, when Alexander goes away, tap all creatures your opponents control. It doesn't say Light of Judgment or anything in there. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, just tapping all your opponent's creatures means you get to attack in and hopefully finish it. So a lot of these summons, for the most part, are only going to get 1 attack. When they only have 3 chapters, like, they're only going to get to attack once. Because the first chapter, they have Summoning Sickness, so they can't attack. Then they do their chapter 2 effect, and then they can attack. And at chapter 3, they vanish. That seems fine. I would be happy playing this just for the Short Sword effect, to be honest. Just pay 1, give something +1/+1. That seems fine to me. And if you're already in like a deck that cares about equipment, that's a really good equipment for it, because that is cheap and efficient. C for Crystal Fragments. Mostly for the equipment side. And then the Alexander side is just a bonus. Alright. The Crystal's Chosen. 5 white for an uncommon sorcery. Create 4 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. Then put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So basically, bare minimum at 7 mana, you make 4 2/2s. 7 mana is a lot. And if you have any other creatures on top of that, they also get +1/+1 counters. I don't hate it. If you're way behind, that gives you a lot of blockers. This is like one of the few appearances of the Onion Knights for the entire set. Great for Sid. I think this is good irregardless for Sid. Like, I don't think it has necessarily synergy with Sid. Yeah, this is okay. I'm going to go C- just because it's expensive. And I don't know if that's going to be so slow that you can kind of get away with 7 mana. But you get 4 2/2s out of it at the minimum, and that can help stabilize you. Yeah, C-. Next is the Delivery Moogle from 14. 3 and a white for a 3/2 uncommon with flying. When this creature enters, search your library and or graveyard for an artifact card with mana value 2 or less and put it into your hand. Oh, what a good boy. 4 mana 3/2 flyer that just gets you an artifact 2 or less. Yeah, all right. I'm in for that. Again, like, so long as you have artifact cards, but for the most part, that can be any one of the job select cards, whether it's in the graveyard or in your deck, and you just get to draw it right away. That is solid. I think C+ for Delivery Moogle. I think you're happy putting this in any white deck. Because that is a 3/2 that draws you a card, and it's a flyer. Yeah, C+. Next is Dion, Bahamut's Dominant. I love this card. Check this out, chat. So 3 white for a rare human noble knight. It's a 3/3. Dragonfire Dive. During your turn, Dion and other knights you control have flying. And you know what? When Dion enters, create a 2/2 white knight creature token. Dion shows up with his boyfriend. Happy Pride Month, everybody! We did it! For the gays! There's more to him, of course. 4 white, tap, exile Dion, and transform him into Bahamut, Warden of Light, a 5/5 flyer. Chapter 1 and 2, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. Those creatures gain flying until end of turn. And then on Chapter 3, Giga Flare, destroy target permanent, and then return him back to Dion. And when he comes back as Dion, you make another 2/2 white knight creature token. He could have 2 boyfriends. Destroy land? You sure could. Dion's awesome. I really like Dion. I mean, getting a 3/3 and a 2/2 for 4 mana is excellent. And then there's a fair amount of knights in the set in general, so that makes all your attacks that much better. And then if you happen to get that transformation, I mean, you could just win just in that Chapter 1. Yeah. Super good. A for Dion. I think Dion's busted. He looks so good. Of course he looks good. Look at him. What a handsome man. I would power bottom for him in an instant. Sorry, what was that? My mic just broke for a sec there, chat. Sorry. Next up is Dragoon's Lance. 1 and a white for an uncommon artifact equipment. So this is the first job select card. So when you play any card that has job select, you make a 1/1 colorless hero token. If you haven't seen these 1/1 colorless hero tokens, by the way, chat, they are all the races from Final Fantasy XIV. So this just comes with a 1/1, and you instantly attach Dragoon's Lance to that 1/1. So the equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. So you get a 2/1 for 2. And during your turn, the equipped creature has flying. Why? Jump. And then, so they also gave just like a flavor name to all the equip text. So this one is the Gabolg, the legendary Dragoon Lance. Equip cost is 4. Yeah, that's great. Dude, a 2-power flyer for 2 mana. Even if it's only during your turn, like that's going to get in for some damage. C+ for Dragoon's Lance. And it is a knight, which is relevant for Dion. Also Dragoon. C+ Dragoon's Lance. It's cool art too. He's doing that thing where he's standing on the tip of the thing on Nishgard. What a cool guy. Next up, Dwarven Castle Guard. Lally-ho! 1 and a white for 2/1 Dwarf Soldier at common. When this creature dies, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. Oh, that's actually really good. That's a 2-1 that dies into a 1-1? That's great. C+. Wow. Like, I almost want as many of these into the deck as I can. That's super good. Yeah, C+. Dwarven Castle Guard, everybody. Damn. Next up. The Fate of the Suncrest. 4 and a white, common instant. This spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Destroy target non-land permanent. Okay, so they have one of these kind of white instant kill something spells that usually cost a lot, and then if the creature's tapped, you either get a bonus of some kind. Usually makes it cheaper. Now a lot. So this is 3 mana to kill a tapped creature. That's a bit more, because a lot of these previous cards, it's like 2 mana to destroy a tapped creature. So this is one of the reasons why I think the format might be a little bit slower, because even White's removal spell costs just 1 more than usual. You know? That said, like, you're gonna play it. Like, it's a C. Like, I wouldn't be too excited. I wouldn't see this and be like, oh, frick, White's open, because, like, it's gonna be expensive. It's removal with an upside. It's not really an upside, because you don't really get, like, a thing out of it. It'll usually cost 3, sometimes cost 5, and that's still too expensive for both. It's fine. It's C. Whatever. It's perfectly cromulent. Yeah. From Father to Son, 1 and a white for a rare sorcery. Search your library for a vehicle card, reveal it, put it into your hand. But if you cast it from your graveyard, you can put it onto the battlefield instead. Then shuffle. And has flashback for 4 white, white, white. 1 and a white for a vehicle tutor. Man, I get it. It's Luctus? Noctis getting the Regalia. So many people are going to target a tapped equipment in paper and be wrong. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Search for a vehicle tutor and flash it back. No, I don't really like this. Even with the flashback cost, I wouldn't feel good about it. Because again, this is only as good as your best vehicle, and all the vehicles aren't incredible. There's some okay ones, but they aren't incredible. Is this an F? Like, I just don't think you want to spend your 2 mana just to find something. No, I don't want to go that low, because if you have a way of discarding it and being able to, like, flash back a vehicle straight into the battlefield, like, that could be something. This might be an F. I'm willing to give it a D, though. But, yeah, I don't think this is a... No, F. This is not a card you want to play. F. That's a constructed card. F. Not into it. Yeah. Next up, Grahatia. I like that this is a Grahatia when you first meet him in the Crystal Tower. 4 and a white for a cat archer, an uncommon. He's a 3/5 with reach with the Elegant Eye. Whenever 1 or more other creatures and or artifacts you control die, draw a card? This ability triggers only once each turn. Still? That's solid. Not like crazy good, because like he doesn't have fantastic stats, but he's got a thick butt and has reach, so probably C+ for Graha. And if your other stuff dies, you get to draw an extra card. He'll go real nicely into the black-white deck. How's an artifact die? I think they're just using that to shorthand an artifact getting destroyed. Yeah. C+ for Graha. I like him. Good effect. Probably going to be best in black-white. Oh, that's absolutely him on the Crystal Tower, by the way. Oh, that's like the gate you go into, right? For you fight Zandy. Okay, I see it. Oh yeah, sacrificing a treasure does count for him. There's a little bit of treasure in the deck, in the set, so this does turn your treasures into draw a card. That is good. Next is Galecat. And that cat is hungry. 2 and a white for a common 1/3 flying with vigilance. As long as you control 2 or more other artifacts, this creature gets +2/+0. Okay. I'm not sure why it cares about artifacts, but sure. So if you have artifacts, this is a 3-mana 3/3 flying vigilance. If it doesn't have that, though, this is a 1/3 flying vigilance. I would not be excited about putting this even into like the blue-white artifacts deck. Like, it would just be kind of okay. Yeah, I think just a D for Galecat. Because if you lose those artifacts and this gets weaker, that feels so much worse. Yeah, just a D. It's okay. Next up is Machinist's Arsenal. 4 and a white for a rare artifact equipment. As job select, so you make a 1/1 colorless hero, and then you equip Machinist's Arsenal to it. An equipped creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control, and is an artificer in addition to its other types, and has Machina equip cost 4. So at minimum, you have a 5-mana 3/3. And if you have any additional artifacts or artificers, it gets even bigger. So this is good in the red-white equipment deck. This is good in the blue-white artifacts deck. And this can easily be a 5-mana 5/5 or a 5-mana 7/7, and you can move that equipment around. Ooh, scary. B. B for Machinist's Arsenal. I'm not going to go higher than that because it's not going to get like trample or evasion or anything like that, but it can make something big. And moving that Machinist's Arsenal around can get scary. And you can see his robot pet back there. The Final Fantasy XIV Machinist, in case you guys couldn't tell. How much more famous machines, like, say, Magitech Armor? I love that this artwork is the, like, more based off the sprite Magitech Armor instead of, like, the 14 mount / Amano artwork Magitech Armor. So he's got, like, the weird little claw things going on. I love it. Yeah, Cloud's abilities for triggered effects. 3 and a white for a 4/4 artifact vehicle, but when this vehicle enters, it comes with a 1/1 colorless hero creature token with crew 1. So a lot of times I don't like these vehicles because they have a crew cost, which means you have to tap any number of creatures that has a power equal or greater than the crew cost. Then the vehicle goes from being an artifact into an artifact creature. So if it isn't crewed, it doesn't do anything. But when it is crewed, this is a 4/4. Now, a lot of these vehicles, the crew is a real cost. Like, it's not easy to do, and you are basically like temporarily using your creatures as a resource just to get that crew online. Now, thankfully, the Magitech Armor does come with a token, so it can get crewed right away. That makes it better. So for the most part, you're getting a 4-mana 4/4 plus an extra token. That's fine. I guess probably still like C for it. I don't want to go as high as a C+, but it is one of the better vehicles in this set. It's better. Next we have Magitech Infantry. White for a 1/1 common robot soldier. This creature gets +1/+0 as long as you control another artifact. But it also has 2 and a white. Search your library for a card named Magitech Infantry. Put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. It's just like Final Fantasy 15, where these guys would just not stop fucking showing up. So this is an artifact creature. So it does have synergy for all your decks that care about artifacts. That includes your artifact tutors, like Ash. That's it. It's a 1/1 for 1, maybe a 2/1. It does let you dump your hand to, or dump mana into it just to find another Magitech infantry, but I don't think that's worth it. A tutor means you get to search your deck for any card you want and put it into your hand. I don't think this is worth it. So the most...
Sweet.
How many Magitech infantry can you really have and feel good about it? For 3 mana? Yeah, they're not that strong. A big thing I try to keep in mind for this set is that anything with 1 toughness is going to be really, really vulnerable. Because fire magic exists, and then this could just completely blow you out. I still think it's a D, even if you have multiples that you're fishing out of your deck. Should have had any deck can have any number of Magitech infantry. Well, in draft, that is the case. You're allowed to play as many cards as you've drafted. The max 4 copy only matters for constructed. There are 0 Final Fantasy Tactics cards. Yeah, I'm going to go D Magitech infantry. I don't think it's worth it. People are going to try it, though. But I think it's overcosted, understated, and too vulnerable. Moving on. Minmu the White Mage. Like, probably the only NPC people remember from Final Fantasy II. 3 white for a rare human cleric. It's a 3/3 vigilance with lifelink. The lifelink makes sense because he was a white mage. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each cleric you control. Yeah, Minmu is a temporary party member because you don't have Leon back yet. On each cleric you control. So I guess all of your white mage staffs, Aerith, Garnet? No. I don't know how many clerics you're going to get where this feels good. He's fine. I like that he can put the +1/+1 counters on himself at least. I like the art a lot. It actually looks really cool. Yeah, seems fine. Probably still just like a B-. Yuna, Rosa, and Vanilla are also clerics. Rosa is not in the set. Rosa is a commander card. Yeah, B- for Minmu. A little bit better the more clerics you have, but I'm not going to try to build like cleric tribal or whatever. I think he's a 3/3 vigilance lifelink with a little bit of upside if he can stick around, do some combat damage, and get himself bigger. Yeah. Moogle's Valor. I love this art. It's the 3 Moogles that show up, or 3 parties of Moogles that show up to help Locke with the unconscious Terra in the background. I love it. 3 white for a rare instant. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Great defense card. But if you have 0 creatures, this does nothing. Like stone cold nothing. Damn, huh? I guess it works best in green-white when you're trying to go wide. 5 mana indestructible is a lot. I'm not crazy about it. I'm willing to go C. My heart says C-. Just because I think there are going to be instances where you have 0 creatures or not enough creatures. And this won't do enough for you. But in a world where you have like 2 or 3 creatures down already and you just make a bunch of 1/2 indestructibles, that's not bad. But I can also see people trying to like hold this up in response to like a big opponent attack. You could potentially get blown out that way. Yeah. I guess C, but man, I can see a lot of people playing this card poorly, and I don't think it's going to be worth it. Yeah. It's like, I guess you could. But, I don't know. Yeah. I don't love it. Yeah, it's very situational, yeah. Next up, Paladin's Arms. 2 and a white for a common artifact equipment, the job select. So basically for 3 mana, you make the equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has ward 1 and is a knight. So for 3 mana, you get a 3/2 ward 1 knight. And then you play a Lightbringer and Hero's Shield to re-equip the Paladin's Arms. I love that this is a Paladin doing the level 3 Paladin limit break, by the way. That looks fucking sick. That's solid. Yeah, easy C. I think you're happy playing this in any white deck. 3/2 with ward 1? Yeah, easy C. Next, Phoenix Down. White for an uncommon artifact. I love this ability as well. 1 and a white, tap. Exile this artifact, choose one. Return target creature card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Or exile target skeleton, spirit, or zombie. You can use the Phoenix Down to kill undead. That's good flavor. I love it. Love it. I don't know how many... Are there any skeletons in the set? I don't think there are. Are there spirits? A couple, right? Are there zombies? X-Death is a spirit, that's right. So you can Phoenix Down Neo X-Death. This probably won't have enough targets for its second ability. Which means for its first ability... It's okay. I could see this doing decent in the artifacts deck. So 3 mana, get something back to the battlefield? I mean, it's back to the battlefield. Okay. C- for Phoenix Down. And then maybe, for the most part, you're just going to return something from your graveyard. And every now and then you can use it to exile X-Death, I suppose. Or Phantom Train. Or... Was Absolute Virtue a spirit? I think Absolute Virtue was a spirit? No, Absolute Virtue was an avatar. Whatever. Next. Restoration Magic. White. For an uncommon instant. This is the, I think this is the only card with Cryle on it. So this is one of the tiered cards where you can pay additional mana for an extra effect to the cast. So for a single white, target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible till end of turn. Cool. Kira. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible, and you gain 3 life. And Curaga. All permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible, and you gain 6 life. So that's 1, 2, or 5 mana. That's solid. Yeah, that's solid. Looks fine and playable. This is one of those cards where you like hold up the 1 white mana after you land your best creature, and you keep this up to help protect it and make sure that it survives a turn so you can actually use it. In the same way that you hold up a green mana for Snakeskin Veil. Would that work against board wipes? If the board wipe says destroy all creatures, yes, because they are indestructible. Goes up if you have life gain payoffs. There aren't a whole lot of life gain payoffs, and the ones that aren't great. The gain life is just a bonus. That's much less exciting. It's more like, yeah, I got mana to spare. I might as well gain the 3 life out of it. So Kira is like the least exciting out of it, but a single white, protect your best creature. Or if you need to, 5 mana, protect everything you have is solid. But Kira is going to be the least exciting of it. Yeah, that's fine. It's a fine playable card. See? Yeah, see? Next up, so here's one of the other new mechanics. We have a side quest. Catch a fish. So this is a enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or creature, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you put a card into your hand this way, you make a food, and the side quest transforms into a cooking campsite. It just transforms into a land that taps for a white mana, and then you can pay 3 and then tap this land as well to sacrifice an artifact to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. So, neat. I like that it comes with a food token. So you have an artifact right away that you can sacrifice to cooking campsite. But for the most part, this is 3 mana. Look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or a creature, you get to draw a card, and then you get a ramp out of it. How good is that? That's interesting. Again, it's a very slow effect. It's not really a card you want in your red-white deck. But I guess in all the other ones, it's fine. I have no idea how good this is going to be. I don't think it's going to be that difficult to find a creature or artifact at the top of your deck to get this, to complete the side quest. So it's not the actually doing it that worries me. The speed certainly does, though. Just because you have to wait until your next upkeep. C, I guess? I have no idea how this is going to play out, though. I'll say C, but I have no idea. It's one of those things where, like, if you've got nothing on board, and your opponent has, like, 2-3 creatures, and you have 7 life, and you draw a card, and this is what you draw, that's pretty bad. So, keep that in mind. Yeah, keep that in mind. Next up. Slash of Light. 1 white for a common instant. Slash of Light deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control, plus the number of equipment you control to target creature. There is a complete cycle, yes. The only card with Warrior of Light on it, which again is not an actual character in Final Fantasy 1. This is just for you Dissidia people who don't know better. Yeah, this is your white common removal spell, where all your creature just blast something with all your creatures. Obviously better in green-white because that really likes going wide, but also good in red-white because it also cares about your equipment, not artifacts, but specifically equipment. But yeah, this will be fine. It's another C-level removal spell for white. Next, Snow Villiers. 2 and a white for a legendary human rebel monk at uncommon. He has vigilance. Snow Villiers' power is equal to the number of creatures you control. So it counts himself, so he's at least a 1/3 vigilance. I'm not into it. Like, there will be times where he can get his power really high. Like, if you have a bunch of dudes and he's like 5, 6. He still only has 3 toughness. So he'll maybe, like, trade out for 1 other creature. Yeah, I don't love it. He looks like a C-. Gonna be best in the green-white deck. But I think just having so low toughness just means even if the big as he gets, like he'll still just trade out for like another 3-mana creature, which is kind of whatever. So C- for Snow. Next is Stiltskin, the Moogle Merchant. White for a rare 1/2 Moogle. He has lifelink. 2, tap. Target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. How good is that? So obviously this has way more use in Constructed than in Limited. But like in Limited,
Sweet.
like you could give them like a 1/1 token. You draw a card. Give them like a food token or a treasure. You draw a card. That sounds like too much effort to make it worth.
Sweet.
It's not quite an F. Because, like, there are corner case scenarios. I would play them. If nothing else, this kind of gives you, this gives you protection for spot removal. Like, if you got a creature out, and your opponent goes, like, Sephiroth's Intervention targeting that creature, you can give them control of that creature first, draw a card, and then they kill it. So, like, you could. Is that juice worth the squeeze? I don't know. I'm going to lean C-. Just because there are situations like where it could, but again, I don't know how good that'll be. Yeah, C-. Next. Summon Chocomog. 2 and a white for a common 3/3 Saga Bird Moogle. Warg Koopo. It's a 3/3. And lasts for 4 turns with Stampede. Other creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. So it seems to work best in white, where you're just pumping the squad and getting in there. And does that for 4 turns in a row. Doesn't target itself, though, so it doesn't make itself into a 4/3. Otherwise, it is just a 3/3 on its own. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. It looks like a D-level card. You play if you have to, but, you know, it's fine. Probably works best in green-white because it's both a summon and a Trumpet Blast for going wide. Indeed. Next is Summon Knights of the Round. 6 white, 8 mana for 3/3 indestructible. And just like the actual summon of Knights of the Round from Final Fantasy VII, this takes fucking forever to finish. Chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4 is create 3 2/2 white knight creature tokens. So you get a grand total of 13 knights. The Knights of the Round. And at Chapter 5, other creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Put an indestructible counter on each of them. Jesus Christ. So because they get an indestructible counter, they just are indestructible. Look, here's the thing. At 8 mana, like this is a strong effect. How do you keep this guy alive that long? He's indestructible. He is also indestructible. So at 8 mana, it's a powerful effect, and 5 turns later, you're going to win the game. But the thing is like at 8 mana, if you cast something for 8 mana, you should be able to win the game now. Yeah. How do you beat indestructible? Any cards that give something like minus number to toughness will kill them. You can play a card that says your opponent must sacrifice a thing. If your opponent has to sacrifice it, that destroys them. They just can't be killed by destroy or damage effects. Again, but like if you have an empty board and you cast this, you get a 3/3 and 3 2/2s, like you're stabilizing. It's just an A. It really is. I mean, like, you're either going to win really hard, or if you're way behind, like, this stabilizes the shit out of you, and you're just going to keep getting tokens every single turn. It's going to be impossible for your opponent to deal with. I think the Knights of the Round is still an A, even at 8 mana. It's an A if you can cast it. That's the caveat. Asterisk, if you're able to cast it. At 8 mana, that's really tough to cast. But yes, I'm going to go with A for Knights of the Round. I'm being optimistic on that one. I want to do it. Next summon is Primal Garuda from Final Fantasy XIV. 3 and a white for a 3/3 flyer. Chapter 1 is Aerial Blast. Deal 4 damage to target tapped creature an opponent controls. Chapters 2 and 3 is another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. That's solid. I think any creature that comes with like a destroy an opponent's creature ability is pretty good. And then the next 2 chapters, you get to fly in for some damage. This actually looks really good. Yeah. It is tapped creature, which is a bit of a bummer. But I think for the most part, you're going to have targets for it. Probably still B- for Garuda. Yeah, B- just because it's a pretty cheap flyer and you'll probably get to use it to destroy an opponent's creature. Yeah, B-. Next, the white spell Ultima. 3 white, a rare sorcery. Destroy all artifacts and creatures. End the turn. Such devastation. This was not my intention. So this is a complete board wipe. Most importantly, because this says end the turn. Any creature that says when this creature dies, that doesn't happen because the turn's over. All those extra effects go away. So this is a board wipe that also just completely ends the turn. And board wipes are good. Board wipes are still A's. Absolutely A for Ultima. But when these are the kind of cards where when you're playing it, you gotta play it smart because you need to be able to defend yourself, but also not play so many creatures that your opponent, that when you cast this, you are down just as many cards as your opponent. If you're playing it slow, and you're maybe like losing some life, taking some hits, and your opponent just keeps playing cards after cards after cards, and you get to blow them out, yes. So if you have this, you do need to play it well, so that you're not just destroying enough of your own stuff. Yeah. Ultima's great. And then they get no death triggers. All of their job select equipment also goes away. All the heroes are dead. That's great. Yeah, A for Ultima. Next is Vana, Heart of Hydaelyn. Oh, God. Hey, how many Magic podcasts this week are going to call her Venat? Or Venonat? Heart of Hydaelyn. Vana, Heart of Hydaelyn. 1 white for a rare Elder Wizard. She's a 3/3. Jim Davis just did. Well, there we go. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card? This spell triggers only once each turn. Heroes Sundering, 7 mana. Tap, exile. Exile target non-land permanent. Transform Vana into, of course, Hydaelyn, the Mother Crystal. A 4/4 indestructible with the Blessing of Light. At the beginning of combat on your turn, play +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control. Until your next turn, it gains indestructible. If that creature's legendary, draw a card. Woo! A for Vana? Good God. 3 mana, 3/3. Great. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card. Again, that's going to be most of your deck. All of your cards just draw a card on top of it. And then at 7 mana, you can exile your opponent's biggest thing. You get a 4/4 indestructible. You'll have other legendary creatures that will get +1/+1 counters, be indestructible till your next turn, and you draw more cards off of it. Good God, if your opponent does not get rid of Vana, like, they are going to lose so badly. Vana's great. Wow. Again, you put her in any deck. Wow. Very good Vana. Mm-hmm. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Whew. Yeah, that's great. Did you know that Vana originally evolved into Butterfree? I was waiting for someone to do that joke. Alright, Weapons Vendor. 3 and white for a 2/2 Human Artificer at common. When this creature enters, draw a card. Okay. But at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control an equipment, you may pay 1. When you do, attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. So a 4 mana 2/2 that draws you a card right away. That's great. And then if you have equipment, you just pay 1 for the equip cost instead of whatever that is. So this is going to be strongest in the red-white equipment deck. But again, I think almost any white deck is going to have white equipment, either from the job select cards or just in general. I think it's going to be good. I like that it replaces itself right away. C+ for Weapons Vendor. Yeah, I'd be happy playing multiples of these. Hopefully it's not one of those... there was a set not too long back where there was like a 2/2 when it enters draw a card, which everyone was like, oh my God, that's so good. And then it ended up being like not great for the format at all. I hope it doesn't end up like that. And we can see in the artwork, we've got Cloud's Mithril Saber, a bulletproof vest accessory or armor, and the Iron Bangle with 1 materia slot open. Next is the white Auracite with Minfilia. Minfilia. 2 white for a common artifact. When this artifact enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield. But it can also tap for a white mana. That's kind of cool. Usually they have like a 3 mana enchantment, exile a thing your opponent controls white card. This one's 4 mana, so it's a little expensive, but it does give you a bit of a rebate because you also get a mana rock out of it. I like it. It is going to be a little bit more vulnerable because there is artifact destruction in the set. Keep that in mind. But it looks solid. I think C+ for white Auracite. That's another reason why I think the format might be slow, because like white's enchantment removal spell costs 4 here instead of 3. Next white card is White Mage's Staff. She's pretty. I love that this is clearly Final Fantasy 1 White Mage because she's got the big red hair and the same staff, little curly thingy, like the staff that you can buy in Corneria in the very beginning of the game. 1 a white for artifact equipment. So it's a 1/1. The equipped creature gets +1/+1. So you get 2 mana, 2/2. And whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life and is a cleric in addition to its other types. And equip cost is 3. Yeah, a 2/2 for 2 that gains you life whenever it attacks is perfectly fine. That is another C-level card. I think this is probably going to be like your bread and butter common creature that you want in your decks. And if Cloud gets a white mage staff, when he attacks, you gain 2 life. Huh? Okay. The Wind Crystal. So there is a cycle of crystals in all the colors. White gets 2 white for a rare legendary artifact. White spells you cast cost 1 less. If you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. And you can pay 4 white, tap the Wind Crystal. Creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. No. I mean, giving all your creatures flying is pretty good. But this, you're spending 4 mana to do nothing. I don't think this is going to be worth it. This is a commander card, right? It's a commander card. I'm going to go with D. Like, when Magic the Gathering, when you're at a point and you're paying 4 mana for something, that's when it needs to really start impacting the board as soon as it shows up. And the Wind Crystal does not do that. D. But my white spells cost 1 less. That's not that helpful, I assure you. But every now and then, this is going to stick around and someone's going to pay the 6 mana to fly in with everything. But now, D for the Wind Crystal. You're Not Alone. Boom, 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 boom. Bing, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bing, 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 bing. Dim, 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 dim. Such a good part of the game. White for a common instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. But if you control 3 or more creatures, it gets +4/+4 until end of turn instead. Hey, yo. Cool. That's a solid combat trick. Yeah. Single mana gives something +2/+2 every now and then. Single mana gives something +4/+4 is good. Easy C. Normally, like, these kinds of, like, pump cards, I'm just kind of whatever on, but yeah, give me something +4/+4 is a lot, and that makes it way easier for your smaller things to start trading up against your opponent's creatures. Yeah, probably C for You're Not Alone. I think that this actually might end up being White's best removal spell, to be honest. Just for a cheap, efficient combat trick. Yeah, C. Next. Zach Fair. White. For an uncommon human soldier who is a 0/1, but Zach enters with a +1/+1 counter. And you can pay 1, sacrifice Zach. Target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. Put Zach Fair's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zach to that creature. What a flavor win. So Zach sacrifices himself to protect someone else, gives him his sword, and makes him indestructible by sacrificing himself, making that creature his living legacy. The old Zach. I like Zach. He's a 1/2 for 1. And then later just like works as like a dauntless bodyguard of sort. If you manage to get an equipment onto him, free equip on top of that, yeah, looks solid. C+ for Zach. Oh, there's a sort. Whoops. I just now realized I could sort this by cost. All right. For the other cards, we're going to sort it by mana cost instead of alphabetical like this, just to make it simpler. Moving on. So there is a cycle of rare lands, one for each color, and they all have adventures attached to them. So, for example, we have Ishgard from Final Fantasy XIV. So you can just play it as a town, a land, which enters the battlefield tapped for white mana, but it also has an adventure. 3 white. Return up to 2 target artifact and or enchantment cards from your graveyard to your hand. And then you can then play this card from exile later. So at 5 mana, you can cast this, return 2 artifacts or enchantments to your hand, and then play this as a land from exile. Neat. B. I wouldn't take this over meaningful creatures, but if you just get like it's a town, that's relevant. And sometimes you get a little bit of a bonus. This one might be one of the weaker ones, though, because I don't know how much artifact or enchantment removal you'll really have to worry about. That's correct, Shadowheart Rogue. So you can't play the adventure once it's down. You can only do the adventure cast from your hand. We'll go B- for Ishgard. And these are starter deck cards. Yeah, Beatrix and Rosa are both... Sorry, not starter deck. No, they're in the starter deck. Yeah, they're starter deck cards. All right, B- for both of those. All right, let me change this sort to mana cost. And that's white. So what we're... Wait, this isn't sorting correctly at all. Hold on. Rarity and cost? No. Cost. White, 3 white, 2 white. This isn't... No. This isn't sorting by cost at all. What do you mean? Perspective? No. Well, never mind. As we'll go through number. That's fine. So what were white's best commons? Top commons are... Okay, so Dragoon's Lance is uncommon. Good to know. Dwarven Castle Guard is absolutely up there. Fate of the Suncrest, I suppose. But I think White Mage's Staff above that. Oh, Paladin's Arm is really good. And then probably... What was that last removal spell? Maybe You're Not Alone. Yeah. All right. That's white. Next up is blue. Strap yourselves in. There's a lot of cards. 1 in blue for a rare job select equipment. So it comes with a 1/1. Equipped creature is a wizard. And has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell and whenever you draw your 3rd card, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Equip cost is 2. So if you like cast a divination, it gets a +1/+1 counter, then you draw your cards and it gets another +1/+1 counter. Okay. It is a 2-mana 1/1 that needs help though. So this is a this card really wants to be in what? I guess blue-black. I don't know how good this is going to be. think it might just start off a little too weak. It's that rare. I think there's only like 1, maybe 2 actual card draw spells. I might be a little slow. Man, I would need to double check how many like cards there are that let you potentially draw your 3rd card. If you got a couple of those, this can get pretty big pretty quick. Probably like a C+ for Astrologians, Planisphere. Yeah, I'll go C+. Next is the cargo ship. This is the airship that, as you're climbing onto it, Zidane grabs Garnet's ass. 1 in blue for an airship. It's a 2/3 vehicle with flying and vigilance. It can also tap to add colorless mana, which you can only use to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability of an artifact source. Crew cost is 1. So you can use this mana to cast any of the equipment spells and use it to re-equip, so that's okay. 2/3 vigilance at 2 mana is fine. This is a C card that really wants to be in the blue-white deck. Yeah, I wouldn't really put this in like any blue deck, but blue-white specifically, this will probably be solid in that. We'll go see. Ooh, soft.
Sweet.
Combat tutorial. Tuna blue for a common sorcery. Target player draws 2 cards. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. Wow. Sorry, Divination. You're ass now. Yeah, this is Divination, but you get a +1/+1 counter out of it. C. I like these cards because I like being able to draw extra ones. C for combat tutorial. Dragoon's Wyvern from Final Fantasy XI. Tuna blue for a 2/1 flyer, and it enters with a 1/1 colorless hero token. Yeah. Get a 1/1 and a 2/1 for 3 mana in blue. Solid. It's a little bit weaker than the, oh man, I'm not blanking the name. The 2/2 flyer that comes with a 1/1 token. Is that in Lord of the Rings, I think? Either way, this looks good. Preening Champion. Yeah, that was it. Preening was great. This looks good. C+. You just get 2 bodies out of it. Dreams of Laguna. I think this is the only card with Laguna on it, sadly. 1 in a blue for a common instant. Surveil 1. Then draw a card. Because it has Laguna, it also has Flashback for 3 in a blue. Surveil 1, draw a card. I don't hate this. We've seen these kind of cards effects before, and they actually end up usually playing a little bit better than you expect. Yeah, this kind of cantrips itself, so makes it great in the blue-red prowess deck. It's surveilling stuff for blue-black. Yeah, actually, I'm into it. C for Dreams of Laguna. One sec, chat. See? Edgar, King of Figaro. Look at this handsome man. I love this art. I think he looks fantastic here. 4 blue for a rare human artificer noble. He is a 4/5. When Edgar enters, draw a card for each artifact you control, and he has 2-headed coin. The first time you flip 1 or more coins each turn, those coins come up heads, and you win those flips. So how good is Edgar? I actually think he looks incredibly good. For this, though, ignore the coin flips. There's only like one card in the set that actually cares about coin flipping, and it's not quite worth it. Like, that's just a little bonus for you commander players. You'll enjoy that. So just ignore that. However, Edgar being a 6-mana 4/5, that when he enters, you get to draw a card for each artifact you control. That means when he enters, every single one of your job select equipments, Dragoon Lance, Machinist Arsenal, Thief Knife, the blue ones, plus all the other artifacts, you draw a card when he enters. It would not be difficult, especially in a blue-white Artificer's deck, that you play Edgar as a 4/5, draw 2-3 cards. Like, that's good. So I guess he has a bit of a build around because of that, because if you have 0 artifacts, he's a 6-mana 4/5 that does nothing. But I think for the most part, it seems like all the job select cards are going to be plentiful. That also related, I am really upset that there was not an auto crossbow card in the game at all. I think Edgar's going to be great. I think Edgar's a B+. Technically build around because he does want the artifacts, but I actually don't think it's going to be difficult to do. B+ for Edgar. Eject. 3 and a blue for an uncommon instant. This spell can't be countered. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Draw a card. Okay, so here's a 4-mana blue bounce spell that replaces itself with a card draw effect. Yeah, okay. These cards are usually a little bit better when you make it go to the top or bottom of the opponent's deck, but just returning to their hand's fine. The fact that it replaces itself makes it better. And this is it does cost 4 mana, so all those red-blue cards that care about 4 mana or greater spells, this hits it. I think this is going to be a C+ card. Yeah, C+ for this. Can't be countered. I don't think there's a whole lot of ward. Obviously a little bit. If they have a really big token, you can hit it. Yeah. C+ for eject. I'm into it. Next is an Ether. 3 and a blue for an uncommon artifact. You can tap Exile Ether to add blue mana. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. This one's tough because this is another 4-mana do nothing artifact. But that said, being able to copy an instant or sorcery is pretty good. It even gives you extra blue mana just to help with it. On surface level, it looks like a D. But we have seen these copy instant or sorcery cards before actually end up kind of popping off. Like there was that one rare in Duskmourn, which ended up being pretty good. I could see this be the case too. I want to say D, but it wouldn't surprise me if people do stuff with this to make it into like a C+ style card. But we'll say D. What's that Chocobo tonic though? Oh, you when your Chocobo molts too much and it's like out of feathers and it's like bare skin is showing, you can rub this tonic on it to grow it back. Especially good for aging Chocobos, like ones that get like 35 years or older and they start having receding feathers. You just rub some Choco tonic on it. Okay. Yeah, I'm unsure on Ether. I want to say D, but I'm probably going to be really wrong about that. How about Go-Go, the Master of Mimicry from Final Fantasy VI? 2 and a blue for a Mythic Wizard. He's a 2/4. For XX, tap him, Copy target activated or trigger ability you control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied and X can't be 0. I have no idea how good this is going to be. I mean, it's a 2/4 for 3. It's a wizard, which is relevant. So for 2 mana, you can copy and activate or trigger the ability for once. For 4 mana, you can copy it twice. That's not cheap. I know this is going to lean harder into constructed stuff, especially Commander. It seems like it could be okay. I'm going to say B. Because there is always that threat of activation. But it seems like it's going to be more of a constructed card. I mean, I guess, like, if you get a summon down after this, and then the next turn you spend your mana copying the summons chapter ability. Yeah, it could be. That just seems expensive. Double X. Yeah. That's gonna be that's a difficult one to grade. I have no idea. Ice Flan. 4 blue for a 5/4, and when it enters, tap target artifact or a creature an opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it. And this is island cycling. So you can pay 2, discard this from your hand, and find an island out of your deck. Yep. Decent. I like that it's done something. He's a D+. I like him more than the Moogle. D+. Speaking of Ice Magic, 1 and a blue for a common instant. So you can cast this as Blizzard. Return target creature to its owner's hand, so 2 mana bounce. Blizzara, 4 total mana. Target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Okay. And Blizzaga, 8 mana. Target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. Well, there's an 8 mana card. I like this. I think I like this more than the Eject one. Just because you have like a cheap option of just bouncing something. And then the expensive option to either tempo play them or just get rid of the creature forever. And I guess if it's really threatening, you can Blizzaga it. It's probably not as good as the other one because this one doesn't draw a card though. It's probably still like a C for Ice Magic at least. No idea how often you're going to get to Blizzaga and do the 8 mana thing though. I guess if you have Vivi, I guess. C, Ice Magic. Ilmeg Pixie from Final Fantasy XIV. 1 a blue for a 2/1 uncommon flyer. Whenever this creature attacks, surveil 1. Okay, yeah, that's a 2/1 flyer for 2. And you get a little hand smoothing out of it, sure. See? Oh, no way, the artist's names is Ramza? I think this is the closest we're going to get to having Ramza show up in this set at all. From the artist's name. Jill, Shiva's Dominant. 2 and a blue for a rare 2/2. When Jill enters, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Well, right away, we got ourselves a Mana War. Well, Mana War. And then for 3 blue, tap exile Jill. She comes back onto the battlefield as Shiva, Warden of Ice, as a 4/5. Chapter 1, target creature can't be blocked this turn. Chapter 2, target creature can't be blocked this turn. Chapter 3, Cold Snap. Like the Magic set. Tap all lands your opponent controls. And then go back to Jill. And when Jill returns, you bounce something. I like Jill a lot. I think Jill's a B+. The Mana War effect alone is good. And then on her Shiva side, on her Chapter 2, she can target herself and make herself a 4/5 unblockable. No, she looks good. B+ for Jill. Again, you just put this in any blue deck and you're going to be happy with it. Good Jill. Chat, how many people have mispronounced this card? Louis Sua's Sacrifice. A rare instant that costs a single blue. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a legendary creature or pay 2. Counter target activated ability, triggered ability, or non-creature spell. Have to sacrifice a non-legendary creature. Ugh. Yeah, if people pronounce it Luis OX. Oh god, it's gonna be so bad. Okay. I love this card. It's a great moment. Great card. Art-wise, flavor-wise. Actual card ability? 3 mana counter non-creature spell. Sacrifice a legendary creature. I think for simplicity's sake, they did not include phasing in the set. Because, yeah, actually it would have been cool if you sacrifice a legendary creature and then you phase out all of your other creatures. But oh well. Is this good? It's probably okay. It's probably like a C. I don't think there's so many activated or triggered abilities that are so crazy that you really need to counter that, but there are a lot of plenty of big non-creature spells you could hit. Unless you want to use this to counter a Saga thing or something. Yeah, probably like a C for Louis Sua's Sacrifice. Whatever. The Lunar Whale. I love it. 3 and a blue for the Final Fantasy IV airship at rare. It's a 3/5 flyer. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. And as long as the Lunar Whale attacked this turn, you may play the top card of your library. Crew cost is only 1. Okay. This is actually one of the better airships. 3/5 flyer at 4 mana has enough toughness to be able to block pretty well. It only takes 1 to crew it. And then you can look, if you have like a land there, you attack with the Lunar Whale, play the land off the top. And you can keep doing it, then look at the card underneath it and be able to cast it. Ooh, yeah. I like the Lunar Whale. I'm in for it. B. I'm in for it. If you get to attack and just get to play multiple cards off the top of your deck, that's a lot of card advantage. Because it does say play, not cast, so you can use the lands off of it. Neat. B for Lunar Whale. Magic Damper. God. There's so many like blue negate style cards where it's like a lot of blue blocking a lot of red and orange. That said, this is actually really fucking cool art of that effect. Blue for a common instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Also untap it. That's solid. Yeah, is this just a short up? Okay, C-. Yep. Matoya Archon Elder. 2 and a blue for a rare human warlock. 1/4. Whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card. I love it. Ooh. Whenever you scry or surveil. We saw the blue pixie that surveils when it attacks. I am a little sad that there isn't a broom in the background that has the backwards text, but you know. Yeah, if you got the Laguna's Dreams of Laguna card, you're just drawing extra off of it. I mean, if you're playing blue, chances are you have Scry or Surveil attacks or effects, and I think she's going to be good for that. And she has a pretty defensive body to help making sure you can do that. I like Matoya, B-. Memories Returning is a 2 blue for a rare sorcery. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand. Then choose an opponent. They put one on the bottom of your hand. Then you put one in your hand. Then they put one on the bottom. Then you put the rest in your hand. Okay. This is a 4 mana, draw 3. And your opponent kind of takes away the better cards as you go. I mean, you draw 3 cards for 4 mana. Usually that's like a 5 mana effect. Its flashback cost is 7 blue. Woofda! No, I think it's actually going to be good. Because you choose the card you need the most out of it, and your opponent's going to take what they deem to be the next best card. But then you get the next best card after that, and then the last 2 are just kind of whatevers. I'm in for it. I'm going to go B on Memories Returning. I don't know how often you're going to get to spend 9 mana on that flashback. But if you're doing like the blue-red prowess, mana ramp stuff for your non-creature spells, you might be able to, and that's a lot of mana. I'm going to go with B on Memories Returning. That's a decent amount of cards. Next, the Prima Vista. Oh, excuse me. Ooh. Something just hit the back of my throat. Ooh. This is the Final Fantasy IX ship. That Tantalus comes in on... Ooh, sorry. Ooh, alright. 4 and a blue for an uncommon airship. It's a 5/3 vehicle with flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, the Prima Vista becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. Otherwise, its crew cost is 2. Yeah, so like this one, compared to the Lunar Whale, this looks way worse. It's a 5 mana 5/3, which makes it vulnerable. Crew cost of 2 is not that easy. And then every now and then, maybe it gets to attacking for 5. Yeah, I'm not into the Prima Vista personally. This looks like a D. That 3 toughness, especially at 5 mana, is what's kind of ruining it for me. Because, like, if you play this and even use it to, like, be defensive and block, like, it's... And only 3 toughness, that's not a whole lot. I'm not into it. It is very expensive. Yeah, no wonder it crashes. Next is a Keycurrent Merchant from Final Fantasy XI. 2 and a blue for a 1/4 Beast Citizen. Pay 1, tap, draw a card, discard a card. Sick. And then for 7 mana, sacrifice Keycurrent Merchant. Draw 3 cards, but this ability costs 1 less to activate for each town you control. A looter. They can blow up later if you need to. That seems fine. It seems like a C-level card. Not really synergistic in a whole lot of blue decks, but it'll be just fine in all the blue decks. Ooh. Next is Quistis Trap. That's a cool looking card too. Tuna Blue for an uncommon human wizard. She's a 2/2, and she's got blue magic. When Quistis enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. If that spell would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. So she is a Snapcaster Mage, but you can get spells from the opponent's graveyard? She costs 3? That's not cheap. No glasses? Chat, Quistis only has glasses in like the beginning of the game when she's in teacher mode. She's way hotter with the glasses, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I mean, she only costs 3, but you're not going to cast her until you have like 5 or 6 mana. No glasses, what the fuck? We just went over this. Chat, we just went over this. Quistis only has glasses at the very beginning of the game when she's in teacher mode. In her Balam Garden outfit. And then she's usually wearing this, no glasses. Sorry, I was muted. I think in an emergency, you can play her as a 3-mana 2/2, which would suck. You don't want to do that. But once you have 5-6 mana and you can just flash back another spell, including your opponents, I actually think that can be solid. She'll probably be a C. Not having flash and being expensive is a bummer. Yeah, we'll go see. Wait, is Quistis not wearing glasses? Chat, I swear to God. I swear to God. She doesn't, when she doesn't wear glasses in this outfit. Okay, chat? Stop. Stop. She only has the glasses in her Blam Garden outfit. Mods, ban the next person who asks about Quistis' glasses. Moving on. Realm sketching! 2 blue for uncommon sorcery. Would it be wrong to draw glasses on this card if you got it? Yes, because she doesn't wear glasses in this outfit! Chat! Moving on. Look, everyone, Realm! Final Fantasy VI! 2 blue, uncommon sorcery. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land. I love that she's sketching the dinosaurs in that one jungle. Why is isn't the T-Rex wearing glasses? Chat, I want to fucking lose it. Blue ramp. Copy a job artifact. Get a free token out of it. Copy a town. I kind of like it. I think C+ for Realm. Where are my glasses? Why isn't Realm wearing sunglasses? Because she hasn't been blinded. The towns are not legendary, no. Except maybe the rare ones? I don't think those were. C+ for Realm sketching. Copy Quistis glasses. Fucking... Chad, I hate you. Is there glasses equipment? Ah! Look, more Final Fantasy VI, everybody. Look, distraction. Retrieve the Esper. 3 blue for a common sorcery. You make a 3/3 blue robot warrior artifact token. But then if this spell was cast from the graveyard, you put 2 +1/+1 counters on that token. Ooh. So 4 mana 3/3. And if you flash it back, you get a 5/5. I actually think this looks really good. This looks good. This might be one of Blue's best comments. Like this card is worth 2 creatures. So I'm gonna go like B for Retrieve the Esper. It's a 4 mana sorcery. There's gonna be a lot of cards that care about that. You get a body out of it. It's an artifact on top of that, which is relevant, and then you can flash it back for later. So I'm gonna go B for Retrieve the Esper. This looks really good to me. I fucking hate you, chat. Where's Wedge's glasses? Do you not see his goggles? God! Rook Turret. 3 blue for a common construct. It's a 3/3 flyer. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw. If you do, discard a card. Solid. More machinist support. Looks solid. C. C. And do you see what he's wearing, chat? Do you see? Do you see what it's wearing? Shut up. Do you see it? Shut up. Okay? Now shut up. Where are the turret's glasses? I can't. I don't have my glasses on. Oh, chat. Never change. Now I want to make glasses tribal. You know what? Do it. Sage's New Lifts. 1 blue for a common blue artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has, whenever this creature attacks, untap target attacking creature. So it's a 2/1 that can give itself pseudo-vigilance or one of your other creatures. That's okay. A little less exciting compared to some of the other ones, to be honest. But still, it's an equipment card. And that's very relevant for a lot of things. C-. A Sahagin. They went with the Final Fantasy XIV version from the... Oh, God. What's the name of the first dungeon? I want to say At Ergen, but that's the expansion in 11. Ammapur? Whatever. 1 blue for 1/3 common Merfolk Warrior. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on Sahagin, and it can't be blocked this turn. Sastasha, that's it. Jesus. It's the Sastasha Sahagin. I actually think this could be pretty good too. Yeah, probably more of a C for Sahagin. Because even if you don't attack and you just get a 2/4 blocker, that's still pretty good. They put a lot of 14 into the set. Well, I don't know if you've heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG, but it kind of has millions of fans. 14 has the most cards in this whole set. The Scorpion Sentinel. From 7. 1 blue for a 1/4 robot scorpion at common. As long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets +3/+0. Okay. So this is either... It's an early 1/4 artifact creature. Relevant. But then in the late game, this could just be a 2 mana 4/4. That seems decent. Also, I love that the quote on there is the original PS1 7, complete with the typo. Yeah, I think Scorpion Sentinel is probably like a... That's in the early game. It's not too crazy. Probably C- for Scorpion Sentinel. Just because it does get a little bit better later, and it is an artifact creature. Chat, have you ever seen this yet? Side quest, card collection. We're going meta. 3 and a blue for an uncommon enchantment. So when this enters, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. At the beginning of your end step, if 8 or more cards are in your graveyard, you transform this enchantment. Do you know what happens when you collect all the triple triad cards in Final Fantasy XIV? You get a triple triad card mount. Magic card, 4/4 artifact vehicle. It's a 4/4 flyer crew one. Yeah! Fantastic. So basically, it's a 4 mana draw 3, discard 2. It's a 4 mana non-creature spell. Potentially having it set up to maybe have it transform into a vehicle right away. That seems decent. I think I like the Squall Memories card a little better. I'll go C. C+. C+ because, like, you draw 3, discard 2, and then eventually you at least get this out of it. Yeah, C+. Sure. C+. Oh. Sorry. My window's open. And I just got a sudden breeze flying in, and it's just reeked of weed. Not pleasant. Sleep magic. Hi, Echo. Uncommon aura. Enchant creature. When this aura enters, tap the enchanted creature. The enchanted creature does not untap during its controller's untap step. However, when the enchanted creature is dealt any damage, you sacrifice the sleep magic. That's good flavor. You put sleep magic on something, they don't wake up until they take damage. Love it. There is no Issaquah card, no. There's a couple cards with Issaquah on it, but she does not get her own card. I guess for summoners, they went with Rydia. And Garnet. And Yuna. There's a lot of summoners and a lot of monks. I don't know how good this card's going to be, simply because there is a green fight spell. Actually, it might be more than one. So against green, like, they can have that creature fight something. They do that, and then they'll get to untap it anyway, which might make it a little worse than that. But if you're playing against, like, I don't know, red-white, maybe it's okay. There's also fire magic, which deals 1 damage to everything, so it can get sacrificed. Yeah, I think there's going to be matchups where sleep magic doesn't feel good. But you'll play it. It's cheap, only 1 mana. Yeah. I'm willing to go C+ on sleep magic just because it's so efficient. But, like, there are going to be ways where your opponent can get that creature damage dealt so it untaps. Next up, Stolen Uniform. Hey, Locke. Looking good, buddy. Blue. Uncommon instant. Choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's unattached to target creature you control, unattach it. So basically, for a single blue, you circumvent an equipment's equip cost and you put it on one of your creatures for a single blue. Now, notably, this does not have to be an opponent's equipment. This can be your own. So if you have a really expensive equipment card that has a really high equip cost, like 3, 4, 5 mana, you can get around that for just blue. Did Locke steal Quistis's glasses? If I say yes, will you stop? Yes. It's all good at this card. I guess it's only as good as the equipment out there. which there'll be some. Might be yeah, that does make it so if you take an opponent's one, it gets unattached and returned to the opponent, and then they do need to pay to re-equip it. This might be a little too corner case, personally. I'm going to lean D on this. This is going to be better for constructed, because basically, if you haven't seen, you can basically use this to equip the Colossus Hammer for only a single blue. I'll say D for still in uniform. But yeah, decent sideboard card if you see your opponent playing like Buster Sword or something. Yeah, D for stolen uniform. Next is Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. 2 and a blue for another common aura. As Flash, enchant an artifact or a creature. When it enters, tap enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Okay, so you actually can use this to shut down artifacts. But this is your typical blue enchantment pseudo removal spell where something can't untap anymore. And it's been always perfectly fine. It's a C for Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. I like how they had to show her from the side, because her outfit is too scandalous otherwise. Summon Leviathan. The Final Fantasy 15 Leviathan. 4 blue for a 6/6 with Ward 2. And when Leviathan enters, return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent to its owner's hand. So this is a 6 mana 6/6 Ward 2 that bounces the board. Just completely resets everything. And then chapters 2 and 3 says, whenever a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent attacks, draw a card. So it's a 6/6 that bounces the board. The next turn, you can attack the Leviathan and get to draw a card on top of it. There's not a whole lot of other Krakens or Serpents or Octopuses in the set. There are some. Yeah, 6/6 board bounce. You get in for some damage, you draw a card. I like it. B+. I love that's Ward 2, so your opponent can't really like easily deal with it. The fact that you more or less get a free attack in to draw a card off of it helps a lot. I'm going to go B+ on Leviathan. Summon Shiva. Final Fantasy X Shiva. It's a good Shiva. 3 blue for a 4/5. So when she enters, you tap target creature your opponent controls and stun it. Then do that again the next turn. And then chapter 3, draw a card for each tapped creature your opponents control. Which should be at least 2. A 5 mana 4/5 that tempo plays 2 of your opponent's creatures and you draw cards on top of it. I like Shiva a lot. B for Shiva. B for them boobies, am I right? I'm sorry. Swallowed by Leviathan. 2 and a blue for an uncommon instant. Choose target spell. Surveil 2. Then counter the chosen spell unless its controller pays 1 for each card in your graveyard. Okay, so here's your blue-black control spell. I see. Where you get stuff in your graveyard and you're kind of making it more expensive and you're even setting yourself a Surveil up. Okay. Three mana counter is not cheap. But you do get the Surveil 2 out of it, so it makes it a little better. Yeah, when it comes to counter spells, once you get to 3 mana, like leaving up 3 mana is... That's a lot. I'm willing to go C on it. Clearly, it's meant to slot into the blue-black deck the best. But yeah, 3 mana counter spells are a little rough. But you know, what was the, was it Foundations that had like the cancel, but you got to draw a card off of it and discard a card? That made it better. So maybe this one having the Surveil kind of puts it at the same level. Hard to say. I want to say a D for it. Potentially C if that ends up being enough. But man, 3 mana is a lot. Syncopate. X blue. Common instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays X. If it gets countered, it gets exiled. I've actually never been a fan of Syncopate. Full stop. In limited. Like I'd rather play Swallowed by Leviathan over Syncopate. Syncopate's just a full-on D for me. Moving on. Thief's Knife. I love this card. Look at this. This is Final Fantasy 1 Thief. Look at the brown leather armor. The blue hair. Tell me that shit doesn't rule. I love this. Thief Knife, 2 and a blue, job select. So you get a 1/1. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. So you get a 3 mana 2/2. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Equip cost is 4. That's not a cheap equip. But moving that over to like a flyer or something that has any kind of evasion, like lock, because you have that death touch. Yeah, if you put it on Cloud, Cloud would draw 2 cards. That said, it's a 3 mana 2/2, which is a little understated. It's probably like a C- level card. If I'm being real. Then the second Mirrodin block have something like Job Select. They've had a couple. There's like the 4 Mirrodin in, what was it, Phyrexia, All Will Be One, where you get a 2/2. This makes 1/1s. And changes their, like, creature type. You can use Stolen Clothes to move it around, yeah. That's asking a lot, and I don't know how worth it that is, but you can. Yeah, I'm gonna go C- on Thief's Knife. Yeah, Living Weapon was the other. Next is Travel the Overworld. 5 blue uncommon sorcery, but it has affinity for towns. So this costs 1 less for each town you control. Draw 4 cards. The question is, how many towns do you want where this feels good to cast? And the answer is at least 2. At 5 mana, a 5 mana draw 4 is nuts. Like, that is a lot of cards going into your hand. Is that Bart's with the blood weapon? Or the blood sword? It looks like it. Yeah, with 2 towns for 5 mana, if you can make it any cheaper than that, then it's even better. But casting this for 6 or 7, a bit of a cost. That said, I don't think it's going to be too difficult to have towns. So, if you can cast this for 5 or less, easy B, and this gets better from there. Ultros! Obnoxious Octopus. Hey, Ultros! Don't tease the octopus, kids. 1 and a blue for a legendary octopus at uncommon. He's a 2/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana was spent to cast it, put 8 +1/+1 counters on Ultros. So yes, Ultros would not get bounced by Leviathan. I wish you could see the others in the artwork. Like, this is the Opera House battle, but you can only see Edgar. Where are the others? Ultros does not seem very good to me right away. But man, maybe I'm just super wrong on this whole spending mana for big spells thing and actually can do it. Because there's plenty of flashbacks. We just saw the, like, Travel the Overworld. That's 7. Yeah, it's Edgar on there. Gets you an extra stun. I mean, he's going to be fine. He's at least a C. I don't think he's going to be, like, stupid good. I still worry about the 1 toughness, and fire magic exists. It is not Setzer, it's Edgar. Setzer doesn't fight Ultros there. Ah, man, C for Ultros, but man, and that's me being generous. I feel like it's going to be worse than that. It's really hard to tell. Only a couple left here. Valkyrie Aerial Unit, 5 blue for an artifact creature. 5/4, but has affinity for artifacts, so the Valkyrie Aerial Unit costs 1 less for each artifact you control. And it's a 5/4 flyer, and when the creature enters, surveil 2. Yeah, this is one of the bosses from Final Fantasy VII Remake. Obviously, this is only really good in an artifacts deck. Or if your blue whatever deck has enough of the equipment job select cards. This gets better. It was an original 7 as well. I don't remember an original 7. I remember the boss fight in Remake. It was under a different name. Oh. But it's this name, so it's the remake. So, nah. So how many artifacts do you want to make this good? Again, if you can pay this for 5, get a 5/4 flyer, surveil 2. That's great. And I don't think that's asking for a whole lot. And if you're in a dedicated blue-white artifacts, you can maybe get this down for 1. Down for like 2-3 mana? That's really good. So this is he's going to be a build around Brown. Hold on. Someone's calling me? And it's somewhat local. I'm going to do that thing where rather than answering the phone, I'm just going to look up the number. Figure out where it's coming from. International Golf Footworks. Oh, okay, so never mind. Build around B for a Valkyrie Aerial Unit, though. Like, with enough artifacts, like, this is going to be a really, really good creature. The Water Crystal. 2 blue for legendary artifact at rare. Blue spells cost 1 less. If an opponent would mill one of our cards, they mill that many plus 4. 4 blue. Each opponent mills cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. I guess it's better than the white one. I still wouldn't play it. People are going to try to do the mill thing, and it's not going to be worth it. Like, that's a lot of mana. It's going to take a lot of time. I'm still going to go F. But some motherfucker's going to do it. F. Y'shtola Rule. Y'shtola. 4 blue for a Mythic Cat Druid. Again, this is like early Realm Reborn Y'shtola, rather than her Warlock self. Although the alternate card art of her has her in her Warlock clothing. She's a 3/5. At the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, then bring it back to the battlefield. Then if it's the first end step of the turn, there is an additional end step after this. That's crazy. Like, she's going to be incredibly good in wacky commander constructed stuff. So, but she does. As at your end step, you can exile one of your things. It comes back. You get its enter the battlefield effect again. Then there's a second end step. So you do her exile a thing and bring it back again. Does that re-trigger end step abilities? Yes. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. Y'shtola looks stupid good. All you need is anything with a good enter the battlefield effect, and she'll pop off. And that could be something as simple as a thief knife, because then you're making additional tokens. I'm going to go A on Y'shtola. 1, she's gorgeous and I love her. 2, like, that's going to be quite a bit. Oh, sorry, it is exile target creature. It can't hit your equipment. Never mind. Still. There's gonna be enough creatures that you can blink, and I think it's gonna be good. Issaquah is still good. Next up is G-Door, our aristocratic capital. This is the land. Okay, so these are not legendary. Good to know. So again, enters tapped, attached for blue, but this has Overture, 4 blue. Target opponent mills half their library, rounded down. Chat, no. No, I know you want to. I know you want to cast it and be like, I'm going to mill them. I'm going to mill them. It's because they're going to lose so many cards. I'm just going to get them so good with that. And it's like, no, you're not. This is going to hit, what? Maybe 13 cards, give or take. That's not enough. That said, it is a town. There will be cards that care about it. And it's target opponent, so you can't even hit yourself. This is probably like a D land, and quite frankly, there's going to be opponents where they want stuff in their graveyard, and you don't want to accidentally help them. If you could target yourself with this and then like play Ultimecia, that'd be better. But you can't. It has to be target opponent. Yeah, D for G-Door. But every now and then, like, you can pick this up, like, pick 10, 11, 12, just to get another town in there. Speaking of, hey, Ultimecia. Oh, this is a starter deck card. Never mind. Starter deck Ultimecia, and there we go for blue. All right, so what were blue's best comments? Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum is kind of one of them by default. Oh, the Sage's new lists are common? Yeah. Rook Turret's probably up there. Oh no, Retrieve the Esper is the best one. Retrieve the Esper is the best one. And that's not common. Maybe Ice Magic. Oh, Dragoon's Wyvern. Dragoon's Wyvern's also quite good. Yeah. Retrieve the Esper, Dragoon's Wyvern, Ice Magic, and the Summoner Sanctum. Yeah, go with those. That lets us move on to black. I'm gonna use the restroom. Also got some grapes as a snack. Black. Ahriman. It's a Final Fantasy III version of Ahriman too. 2 black for 2/2 Flying Death Touch. 3 mana, sacrifice another creature or artifact, draw a card. That looks good. I actually think that looks really good. I mean, probably, I guess it fits the best in the white-black sacrifice stuff, but I think I would play this in any black deck. C+ for Ahriman. I think that's great. Albed Salvagers. 2 black for uncommon human artificer warrior, 2/3. Whenever this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses a life and you gain a life. So there we go. That's the black-white sacrifice. So you're sacrificing your own stuff and you get to drain your opponent for 1 every time. Yeah. So yeah, that's just kind of okay. 2/3, so blocks a lot most 2-drops. It's like a C for Albed Salvagers, but it really wants its home to be in the black-white deck. Next is Arden the Usurper. 5 black, black, black. So 8 For a rare human Elder Noble, it's a 4/4. Demons you control have Menace, Lifelink, and Haste. And it has Star Scourge. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to one target creature card from a graveyard. If you exiled a card this way, create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 5/5 demon instead. Well, I want to give it an F because it costs 5 black. But, like, there's so much other 8 mana stuff. Like, is it feasible? Is it possible? And it could be. If you do, you basically get this 4/4. You go to combat, you exile something, and you get a 5/5 Menace Lifelink Haste Demon. The effect is situational. It isn't, though, because he makes his own demons. Do you get the OG creature's abilities and stuff? Yes! It's just that he costs 8 mana. And 3 of it's black. This is a situation where I see a casting cost and say F. And I'm gonna stick to it. I'm gonna say F for Arden only because he costs so much. But yeah, there's gonna be games where somehow people get 8 mana and they slam dunk them down. It's gonna be bad for you. It's definitely going to be more of a constructed card. Get him reanimated and all that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Again, for draft and all that, I don't know. Unless I'm completely wrong in the speed, and 8 mana really is just that possible. Next, Black Mage's Rod. 1 black for the common black equipment. Job select. Equip your creature gets +1/+1, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to each opponent. So you get a 2 mana 2/1 that pings your opponent anytime you cast a non-creature spell. Decent. Starts at a D. Goes up to C in like your blue-black and your red-black decks. Less good in your white-black and your green-black. So I guess we'll meet in the middle and say C-. Next is Cecil Dark Knight. I love this card. Black for a 2/3 Death Touch. That's so good. And whenever Cecil deals damage, you lose that much life. That's good. But if your life total is now less than or equal to half of your starting life total, untap Cecil and transform him into Cecil Redeemed Paladin. A 4/4 with lifelink, and whenever Cecil attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible until end of turn. This card is great. 1 mana 2/3 Death Toucher is so good on defensively. It attacks really well because your opponent is going to want to block it. And if you're getting low on life and eventually you just get yourself a 4/4 lifelinker, that's so good. I think Cecil's great. B+ for Cecil. That's so good. I'm in. I like it. Next is the Circle of Power, a black mage. 3 and a black for an uncommon sorcery. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, ping the opponent for 1 damage. And wizards you control gain +1/+0 and gain lifelink until end of turn. A classic black, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life at 4 mana spell. Seen that a million times. But this has a bonus of coming with a token. And if you have any other wizards, you can like order the triggers that this resolves first, and then your wizards ping your opponent and you gain a life off of them. Yeah, I'm usually down on these cards, but I think because it comes with a token, I think it's actually going to be fine. Probably like a C for Circle of Power. I don't think you have to necessarily put it in a dedicated Wizards deck. Like, I would still put this in black, white, and green, black, because sometimes you want to draw two. But yeah. Oh no, you couldn't order the triggers. You're right. My mistake. Yeah, this seems fine. Like a C. One of the better versions of it because it does come with a body. Speaking of, getting cornered by black mages. 1 black for a common sorcery. Target opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice, and you make a 0/1 black wizard creature token that pings the opponent when you cast a non-creature spell. This does not look very good. A 3-mana edict, and it's double black? No. For the most part, they'll maybe lose a token and you get a black wizard out of it. I don't think this is going to be that good. I think in D for cornered by black mages, because there's a lot of things that's working against it. 1, it costs 1 black, so it's not that easy to cast. And 2, it's a sorcery. Yeah, I'm going to go D, cornered by black mages. Next, Dark Confidant. This is a reprint. Only has one of the 14 Ascians. 1 black for 2/1. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of your library. Put that card into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value. It's good if you get down on turn 2, because you're drawing a lot of extra cards off of it. But then if you're getting low on life, this card gets real dangerous. Mana value, when did they change that from mana cost? A couple of sets ago, just to save a couple of words of text. Another synergy with the 8 cost cards. Synergy? You mean draw a card and lose 8 life? That's not synergy, that's terrible. Yeah, I don't think this is a card you just windmill slam in any black deck. If you've got ways of making sure he dies by sacrificing it, then it's not so bad, because you're making sure you're getting rid of it when you're getting too low in life and you manage to get a couple cards. That said, you know, if it hits a land, you get a free draw for that. I think it's still a B. Especially if you get it down early. Yeah, probably B for Dark Confidant, but just, man, if you don't have a way of making sure it gets away, then it's trouble. But yeah, B for Dark Confidant. Next is Dark Knight's Great Sword, 2 black for uncommon equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +3/+0 and is a knight. And its equip cost is pay 3 life. So you get a 3-mana 4/1. But then all it takes to move the greatsword around is 3 life? That doesn't seem so bad. Like, that seems really easy to set up one of your creatures to be bigger. I like it. C+. I think the 3 life will be kind of trivial for the most part. Obviously, in the late game, if you're down to like 7 life, this is still a 3-mana 4/1 that's going to block something bigger. If you manage to get it onto anything with lifelink, yeah, like that 3 life instantly refunds itself. Put that on Cecil. Yeah, I'm going to go with a C+ for Dark Knight's Greatsword. The Darkness Crystal. 2 black, black. Black spells you cast cost 1 less. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, instead exile it and you gain 2 life. 4 black, black. Tap it. Put target creature exiled with Darkness Crystal onto the battlefield tapped under your control with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. That is significantly better than both the water and the wind crystal. But would I play it? I mean, it's still a 4-mana. Doesn't immediately affect the board. If you're trading your creatures out, you're gaining life and then gets you something to cast later? I think this card's going to be good enough. I think it's going to be good enough. I'm going to go B-, which seems really favorable. I'm not sure if that's correct. But like there are going to be times where you have an empty board and you cast this and it does nothing and you get super punished for it. And that's the downside. Like paying more 4 mana for something that doesn't immediately affect the board is usually pretty bad. But if you can like stabilize and you're taking out your opponent's stuff and you're casting them later, and you can do it at instant speed, like there's plenty of upside there. So I'm gonna go B-, but there will be danger with it. Demon Wall. I'm a little sad they went with the 14 Demon Wall instead of the 4 Demon Wall, but you know. 1 black for a 3/3 uncommon artifact creature. It is a wall, so it is a defender. It also has menace. What? As long as this creature has a counter on it, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. And you can pay 5 and a black, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. I love it. Demon Wall. It comes down. You're like, oh, this is fine. I'm not even scared. And then a couple turns later, like, oh shit, it's gonna kill me! So it's a 3/3 defender early on. And then in the late game, you just dump some mana into it and get yourself a 5/5 menace. Sure. Gonna be best in the blue-black control decks. And usually this kind of effect is in blue, like the old 1 blue 3/3 defender. Oh yeah, it is repeatable. You can keep dumping counters onto this thing if you wanted to. Yeah, if you wanted to. I actually think it looks solid. C for Demon Wall. C. Evil Reawakened. 4 and a black for an uncommon sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. So 5 mana reanimation, but it comes back bigger. This is when X-Death first sees Galef right after the Earth Crystal shatters. 5 mana sorcery speed. I don't personally love these kinds of cards. I'll say C-. It's going to be best in the green-black, maybe blue-black deck where they are filling their own graveyard and trying to find their best thing. Because if you're not really doing that, then this card doesn't do enough. C-. Fang Fearless. Let's see. 2 and a black for an uncommon human warrior. She's a 2/3. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. So flashback. exiling. Doing whatever. You get to draw an extra card off of it. You do lose a life, but whatever. I just noticed there's Vanille in the background. So this is the only cards in the set that do it. But Fang melds with Vanille. So that means if you have Fang out and Vanille out, you can meld them together to create Ragnarok. Divine Deliverance. A 7/6 legendary beast avatar with Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste. And when Ragnarok dies, you destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield. Both uncommons? Correct. But I don't think that's going to be that difficult to do in this play boosters era. There's just more uncommons in every booster pack now. We'll get to Vanille better. I mean, I do think Vanille is just a better card than Fang because she just kind of works on her own immediately. But yeah, if you get both and you're able to pay the mana and transform it into Ragnarok, it's pretty good. So, but on her own, Fang is she's basically like a C- level card. But if you've got ways of making cards leave your graveyard to draw extra cards off of it, that's pretty decent. And Vanille actually triggers the Fang ability right away. So C- with Fang on her own. C+ if you got those little bit of build around options. And of course, like C+ if you have Vanille. Fight on! Tuno Black for a common instant. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah, okay. The old graveyard, not even reanimate because it goes back to your hand. Grave Digger, whatever you call it. It's instant speed at least. Yeah, these ones are always just kind of okay. Usually on the slow side. I'd lean D for it. But I like that it's instant speed, so probably D. Oh god, the final days from 14. 2 black for uncommon sorcery. Create 2 tapped 2/2 black horror creature tokens. But if the spell is cast from a graveyard, instead create X number of those tokens, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. So 4 mana make 2 2/2s. They come in tapped, which is a bummer. But 6 mana flashback. You can make a bunch of these tokens based on the creature cards in your graveyard. So has the most support in black, or green-black, obviously. Them coming into play tapped is a big bummer. But man, that's a lot of tokens. Is it good? I guess it's like a build around C+. Not higher than that just because it's tokens. And the grade isn't higher than that because this really only works in green-black. Maybe blue-black, but for the most part, green-black. C+ for final days. Gaius Van Belsar. 2 black for uncommon 3/2 human soldier. When Gaius Van Belsar enters, choose one. Each player sacrifices a creature token. Each player sacrifices a non-creature token. Each player sacrifices an enchantment. Worst case scenario, it's a 4 mana. You sack a Gaius and make them sack their only creature. Guess if they have an enchantment, he can hit that. It's a little bit of enchantment removal. That's probably just like a C. I think the enchantment part might be the best part of them. Because there's not a whole lot of enchantment interaction. Yeah, like hit the creature tokens. Like you're just gonna hit their like job select guys. Who cares? Is he a sideboard card? No. Sometimes you can use it just to play Gaius, sacrifice him, and get their one remaining creature. C for Gaius. I think I'm most interested in the enchantment part, though, interestingly. Hecta Eyes from Final Fantasy II. 1 a black for a 1/1 common ooze horror. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card. Hell yeah. Burglar Rat. But now you're ooze with eyes. I was always a fan of Burglar Rat, personally. Or Virus Beetle, or whatever you want to call it. I always liked them, and they're great sacrifice fodders. So, yeah, it works best in the black-white sacrifice deck because you hit a card out of your opponent's hand, and then you sacrifice this for something better later. How many glasses does it need? C. C for Hecta Eyes. Moving on. Jekt, Reluctant Guardian. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? 3 and a black for a rare human warrior. He's a 4/3 with Menace. Whenever Jekt deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it and return to it transformed as Braska's Final Aeon. Oh, that's actually really sick. As a 7/7 Menace. Chapter 1, Chapter 2 is Jekt Beam. Each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. Chapter 3, Ultimate Jekt Shock. Each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures. Oh my god. Dude, Jekt's really good. Wow, Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Menace means he can only be blocked by 2 or more creatures. So it kind of makes him evasive. A for Jekt? Jesus, he's very scary. Like, if you get that transformed at all, that's super scary. I'm gonna go A on Jekt. Next is Kane, Traitorous Dragoon, 2 and a black for 2/4 human knight at rare. He has jump, which means Kane has flying during your turn. And whenever Kane deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, create that many tapped treasure tokens, and then lose that much life. So this is more of a this is a commander card, I think, ultimately. I mean, if you play him, he's a 2/4 that's solid for 3 mana. If you jump in, you hit him, you get 2 treasures, draw 2 cards, and then you can do a thing to kill Kane, but then your opponent can also do the same thing. That's probably not, this is limited. It's probably not worth it. I think Kane's an F. This is meant for, like, commander shenanigans. Sadly. There's going to be people that do it, though. Because even if you do the thing where, like, you get to pump Kane, you attack in, you deal damage, you draw a bunch of cards, and they're like, okay, but now I'll use my own spell to kill Kane. Like, okay. Yeah, I guess if you have the sacrifice deck, you could hit him with Kane. No, because you would sacrifice him before the player gains control, so that wouldn't work. Yeah. Yeah, this is for commander. I'm gonna say F on Kane. Yeah. Yeah. Next is the Malboro. 4 black for a common plant horror. It's a 4/4 with bad breath. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of their library. And can also swamp cycle for 2. Yeah, that's fine. 4/4 for 6 mana is a little on the weaker side, but yeah, that's fine filler. The swamp cycling's nice, and then sometimes you can just be really obnoxious with it in the late game. D for Malboro. Namazu Trader, 3 and a black for a common fish citizen, 3/4. When this creature enters, you lose 1 life and get a treasure token. And when this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact, and if you do, surveil 2. So it comes with its own treasure token, so you do have something to sacrifice right away, which can cause a lot of things in black-white. And the surveil is also relevant for green-black and blue-black. Yeah, he looks fine. Probably still like a D, to be honest. Yeah, D for Namazu. Next is Ninja's Blades, 2 and a black for a rare equipment that has job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, is a ninja, and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card, that player loses life equal to the discarded card's mana value. Oh, okay. Okay. So basically, you get a 3 mana 2/2, and if you hit them, you do the Ninja's Throw effect. Which Shadow in the Terra deck has Throw, which is close to it. Man, for the most part, though, you're probably going to draw a card and then discard an excess land. Unless you want to intentionally throw like a flashback card in there. I think there's enough outside. I mean, its equip cost is only 2. From Matsunokami. Yeah, equip is only 2. It seems okay. It's C. It's not like a crazy job select card. It's still a C. But yeah, I'd see you discarding lands more often than not. Overkill! 2 and a black for an uncommon instant. Target creature gets -0, -9,999 until end of turn. So this kills everything, indestructible or otherwise. This is just a B. Cheap, efficient removal, only 2 and a black. That's just good. B. Next is the Phantom Train, 3 and a black uncommon artifact vehicle. It's a 4/4 with trample. And you have to sacrifice another artifact or creature to give this a +1/+1 counter. It then becomes a spirit artifact creature in addition to its other types until end of turn. So this doesn't even have a crew cost. You have to sacrifice artifacts or creatures in order to make this alive. I don't think that's particularly good. I guess you want to put in the black-white deck and like that's it. I'm not into it personally. I'm at like a D for Phantom Train. I also really don't like the art that much. Like the Phantom Train looks really, really cool, but I think them running looks really goofy. Like there's not enough implied motion in the artwork. Like they look more like they're going for a casual jog than sprinting away as fast as they can. Like, and the Phantom Train doesn't look like it's moving that much. Yeah, it's not enough implied movement. So I love Phantom Train, but I actually don't like this art that much. Phantom Train looks like a D. Likely a C in the black-white deck. Poison the Waters. Now this art. 1 and a black for an uncommon sorcery. Choose one. All creatures get -1/-1, or target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card, and they discard it. I feel like these effects usually cost 3. This looks okay. This is going to be like a sideboard C card. Because if you're playing against an opponent that's doing a lot of the 0/1 wizards, this kills all of it. If they're playing a lot of like Dragoon Lances and they're only making 2/1s or other X1 tokens off of their equipment, this handles all of it. But this is a sideboard card. Sideboard C in those situations though. The Kutrub Forayer, another 11 card. 2 and a black for a zombie horror. That's a 3/2. When this creature enters, you could either destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile 2 cards from a single graveyard. Okay, so you can hit their graveyard, You can play it post-combat to finish something off, which is fine. These guys are always end up just kind of being okay. D for Kutrub for air. Reno and Rude. 1 black for an uncommon human assassin. That's a 2/1. Menace. Because my god, are they a menace? They never leave you alone. Whenever Reno and Rude deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. Then you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, you can play the exiled card this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. Sacrificing something else in order to be able to play it sure is annoying. In an emergency, you can sacrifice something and you can play one of their lands. You don't get to play it for free, though. Like, you still gotta spend your mana. Yeah, I don't know about Reno and Rude. I guess it wants to be in the black-white deck as a sacrifice thing, because, like, you just attack with that, you get to sacrifice, but it doesn't look that great on its own. I'll say C- because it's still a 2-power menace creature for 2 mana. Yeah, I'm gonna go C- for Reno and Rude. Oh, did you guys see what Rude's wearing? Glasses. Shut up. Resentful Revelation. This is me after realizing chat's just doing glasses jokes. 1 black for common sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 of them to your hand. Rest into your graveyard. And has flashback 6 and a black. Yeah, I usually don't love these cards. But this can be a decent setup if you are trying to fill your graveyard for either green-black or blue-black. D-level card. And there will be some decks that can use it a little efficiently, but yeah. D. This is an actual card in this set. Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. 2 black for a mythic 3/3. Whenever Sephiroth enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability has resolved this turn, transform Sephiroth into Sephiroth, 1-winged angel, a 5/5 angel nightmare avatar with flying who does supernova. As this creature transforms into Sephiroth, 1-winged angel, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses a life and you gain a life. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures. If you do, draw that many cards. So if 4 creatures die while Sephiroth is out, you can transform into the 1-winged angel side. That seems like a lot of creatures. Yeah, it has to happen all in the same turn. I mean, you can sacrifice one of your own things on attack just to start it up. I don't know how often you're going to be able to transform him into the 1-winged angel. Plus, a supernova doesn't even, like, blow up Pluto or whatever. So that's a bit of a flavor fail. How much token generation is there in this set? Quite a bit. That said, this is asking for a lot of creatures to die. So for the most part, this is a 3-mana 3/3 that enters. You can sacrifice another creature if you do draw a card. And that's fine. And then you drain your opponent for 1. I really don't think you're going to be able to transform them that often. Fire magic your own guys? Man, I don't know. That's asking a lot of setup. Wow. I guess B- for Sephiroth? Just because he's a 3/3 that can draw you an extra card when you need it, but... yeah, I don't see the 1-winged angel side happening a whole lot here, sadly. If you play him and attack, he kills 2. Well, you can't attack with him the turn he comes down. So that's a problem. And then if he attacks, he also has to survive combat. It's not going to be that easy. Would that work well with Poison the Water? If there's a bunch of 1/1s out, I guess. How do you resolve it 4 times in 1 turn? Exactly, and that's the struggle. And I think that's where it may not work the best. So B- on Sephiroth. Sephiroth's Intervention. 3 to black, common, instant, destroy target creature, you gain 2 life. Yep. B-. Little lower on this compared to the Overkill, just because this costs 4 mana, but like, you're gonna play it. Also, really surprised they didn't just make this cost 1 black and call it Murder. Maybe your flicker once to get multiple emblems. Well, as soon as if he goes this and you flicker it, he comes back on this side, and then you're going through all the setup again to get multiple emblems. That's too much work. B- on Sephiroth's Intervention. A Shambling Seath. 2 and a black for a Mutant Horror uncommon. That's a 3/3. Enters tapped. Okay. But whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if you may pay black. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. 3/3 for 3 that enters tapped, then sometimes you can get it back. That's decent. The enter tapped is a trouble, though, because that means you can't immediately block with it when it comes down. But it's got decent recursion. C for Shambling Seath. Shinra Reinforcements, 2 and a black for 2/3. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards and you gain 3 life. Yep. D+, mostly because there's enough decks that want things in your graveyard. D+ for Shinra. Side quest, Hunt the Mark. 3 black for an uncommon enchantment. When this enchantment enters, destroy up to 1 target creature. Great. So you got a 5 mana sorcery speed removal spell, but on top of that, at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under an opponent's control, you get a treasure token. Then, if you control 3 or more treasures, you transform this into Yasmet, the Ultimate Mark. A legendary dragon that's a 5/6. You can pay 1 a black, sacrifice another creature or artifact. Yasmet gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. So, a little bit of a flavor fill with this card. He only has 6 toughness. And not, what is it? 50,196,340 hit points. Yeah, but indestructible. Only when you sacrifice other stuff. There is there's a bit of treasure generation in this set. There's more than this card that can get you treasures. So basically, during your end step, if an opponent's creature died, you get another treasure. And once you have 3 treasures, I don't hate it. It's a sorcery speed removal spell where eventually you might be able to get yourself a 5/6 dragon out of it. I like it. C+ for side quest, Hunt the Mark. 5 mana sorcery speed is a lot, but it does kill, and then you have some upside for later to potentially get out Yasmet. C+. Summon Anima. 4 black for 4/4 menace. Chapters 1, 2, and 3 is pain. It sure is. But you draw a card and you lose 1 life. And then its final chapter is each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. I like this. A 6 mana 4/4 menace that starts drawing you cards. The losing a life is pretty relevant because you are going to lose 3 life eventually. But I think the card advantage alone makes it worth it. It's just going to feel bad when you have like 2 life remaining and no other creatures, and then you summon Anima because you have no choice. And then you're just dead. I like C+ for Anima. Next, summon Primal Odin, 4 black for a 5/3 summon. Chapter 1, Gungnir. Destroy target creature and opponent controls. Excellent. Great. Chapter 2, Zantetskin. This creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. That player loses the game. Chapter 3, draw 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life. Odin's great. I think Odin's an A. And here's why. It's at minimum going to get 2 cards out of your opponent. When you pay this for 6, you're going to destroy something they control, and you have to either have a removal spell to take care of it right away, or on your next turn, you attack with this, and they have to block it. It's a minimum 2-for-1 card. And every now and then, you cast this on Chapter 2, you give him a Dragoon's Lance, so he flies, and you attack in and kill your opponent. Love Primal Odin. A. Next, Tonberry, black for 2/1. This creature enters tapped with a stun counter and has Chef's Knife. During your turn, this creature has First Strike and Death Touch. That's such good flavor. First Strike, Death Touch, because if he gets 2 of your party, he instant kills you. But it also takes him a long damn while to walk there, so he basically enters tapped and stays tapped for 2 turns. How do you move on to the next chapter? At the beginning of each turn, more or less, you move on to the next chapter. Yeah, he looks fine. I don't think he's crazy good. He's like a C. Maybe a C+ if you get him down on turn 1, because like your opponent can't block Tonberry. Like First Strike, Death Touch, like that's crazy. But in the late game, we need something defensive for whatever reason, then he gets way worse. Probably still C for Tonberry. It's efficient. Undercity Dire Rat. 1 a black for a common 2/2, and has, when this creature dies, you make a treasure token. A little sad that it's this rat tail that gives you the treasure token and not a rat tail you give to Bahamut for a job change, but you know. Yeah, he's fine. D+. It goes like any black deck. It's a 2/2 for 2 that will get you some treasure when it dies. Yeah, fine. D. Vane's Treachery, 1 a black. With Kicker, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Target creature gets -2/- till end of turn. If the spell was kicked, it gets -6/- until end of turn. This is a functional reprint of Vicious Offerings from Dominaria. That said, this card is still pretty good, and I'm happy to play it. C+ for Vane's Treachery. Can you still split Tonberry's damage up to 2 target creatures if they try to double block them? You sure can. And he Death Touch both of them. Yeah, C+ for Vane's Treachery. Like 2 mana, kill anything with 2 or less toughness. Sometimes you need to kick it for something bigger. It's great. C+ for Vane. Is he B-? I'll go B- for Vane. Vincent Valentine. 2 black for a legendary assassin that's a 2/2. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, if a number of +1/+1 counters on it, on Vincent equal to that creature's power, and then whenever Vincent attacks, you may transform him into the Galleon Beast, his Limit Break, where he's a 3/2 trample lifelink, and when Galleon Beast dies, you return him to the battlefield as Vincent. I don't think Vincent's good. I'm sorry. A 4-mana 2/2? No. We literally just saw him die to the previous card at 2 mana. No. You don't want that. You don't want that. You feel like regular Vincent is better? Well, here's the thing. So if a creature dies, say 2, Vincent gets 2 +1/+1 counters. You can transform into this. Well, now he's a 5/4 trample lifelink. The counters stay on him. But if he dies as this form, then he loses the counters but comes back as this. I think Vincent's just going to be too vulnerable at 2 power, 2 toughness. He's not going to be good enough. But if you get to untap and kill a thing and make him a little bit better, sure. But other than that, I don't think he's that good. C- for Vincent Valentine. Oh, also Vincent's limit break with his other limit breaks there. Common instant, 1 in a black. It's tiered. Until end of turn, target creature you control gains. When this creature dies, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control and has the chosen base power and toughness. So for 2 mana, you can make them into a 3/2. For 3 mana, you can make them into a 5/2. And for 5 mana, you can make them into a 7/2. They die, and then they come back in. So it's not quite like Supernatural Stamina or the other cards that do the same thing. I mean, like, bring them down to 2 toughness, you're basically guaranteeing them going to die, but I don't know. Let some of your stuff trade up? That doesn't really seem that necessary. I don't love these cards. It's like a D+. They do come back and get their ETB effect in, but for the most part, I haven't seen it that great. And then every now and then you can, for 3 mana, you can trade up. Again, that's just not how I want to pay 3 mana. Yeah, D+ for Vincent's limit break. I'm not in on Vincent. Xenos, Yegalvis, 3 black for a 4/4 legendary human noble warrior. My first friend. When Xenos enters, choose a creature an opponent controls until end of turn. Creatures other than Xenos and the chosen creature get -2/-2. And then when that chosen creature leaves the battlefield, Xenos transforms into Shinryu, the Transcendent Rival, an 8/8 flyer. And when he transforms into Shinryu, choose an opponent. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. This card is busted good. Hey! I mean, the back ability is meant more for Commander. But more importantly, this is a 5 mana 4/4 that gives -2/-2 to everything else, including your own. But then if for some reason the targeted creature leaves the battlefield, you get an 8/8 flyer. You can win with an 8/8 flyer. Xenos is great. Hey. And I believe almost done. Zodiarch Umbral God, black for a 5/5 indestructible god. When Zodiarch enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control rounded down. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on Zodiarch. F. Sorry, what? F? What? F? Yes. F. It costs black. That is so difficult to do. No. Jared doesn't like drafting monocolor. Yes, and neither should you. You should instead try to draft good decks. And this is only an F because of the casting cost. F for Fandaniel? No, Fandaniel's a different card. F. Also, it does say, like, whenever a player sacrifices another creature. So it's not even like when a creature dies. It's specifically when it gets sacrificed. F. The rare land in black is Midgar, the city of Mako. So it's a town tapped for black mana, but also has Reactor Raid, Bombing Run. You may sacrifice an artifact or a creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. Yeah, that's fine. C+ for Midgar. And that's a... Yeah, then Seymour and Deadly Embrace with Gerudo. These are both starter deck cards. All right. What are the best black commons? Vane's Treachery. Obviously. Sephiroth's Intervention. I like Hecked Eyes, but I don't know if he's going to be the best. Probably Arimon? Arimon, Black Mage's Rod, and then Hecked Eyes. That'd be my 5. Yep, alright. That brings us to our last color. Oh no, I still have red and green left. Might start going through these a little bit faster, chat. It is getting late and I'm hungry. Alright. Barret! 3 in a red for 4/4 with reach. Whenever he attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to defending player. He's fine. He's a 4/4 reach for 4. That's fine. C. Blazing Bomb, red is a 1/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent on it, it gets a +1/+1 counter. Blow Up. Tap, sacrifices creature, deal damage equal to its power to target creature, activate only as a sorcery. I actually think he's okay. Like, at minimum, he's a 1/1 for 1. And then you can always sacrifice him just to ping a damage and kind of threaten that against an opponent. So, I think it's still fine. See? Call of the Mountain Chocobo, 3 in a red. Common. Search your library for a mountain card, reveal it, put it into your hand, shuffle. You make a 2/2 Chocobo that has landfall. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Red. That's, I guess it's not red mana ramp because you're not putting it onto the battlefield, but it is getting you another mountain. I don't really think that's what you want to do in red, though. D? That's flashback, though. Nah, still D. Choco Comet. Freaking tactics flashbacks. X red for an uncommon sorcery. Choco Comet deals X damage to any target. And then you make a Chocobo. 2/2 green landfall bird. How good is that? It's a Flame Tongue Kavu. 2 red. You get a 2/2 to deal 2 damage or something. That's Flame Tongue Kavu. But better? I think it's gonna be good enough. I'll go C+ on Choco Comet. Sometimes you can hit the opponent just to finish him off and deal the damage. Clive, if it's dominant, 4 red for a mythic 5/5 human warrior. When he enters, you can discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red. Your devotion is the number of red mana pips you have on all of your permanents on the battlefield. So with Clive, at least 2. Discard your hand, draw 2 cards. At 6 mana, you're probably going to have an close to empty hand anyway, so you get to draw 2 of them. And then you can pay 6 mana to transform Clive into Ifrit, the Warden of Inferno, a 9/9, who immediately fights another creature and kills it. He's a 9/9. And then chapters 2 and 3 is add red. If Ifrit has 3 or more lore counters on it, then you transform him back. So it also gets you extra red mana. Clive's great. 6 mana 5/5 that refreshes your hand, then you can transform into a big ass thing that immediately punches the fuck out of someone. I think Clive's an A. Clive looks really good. His chapter 2 and 3 gives you the 4 extra red mana, but if you hit the 3rd chapter, he transforms back into Clive. That's all it really is saying. And what's fun is when you transform back into Clive, you can once again discard your hand and then draw additional cards. Love it. Hey. You could spend the mana to transform him again. You would not be able to because he does get exiled, so he comes back with summoning sickness, and the transform does have a tap casting cost, so you would not be able to transform him right away. They thought of it. A for Clive. Coral Sword. I think this is the only card with Ferris on it. Red for flash equipment. So this does not have job select, but when it shows up, you can attach it to a target creature control against first strike until end of turn. And it gets +1/+0 on equip 1. Yep. Sure is. D. They're like little combat trick weapons. I like the art. Looks nice. Fire Crystal, 2 red for a rare artifact. Red spells cost 1 less. Creatures you control have haste. 6 mana, activate it. Make a token that's a copy of target creature you control. Sacrifice it at the next end step. Okay. I mean, giving all your stuff haste can be decent, and making copies may not be too bad. It's definitely better than the blue and the white one. Not crazy. Probably still C. C for Fire Crystal. Fire Magic. Fire Crystal with Clive lets you keep transforming. It does not, because even if you make a copy of target creature, it's a legendary rule. You can only keep 1 Clive. Chat. Clive is legendary. You can only have 1 copy of a legendary creature out at a time, of a permanent at a time. You cannot have 2 Clives. Oh, the haste part. Yes. If you really want to, yes. Correct. Fire Magic. Vivi. So this is what I'm talking about with all the stuff with 1 toughness. For red mana, deal 1 damage to every creature at instant speed. 3 mana, deal 2 damage to each creature. Or 6 mana for Fire deal 3 damage to each creature. I feel like this is probably still going to be a sideboard C+. But I think early in the format, you can main deck this and probably punish some opponents. Sideboard C+. We'll have to see how main deckable it is. Firion, Wild Rose Warrior. 2 and a red for 3/3. Equipped creatures you control have haste. And whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, you make a copy of it. Except it has a cost 2 less to equip. Then sacrifice that token at the beginning of the next end step. Jesus. Yes, Fire does hit your own creatures. It hits all creatures. Yeah. Firion's kind of fun. So basically, after you play Firion, if you then cast one of the job select artifacts, you get to copy that. So you get an additional 1/1 token, and they're equipped, which gives both of them haste. And then the token creature survives. The artifact doesn't because it's a copy, but whatever. And then you can easily equip those for very cheap to Firion. So I suppose Firion is a build around B because you want equipment. But again, I really don't think it's going to be that difficult to do. He has his best home in red-white. B for Firion. Bit of a build around. Freya Crescent. Rat Mummy. Red for a 1/1. She's got jump, so it means she's got flying on your turn. More interestingly, she can tap for red mana. A red mana dork? But spend this mana only to cast an equipment spell or activate an equip ability. That's great. 1/1 flyer. C+ for Freya. Works great with any kind of equipment stuff. Gilgamesh, Master at Arms. 4 red for a rare 6/6 Human Samurai. Whenever Gilgamesh enters or attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put any number of equipment cards from among them onto the battlefield. And when you put 1 or more equipment onto the battlefield this way, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control. And once you know it, Gilgamesh is a samurai. Yeah, that's another build around A. Man, that's a lot of equipment. Build around A. Because, again, if you get to attack with him again and you just keep hitting stuff off of him, that can be really, really good. And it's build around because you need a high amount of equipment. Which, again, I don't think it's going to be that tough to do. Haste Magic. 1 and a red for common instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 and gains haste. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it until your next end step. Nice little red combat trick. Sometimes you can get the actual haste out of it. And I like that it kind of refunds itself by bottling a card. That looks decent. See? Hillgigus, 4 red for a 5/4 trample haste, mountain cycling 2. Yep, we have these cycle of cards. This is the Zozo Hillgigus from Final Fantasy VI. This is just a D. Yep. D for Hillgigus. Item, Shopkeep. 1 red for 2/2. Whenever you attack, target attacking equipped creature gets Menace until end of turn. Oh. So a bit of a equipment payoff there. So all of your job select tokens just also get attack in for Menace. There is a Moogle hiding back there, and I see it. There's a lot of equipment here that I can't name because they never had graphics for any of the equipment in Final Fantasy III. Yeah, I guess like a D+ for item shopkeep. It's fine. The filler level 2 drop. Sometimes you get Menace out of it. Laughing Mad. This artwork's really cool. 2 and a red for common instant. As an additional cost to cast this card, you discard a card to draw 2 cards, and it has flashback. The old rummage effect. This one costs 3 though, but it does have flashback, so you get a little bit of extra afterwards. C-, I think. But I do like that it has flashback, so later on when you're still drawing lands, you got kind of a buyout clause. Oh, I love this card, Light of Judgment. It's Kefka and his weird, like, purple pyramid energy thing that appears around him at the end of the game. 4 and a red, instant, deals 6 damage to target creature. Destroy up to 1 equipment attached to that creature. Yeah, they've had these red... There's always that red deal a lot of damage instant spell. And they're usually just kind of meh. This has the extra bonus of sometimes you're getting equipment out of it, but otherwise 5 mana to deal 6 damage to target creature isn't that great. It's still a D level card, but I love this art. So D. Mysidian Elder, 2 and a red for a 1/3 human wizard. When this creature enters... Oh, it's a 1/3 that enters with the 0/1 black wizard creature token. So you get a 1/3 and a 0/1. The Mysidian Elder doesn't do much else after that, but the Black Wizard at least pings the opponent when he casts non-creature spells. This looks less exciting. C- for Mysidian Elder? Because he's just a 1/3 afterwards. I wish he did a little bit more. I mean, he is a wizard at least, but... Yeah. C-. Nibelheim of Flame, 2 red for a mythic sorcery. Choose target creature control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. But if you cast this card from your graveyard, you can discard your hand and draw 4 cards. Its flashback cost is 5 red. If you had an empty hand and you just cast this, you just refill your hand and murder everyone, that's really good. A for Nibelheim of Flame? If you have a Death Touch creature, this kills everything. With that flashback that just refreshes your hand with 4 cards. Yeah. I'll go with A for Nibelheim of Flame. The Opera Love Song. Oh, it's, 1 in red for an uncommon. Instant. Choose 1. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. You can play those cards until your next end step, or 1 or 2 creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. I love her. How good is the card? It looks kind of fine. It's a little bit better defensively. Because you can play on your... If you have it open for your opponent's turn and you need to block, you can eventually pump 2 of your creatures. And if you don't need to, then you can just play this, exile the top 2 cards, and get something off of that to play. Because it's not until your next end step. So if you cast it on your turn, you got to use those cards during your turn. Sadly a D for Opera Love Song, but I'm going to collect as many of these as I can. Prompto Argentum. Taking a selfie. 1 red for 2/2 with haste. Selfie Shot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, you make a treasure token. I mean, a 2/2 haste for 2 is fine, and then every now and then you get treasure token for later. Prompto's fine. See? Queen Brawn. Tuna red for a 2/1 human noble with prowess. And whenever Queen Brawn attacks, you make a 0/1 black wizard creature token that has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you make a 1 damage to each opponent. So whenever Queen Brawn attacks, you get additional black mages. What's scary, though, is that she does have to attack to do that. She at least has prowess to kind of like scare your opponent and threaten that. So you can attack with her and then cast whatever spell to help her survive and get an immediate ping. That said, she is only a 2/1 for 3 mana, so it's a little scary. But you get the extra... yeah. I think C for Queen Brawn. Treasure tokens are artifact tokens that you can sacrifice them to gain 1 mana of any color. Yeah, C for Queen Brawn. Random encounter. 4 red, red. I assume this is just the group of enemies that shows up when you walk through one of those fake fucking doors in Final Fantasy II. Shuffle your library, then mill 4 cards. Oh, weird. Put each creature card milled this way onto the battlefield. They gain haste. At the beginning of the next end step, return those creatures to their owner's hand. Flashback 6 red, red. Yeah, I guess you shuffle it to really make it random. Oh, so that can really whiff, though. But they go back to your hand. Return to hand if they get destroyed or exiled. No, if they die, then they're in that. If they survive that turn, they go back to your hand. This card looks too weird. I think it's a D. Like, it's cute, but for 6 mana, like, you are literally spinning the wheel. Not worth it. D. Raban, Bull of Alamigo. Hell yeah! Fucking rules, dude. Oh, I just noticed all his friends around him, too. That's great. I assume this is going to be a card that gets heavily mispronounced by all the other Magic podcasts. That's why you should only listen to me. Raban is a 2/2 with Ward, pay life equal to Raban's power. Whenever Raban attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to target attacking creature. So you can try to equip Raban to get his power higher so his ward cost becomes more steep. But more importantly, when he attacks, you can move one of your equipments to one of your other attacking creatures. It doesn't have to go to him. He looks solid. He's a B. For Bull. He's a 2/2 ward. Ward minimum 2. And then every now and then you just get to throw equipment onto him to make him scarier. Get him with the Paladin's arms. Let's get worse. So yeah, he does care about equipment, but at the very least, he's a 2/2 ward 2. So B. Red Mage's Rapier with job select, 1 in a red. Equipped creature has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn and is a wizard. So it's just a 1/1 for 1, or 1/1 for 2, but any non-creature spell pumps it up real fast. Excuse me. I'm trying to figure out if she has like an intense red glow on. Yeah, she does. Okay. That's why her face looks all red, because that is an intense red glow. Yeah, it seems okay. I wish it just had full-on prowess, because then it can survive combat a bit better. Man, that's C- for Red Mage. A Sabotender, 1 in a red for a 2/1 with reach, but also has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, deal 1 damage to each opponent. That sure is obnoxious. Doesn't really fit anywhere. I guess you can go in red, green, and be obnoxious, but that isn't that great. I think D for Sabotender, because it looks like a dick. Yeah, D for Sabotender. I would keep this in the sideboard and bring it in case I need to have extra ways of blocking flyers. Samurai's Katana, 2 and a red for an uncommon job select equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+2, has trample and haste, and is a samurai. Mirasame equip cost is 5. So this is a 3/3 trample haste for 3. It's hard to be mad about that. And then later on for equip, you can give something else +2/+2 and trample. That's pretty good. C for Samurai's Katana. C. 3/3 for 3. Rob on it. Cloud it. Yeah. C. Sandworm. 4 and a red for a 5/4 with haste. And when this creature enters, destroy target land. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. Okay, that's kind of neat. So, it's a 5/4 haste, which is fine. That's not surely exciting. But what you can, there's actually a lot of things you can do with this. This enters, you can destroy one of your opponent's towns, which weakens their fixing. They'll still be able to search their deck for another land to replace it, but you are making their land mana a little bit weaker. Or you destroy one of your own lands, search out a land, get an additional landfall trigger. That is a thing you could do. Destroy one of your basics for another one? Why not? Yeah, it thins your deck, you get a landfall trigger. Those are options. That said, it's a 5/4 haste for 5. It's a little on the weak side, and the effect is a little narrow. D for Sandworm. But those are play pattern options, so keep that in mind. Cypher Almase. 3 and a red for a 3/4 rare human knight. I like how it has the exact same power and toughness as Squall. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn, just like Squall. Firecross. Whenever Cypher deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. Ooh. So Squall gets permanents back to the battlefield. Cypher lets you cast spells. That's fun. I like that. B for Cypher. Like that. B. Cool art too. Self-destruct. Oh, it's Gilgamesh blowing himself up. 1 and a red for an uncommon instant. Target creature you control deals X damage to any other target and X damage to itself, where X is its power. So there's a really important note with self-destruct. It deals X damage to itself where X is its power. That doesn't automatically kill itself. That means if you have a 4/5, you can deal 4 damage to something, but your 4/5 lives because he only takes 4 damage. Something to keep in mind. Ikaro, yes. Terra Magical Adept is a 5-color commander. And yes, obviously Jumbo Cactuar. Chat, I swear to fucking God, do not play Jumbo Cactuar. It's not good. You just see big numbers and your lizard brain gets happy. If you self-destruct a lifelinker, do you heal? Yes, you do. So if you can pay this for 2 and deal probably like 4 damage to something, you're feeling pretty happy with it. Which probably won't be that difficult to do. I'll go B-. Like, I don't think it's a... excuse me, I don't think it's a great great removal spell because much like a lot of the green fight or bite spells, if you don't have a creature, this doesn't do anything. So probably B- for self-destruct. Side quest, play Blitzball! 2 in a red enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. At the end of combat on your turn, if a player was dealt 6 or more damage, you can transform this card and then attach it to a creature. World Champion, Waka's Celestial Weapon, Double Overdrive. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has Double Strike. This is probably not worth it. When it says any other target, could you target the player themselves? Yes, you can. Deal 6 or more combat damage? That's a lot. Like, if you're dealing your opponent 6 combat damage, you're kind of already winning. This does not look particularly good. This looks like a D. Yeah, it doesn't even give reach. There is a Blitzball in the format, but it doesn't even do what you think it does. D for side quest, play Blitzball. Sorceress's Schemes, 3 in a red for uncommon sorcery. Return instant or sorcery card from your graveyard or exiled flashback card you own to your hand. Just get 1 red mana. Flashback 4 in a red. So this lets you actually return a flashback card from exile back to your hand. That's actually kind of crazy. There's not a whole lot of cards that let you get stuff back from exile. Why does this give you 1 red mana? Whatever. Seems too expensive for it to be worth it. I still think D for Sorceress's Schemes. Because it's a lot of mana. Even with like the refund of just 1? That's weird. That's weird. D. Next is Summon Brynhildr from Final Fantasy 13. 1 in a red for a 2/1 summon. Chapter 1, exile a top card of your library. During any turn you put a lore counter on the saga, you may play that card. So for like the next 2 turns. Chapters 2 and 3 is Gestalt mode. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, it gains haste. So it's a 2/1 that lets you play the top card of your library, and then your next 2 creatures have haste. That seems fine. That's not that crazy. If he had haste himself, I'd like it a little bit more. C for Brynhildr? Yeah. It's fine. Not crazy. It's fine. Esperama, though. 2 red for a 3/3. Chapter 1. This creature deals damage equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard to a creature in opponent control. So if you've got a lot of spells in your graveyard, Rama shows up and just nukes the shit out of something. Then chapters 2 and 3 says, wizards you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Rama is a wizard himself, so he becomes a 4/3. Might pop off when you drop multiple creatures. But it does say your next creature spell, not all your creature spells for that turn. So only you get the 1. So Rama really cares about being in the Spells Matters deck. Because then you got 4 mana, kill something, and then you get to pump all your little wizard tokens. So he's pretty good in blue-red and black-red. Rama looks good. C+. Definitely a build around. You're not going to put this in your red-green or your white-red decks. But blue-red and black-red, absolutely. C+. He looks meh to you? Dude, this is a 4 mana 3/3 kill something. There's nothing meh about that. Summon gluten-free Cerberus. Sorry, I mean girlfriend Cerberus. I mean grand finale Cerberus. I mean glasses finder Cerberus. 2 red for a 3/3. Chapter 1, Surveil 1. Chapter 2, when you next cast an instant or sorcery, you may copy it. Chapter 3, when you next cast an instant or sorcery, copy it twice. 4 mana 3/3 Surveil 1. I guess that Surveil is there to help you make sure you're finding an instant or sorcery so you can copy it. That's a lot of copying and it's not really asking for much. I think a B+ for Cerberus. If you don't find a spell though, that sucks. B+. Next, summon Girlfriend Ifrit. 2 and a red for a 3/2. Chapters 1 and 2 is you may discard a card if you do draw a card. Chapters 3 and 4, add red mana. It's a 3/2 that lets you rummage twice. And then just gives you a little bit of extra ramp as a bonus. Yeah, that seems fine. C for GF Ifrit. Suplex! Fuck yeah. Get him, Saban. 1 and red for common sorcery. Choose one. Suplex deals 3 damage to target creature. If that creature would die, exile it instead. Or exile target artifact. Because you suplex the fuck out of that train. They did the meme. I love the art on this one. It's so good. How good is suplex? Pretty good. 1 and red, deal 3 damage. It's sorcery speed, which sucks, but that's fine. Probably still B for suplex. If you really, also let you hit an equipment if you really need to, but B for suplex. Thunder Magic. This is just shock with upside. Red for thunder, deal 2 damage to target creature. For 4 mana, Thundara, deal 4 damage. For 7 mana, Thundaga, deal 8 damage to target creature. This is good. Shock with upside. And I think there's going to be enough small creatures that this is going to have a lot of targets just at Thunder and not even Thundara. C+ for Thunder Magic. I'm going to be playing a lot of these. I guess you're right. It can't hit a player like Shock, but you know what I mean. Triple Triad. Oh, God. 3 red, red, red for a rare enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player exiles the top card of their library. Until end of turn, you may play the card you own exiled this way and each other card exiled this way with lesser mana value than it without paying their mana costs. So, at the beginning of your upkeep, everyone flips over the top card of their deck. You get to play yours. But then, if any of your other opponent's cards cost less than yours, you get to play all of theirs for free too. Triple Triad. F. Don't play this card. No. Nope. 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 F. Nope. Nope. Don't play it. F. Nope. 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 F. It would be funny for Commander, but F. No, no Gamba. Chat, no. F for Triple Triad. Unplayable. Do not do it. It doesn't even do it right away when it lands. You have to wait until your next upkeep. That sucks. Unexpected Request. 2 and a red for a uncommon sorcery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it. It gains haste. You may attach an equipment you control to that creature. If you do, unattach it at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, so the Dawn has a threatened effect to steal a creature, and then there's also this to steal a creature, and you can attach equipment to it. Okay. C, I think. Yeah, probably C. Vaughn, Street Thief, 2 and a red for a 2/2 rare human scout. Whenever one or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile a top card of that player's library. You may cast it. If you don't, make a treasure token. And whenever you cast a spell you don't own, you put a +1/+1 counter on each scout, pirate, and rogue you control. Neat. I don't think there's any other... No, there's some scouts in red, right? I don't know about pirates or rogues in red. I think it's going to be fine. C+. Even if Vaughn just manages to get in at least once, getting a treasure off of it, yeah. When it says end step, it means the end of your turn. Yeah, C+ for Vaughn. Yeah, basically Ragavan, but not as atrocious. Warrior Sword, 3 and a red for a job select equipment. Equipped creature gets +3/+2 and is a warrior. So you get a 4 mana, 4/3. That is right on rate. And then you can pay 5 mana to re-equip that sword. Yep, that sure is. Probably one of the least exciting equipment, if I'm being honest. This is like a D. Like a 4 mana, 4/3 is not where you want to be these days in Limited. It can at least re-equip itself and you get the 1/1, but yeah. D for Warrior Sword. Zell Dinked. 2 and a red for a 0/3 rare human monk. You can play an additional land on each of your turns. Zell gets +1/+0 for each land you control. At the beginning of your end step, return a land you control to its owner's hand. So it's not really ramp because you have to return a land. You don't even get to keep it down. So he's like a 3/3 for 3. And then he gets much weaker during your opponent's turn. I guess you get extra landfall triggers, but like... Or if you played one of the rare towns, you can bounce it back up to replay the town's adventure? I don't think he's good. I'm going to say D for Zell. Even if you had this in your red-green landfall deck, no, Zell looks really bad. And he's wearing jorts. And we got the lands. Lindblom, the Industrial Regency. This is the rare red land, so taps for a red mana. It's a town. But also has Mage Siege, 2 and a red at instant. You make a 0/1 Black Wizard creature token. Because the Black Mages invade. Neat. This is probably one of the better ones. B. And these are our starter deck cards. All right. So that's red. What are red's best commons? Thunder. Thunder Magic, whatever. Suplex. Thunder, Magic, Suplex. Jeez. Huh. Bomb? I don't know. Ooh. Red's commons aren't really there, are they? A lot of good uncommons and rares. I don't love the commons. I guess what? Light of Judgment and Mysidian Elder, I guess? Huh. Samurai's Katana's uncommon. Ifrit? Maybe Ifrit. We'll say Ifrit. Blitz, Thunder Magic. What was the third one I said? Ifrit, Light of Judgment, and then, man, I don't know what else. It's pretty weak right after that. Yeah, red looks kind of weaker, though. Damn. All right, good to know. All right, moving on to green. Airship Crash, 2 and a green. Common instant, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. And it can also cycle away for 2. Broken Wings with cycling? Now, I wouldn't necessarily say this is just a sideboard card, though I would lean towards it because I think there's going to be enough artifacts, summon creatures which are enchantments, and creatures with flying that this is going to have enough targets. It's still 3 mana, but at least you have the cycle to get it away. This is probably going to be main deckable. I wouldn't prioritize it, but you can. C for airship crash. The Ancient Adamantoise. 5 green, green, green. For an 8/20 Vigilance Ward 3. This is a fascinating card. Damage is not removed from this creature during cleanup steps. All damage that would be dealt to you and other permanents you control is dealt to this creature instead. And then when Ancient Adamantoise dies, exile it, and you make 10 tapped treasure tokens. And in case you're wondering how big this Adamantoise is, it's from Final Fantasy 15. You see that little white streak by his mouth? That's the airship flying past it. What is this card? Bare minimum, it's an 8 mana, 8/20, gain 20 life. Is this good? Ward 3? Sure. Protects all your creatures? I have no idea if this is good or not. 8 mana is a lot. You will survive a turn. He'll block and kill something. It's kind of like an extra 20 life. It also gives also protects all your creatures. And I think it's gonna be good. I'm gonna say like B plus. But that's a lot of mana. I'm leaning B plus. Because if your opponent attacks in, you either just don't block and let the Adamantoise take all the damage, or you throw all your creatures in front of your opponent's stuff to block and make them remove attackers, and the Adamantoise takes the damage and your creatures are fine. Yeah, I think it's gonna be good. B plus. It's just the mana cost is the biggest concern. Yeah, interesting. A Balam T-Rexar. 4 green, green. It's a 6/6 trample. When this creature enters, you gain 3 life. 4 cycling for 2. Wow. What the hell is that name of that 6/6 dinosaur? Colossal Dreadmaw. From just a few years ago. Even now, Colossal Dreadmaw is not good enough, because now we got a Colossal Dreadmaw that 4 cycles and gains 3 life. It sure is. D. Yeah, that's just a fine playable creature with 4 cycling. D. Bard's Bow, 2 and a green for a common equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +2/+2, has reach, and is a bard. Equip cost 6? Ooh. I mean, you're getting a 3/3 reach for 3, but that is a pretty steep equip cost. D for Dice to Crawworm. Exactly. Bard's Bow is pretty expensive. C minus. It's a 3/3 reach for 3. Like, that's fine. It's more of a defensive card than anything else, and that's a pretty steep equip cost. C minus for Bard's Bow. Barson Boko. 3 green, green for a 4/3 human bird with affinity for birds, so he costs less for every bird you control. And when Barson Boko enters, each other bird you control deals damage equal to its power to 1 target creature an opponent controls. Huh. Wow, this is a build around B. Because if you don't have any other birds, this card sucks. It doesn't even count himself. If you have 0 other birds, you have a 5 mana 4/3, that's it. That's ass. If you have at least 1 other bird, which we saw some, there's Ambrosia, there's the Chocobo tokens, then you can at least pay him for like 4 mana and deal 2 damage to something, but ugh. Yeah, build around B, and if your deck has 0 birds, take this card out of your deck. Blitzball shot. 1 a green for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+3 and trample until end of turn. Oh, I guess because the Blitzball shot wails on the goalie and just goes right past him. Okay, yeah, I buy it. Yep. That is a perfectly serviceable combat trick. D. Cactuar. Green. Green for a 3/3 trample. At the beginning of your end step, if this creature didn't enter the battlefield this turn, return it to its owner's hand. Nah. It's funny, because the Cactuars would run away all the time. Dude, a 3/3 trample for a single green, though. That's pretty good. Just look at it this way. Every other turn it phases out. That's all. I mean, that said, he's only there every other turn. But that is a cheap 3/3. C-? It's probably going to play out better than people think. I think. But yeah, just a 1 mana 3/3. C- for Cactuar. Chocobo Kick. 1 a green for a common sorcery. Kicker. Return a land you control to its owner's hand. That is a steep cost, but target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. Okay, so we got our bite spell. But if the spell was kicked, you deal twice that much damage instead. I guess you can use this to set up a cute landfall thing. No, not really, because you only can play 1 land per turn. And I mean, this is your green bite spell. These are always a bit weaker than most other removal spells because if you don't have another creature to cast this with, it's significantly less good. By the way, this is from Final Fantasy IV. This is Rydia's Chocobo summon, kicking the Antlion, so you can get the Sand Ruby to heal Rosa. I'm really cool, okay? I have sex with women. C for Chocobo Kick. And it's a little lower, mostly because, again, if you don't have any creatures, this doesn't do anything. Chocobo Racetrack. 3 green for an uncommon artifact. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you get a 2/2 Chocobo Bird token. Nerd. Now, is this good? It turns all your lands into 2/2s. It's a 5 mana do nothing though, so like really you're gonna play this on turn 6 where you can pay 5 mana to play this and then immediately put down a land. It's 5 mana though. I don't think it's gonna be worth it. I'm gonna go F. No. Not worth it. F. Like we talked about earlier, chat, like once you're starting to pay 4 or more mana, even to 5 mana, you want that to immediately impact the board and be really impactful. And this is just 5 mana, and if you have a land, you haven't played it, you get a 2/2 out of it. That's not that great. No, I don't think this is playable. F for Chocobo Racetrack. No. They don't deal with it, you just win? I disagree, because you're only making 2/2s, not every single turn. And if they have any other bigger creatures, your 2/2s do nothing. Like, say you play this, and then you survive 1 turn. Are you going to win that turn? No. No. Like, that's what you want with your 5, 6, 7 mana spells. You play that, and if you get to untap, that card's going to make you win, like, right away. And this doesn't do it. F for Chocobo Racetrack. Clash of the Icons. Green for uncommon sorcery. Choose one. Target creature control fights target creature in opponent's control. Remove a lore counter from target saga you control, or put a lore counter on a target saga you control. Ooh, fun. So this is the green fight spell. So it can fight. You can make one of your summons last longer, or you can make one of your summons get an extra ability immediately. Yeah, this is Ifrit versus Titan in Final Fantasy 16. It was fucking sick. I like this. Fight spell, bare minimum, but then you can also do some summon synergy. God, there's so much synergy in this set. I love it. B- for Clash of the Icons. Colosseum Behemoth. 5 green for 7/7 trample. And when this creature enters, choose one. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Or draw a card. Neat. 7/7 trample for 7. Draw a card. I'm going to be happy with that. I think that's what you're going to do for the most part. And every now and then you just get to pop something. That said, it's a 7/7 trample for 7. That's not that exciting. D for Colosseum Behemoth. Commune with beavers. Yes. Look at freaking Guy's abs, though, and like barely covered junk. See, that's what Kuja should have been like. All right. Green, common. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact, creature, or land from among them. Put one into your hand and put the rest onto the bottom of your library in any order. Guy speak beaver.
Sweet.
That is sweet. It's so good. I love it. You can find an artifact, creature, or land. Yeah, that's decent filtering. Cheap spell. Yeah, see. Literally Guy's only dialogue in the entire game. Yeah. See. Diamond Weapon. 7 green for legendary uncommon elemental. It's an 8/8. But this spell costs 1 less for each permanent card in your graveyard. It's an 8/8 with reach and immune. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to Diamond Weapon. So this is a card that is going to be best in black-green where you're filling your own graveyard and you can just dump out this 8/8. So if you recall, chat, Diamond Weapon is immune because it takes 0 damage from all of your attacks in Final Fantasy VII unless you use a limit break. And he's got reach because he's fucking ginormous. So again, at what mana cost are you happy casting this card? Because it costs 9. I would not be happy casting this at 7, 8, or 9 mana. You get down to like 6, that's a little bit better. So maybe you actually really want stuff in your graveyard. Like a build around C+. Its biggest home is going to be in the green-black deck. And I think people are going to try to put it other places and won't go well for them. Build around C+, where you really want that self-mill coming from the green-black decks, I think. Because it's just an 8/8, like it gets chumped by 1/1s, you know? So it's not that exciting. It's just big. Next is the Earth Crystal. The last crystal. 2 green. Green spells you cast cost 1 less. If 1 or more +1/+1 counters will be put on a creature you control, twice that many +1/+1 counters are put onto it instead. And then for 4 green, distribute 2 +1/+1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures you control. So you can give 2 creatures 2 +1/+1 or 1 creature 4 +1/+1 counters. It's better than the white and blue crystals. I still don't love it. It's probably still like a D+ card. I just not getting the effects right away. Unless there's like, I don't know if there's creatures that attack and get a +1/+1 counter right away, or I don't know if you play this and you have like Saz's Chocobo out and then you can immediately play a land so that gets 2 counters. I guess that's better. Yeah. I'll still say D+ for Earth Crystal. I think there's better things you can do with your mana on turn 4. Especially since if like this shows up late, it feels extra bad. D. Esper Origins. 1 and a green for a rare sorcery. Chat, if I may, I love this artwork because not only is it Esperterra being Esperterra and looking ethereal, if you actually look within, you can see Madeline and Madonna kind of holding their child. And that's really pretty to me. Surveil 2. You gain 2 life. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, exile it and put it onto the battlefield, transformed with a finality counter. So it's a 2-mana Surveil 2, gain 2 life, and it has flashback for only 4. And when you flash it back, it's the Esper Madeline, a 4/4. Reveal the top card of your library. If it's a permanent, put it into your hand. Sick. For 2 mana, and then at chapter 2, you get 2 additional green mana, so you get a little bit of ramp. And then at chapter 3, he goes away, but other creatures you control get +2/+2 in trample until end of turn. Ooh. Oh, this card's good. Yeah. A 2-mana Surveil 2, gain 2 life. That's fine. And if you get this into the graveyard at all, this is a 4-mana 4/4. Draw you a card. Plus additional abilities after that. Plus the Surveil 2 on top of that first. You kind of set yourself up to make sure you draw a permanent. Yeah. I like Esper Origins. B. Absolute B for that. I like that. I like that a lot. Basically every Final Fantasy VI card I want to like buy a painting of and hang it up. They're all so good. Next. Galef's Final Act. 1 and a green, uncommon, until end of turn. Target creature gets +1/+L and gains. When this creature dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to its power on up to 1 target creature. So when Galef dies, facing off against X-Death, and basically all his job points transfer over to Kryle. So it's a combat trick with a little bit of upside. Looks okay. I think that gets +1/+0, so you're at least getting 1 +1/+1 counter. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, you need 2 creatures. One of them needs to be dying, and another creature needs to be receiving. It's probably going to be too narrow, but I'll give it a skeptical C. Gigantode. 3 and a green for a 4/4. As long as you have 7 or more lands, this creature gets +2/+2. Yeah, all right. That is a 4-mana 4/4. That's sometimes a 4-mana 6/6. And that's it. D. Again, even when things are big, if they can just get chump blocked by 1/1s or tokens or whatever, that's really not that helpful. It helps you block, but it doesn't really help you win. He's just kind of okay. D. Gobu Gardener. Ah, I made flowers. He's so happy. 1 and a green for a 1/3 plant piece that can tap for green mana. Oh, there's our mana dork. Dude, he's pogging? He's pogging? So there is some green ramp. Okay, and he's a 1/3, so he can actually block a fair amount of things and survive. Solid. C for Gubu. I love him. Also, chat, hear me out. A Grand Pulse Ochu. Green for a 1/1 Death Touch. Oh, fuck. All right, good. And then for 8 mana until end of turn, this creature gets +1/+1 for each permanent in your graveyard. Nope. C+, just because he's a 1/1 Death Touch for 1. You're just happy playing that. That makes all your bite spells better. That makes your fight spells still pretty even better. And that just blocks anything. C+ for the Grand Pulse Ochu. Geisel Greens, 1 and a green for a common sorcery. Make a 2/2 Chocobo Bird token. And then also it's flashback, 6 and a green, so you make another one. Oh, so you get a 2/2 for 2. And then later you can flashback it for 7 mana to get another one. So notably, this is a Final Fantasy XI card. Why? Because if you recall, in Final Fantasy XI, in order for you to get your Chocobo mount, you had to feed a Chocobo Geisel Greens, and it took 6 real goddamn hours to do it, just so you can get your Chocobo mount. Yeah, it's a 2/2 for 2 that sometimes you can flashback it later for another 2/2. Seems fine. C for Geisel greens. Jumbo Cactuar. 5 green for a 1/7. And whenever he attacks, he gets plus 9,999 plus 0 until end of turn. I think this is the only card that has Irvine on it. Shot. No. No. D minus. Look, what were we just discussing earlier and all throughout the day about when you're spending a lot of mana on something, you need to immediately impact the board in such a way that you win. Paying 7 mana for a 1/7 doesn't do that. You're just playing a really shitty blocker that can't block something and kill it in the exchange. It's just a big, thick idiot. If I get to attack with him. Okay, you attack with him. He's a 10,007. Sure. They block with a 1/1. You happy? But if I attack with him and then use the trample card or then use the self-destruct card. Okay, so now you're trying to make a card good by relying on another card. That's not what you want. In my experience, if a card requires another card to be good, it isn't. That's a lot of damage. Yes, you're right. 10,000 is a lot of damage. Your opponent only has 20 life. Doing 10,000 doesn't change anything. Why are we excited over this? This is just your lizard brain, your Timmy brain seeing big number and getting excited over it and be like, I can hit him for so hard and then I win even more. You don't. It's a bad card. D minus for Jumbo Cactuar, and I know you fuckers are going to play him anyway because you want to blow him up or make him fly or whatever. Christ! Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not good. He's not even wearing glasses, okay, chat? So there you go. Moving on. It will be an achievement unlocked, though. Like, if you manage to hit someone with Jumbo Cactuar and make him lose 10,000 life, like, that will be an achievement unlocked, for sure. I'll give you that. Laparit Scout. 2 and a green for a 3/2. Whenever another creature you control enters, he gets +1/+1 until end of turn. I guess that goes in the green-white go-wide deck, but only starting at 2 toughness is a little weak, though. D for Laparit Scout. Not really all exciting. Kind of filler. I want to make him lifelink and gain 10,000 life. You know what? Do it. Sure, why not? Gain 10,000 life. How fun. Just whatever. Precious Wanderings. The only Prish card. 2 and a green for a common instant. Search your town library for a basic land card or town card and put it onto the battlefield tapped. Then you can put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So a ramp card that does find one of your towns. That's actually kind of big. Instant speed landfall activation with a bonus of an extra +1/+1 counter. Shoutouts to Prish. The other Final Fantasy XI characters that people only know thanks to Dissidia. Can we use Gallus last act to give something 10,000 +1/+1 counters? You sure can. Fuck it, why not? Who cares? Nothing matters. Why play good cards? Why play good cards when I play big number? Decent ramp. I could get a +1/+1 counter. It's going to be really good in the red-green landfall decks because you get instant speed landfall triggers. I do like that. I like the Paladin armor sitting here. We also got the Dragoon coming in. I like that. How good is it? Probably still just like a C. I don't love 3 mana ramp cards. Usually, like, you want it to be like at 2 mana, but 3 for Precious Wanderings. The +1/+1 counter can help, and you do have the landfall activations everywhere. Next is Quina, the Cool Gourmet. I hungered. 2 and a green for a 2/3. If one or more tokens would be generated under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog is created instead. And you pay 2, sacrifice a frog, put a +1/+1 counter on Quina. I love it. So in your green-white go wide decks where you are trying to make as many dudes as possible, Quina just gives you an additional frog on top of it. I mean, Quina with any of the job select equipment that makes 1/1s, you get that 1/1 token plus a frog on top of it. And then you can use that frog to chump, sack it, give Quina a counter. Quina looks solid. C+ for Quina. I like it. I wish you could draw a card, but that's fine. Reach the Horizon. 3 and a green for an uncommon sorcery. Search your library for 2 basic lands or towns. Put them onto the battlefield tapped. Now that's a mana fixing for sure, because you can get towns with it. It is 4 mana, but it ramps you up to 6. C for Reach the Horizon as well. A Realm Reborn. 4 green for a rare enchantment. Other permanents you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. The 7th Astral Era is come. So is this F. Don't play this card. This 6 mana do nothing. You don't want this. F for Realm Reborn. Is this the only card with Kane Senna and Booba Captain Mommy? I can't remember her name right now. F. Ride the shoot buff. Merleweb, thank you. 1 a green for an uncommon enchantment. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature control. 7 mana. Ride the shoot buff becomes a 7/7 beast. So if you get this early, you get +1/+1 counters off your lands. And it kind of has a buyout clause of 7 mana, making it into a 7/7 later. Would you be happy with a 9 mana 7/7 that might have gotten you some +1/+1 counters every now and then? Yeah, looks okay. I'm not excited about it personally. I like that it's only 2 mana to get it out. It looks like C-. There will be times when it pops off, but it looks like C- to me. Rydia's return. Oh, this is the Cecil Pog face. Cecil's pogging. Rydia's back. Pog. 3 green for an uncommon sorcery. Choose one. Creatures you control get +3/+3 until end of turn. Or return up to 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. So not even like +3/+3 and trample, just make them all quite big. So again, this is a secret green-white card where you want as many dudes out as possible and you just make them quite big. Or you just get 2 permanent cards, which can be lands. This is going to be like a C- in the green-white deck. And probably unplayable in every other color combination. Which is not Pog. But Cecil is still pogging. Saz Catsroy. 3 and a green. For a 3/3 legendary human pilot at rare. When Saz enters, you may search your library for a bird or a basic land and put it into your hand. Whenever Saz attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, then double the number of +1/+1 counters on that creature. So he's a 4 mana 3/3, but if Saz attacks, he can put a +1/+1 counter on himself and immediately double it and make him into a 5/5. Obviously, he's going to be best if you can use him to find another bird out of your deck, because drawing another creature is way more helpful than drawing an extra land. Yeah, this is the scene where you're down in the underworld and they getting all fucked up and like can't move, and Rydia blasts Golbez with her Mist Dragon. Saz is fine. Yeah, Saz is like a B. I think you want to get the counters on him on another creature first, just to make sure you kind of get the value out of it, and hope Saz doesn't die. But more importantly, like, he draws you. It's a format that draw a bird or a land out right away, so that's not bad. B for Saz. And there's also Saz's Chocobo, who's a 0/1 for green, but also says whenever a land you control enters, Saz's Chocobo gets a +1/+1 counter. Is this good? I know you want it to be, but it really isn't. Because basically, if you don't get this down on turn 1 or 2, it's quite bad. D for Saz's Chocobo. Sorry, y'all. I know it's adorable. I know. But D. Because if you don't get it down right away, it's just going to be bad. Side quest. Raise a Chocobo. There's so much Chocobo. 1 green. Uncommon enchantment. When it enters, you make a 2/2 green bird Chocobo token. Okay. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you control 4 more birds, transform it into the black Chocobo. When this permanent transforms into black Chocobo, search your library for a land, put it on the battlefield tapped. Oh, that's it? The black Chocobo doesn't even have flying. Well, what the fuck? So this is another 2/2 for 2, and if you happen to have a lot of birds, then you what? Get a 5th bird? Well, the flavor is F. But I guess if you have 4 more birds, you transform this. You have this is 5th bird. It puts a land on. All those birds get +1/+0. Then you got 4 3/2s. No. That's a D. This is for the most part going to be a 2/2 for 2 that has landfall. And even transforming this into the black Chocobo is not that exciting. Yikes. Can't believe the black Chocobo doesn't have flying. I am shocked and appalled. Wow. Wow. D. Summon Fat Chocobo. 4 green for 4/4. Chapter 1. Work! Create a 2/2 Chocobo token. Okay, so you get a 4/4 and a 2/2 right away. Chapters 2, 3, and 4. Kerplunk. Creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. Okay. That's actually solid. Just because it's you get 6 power and 6 toughness worth of creatures, but spread a cost of 4/4 and a 2/2. That's not bad. At the very least, he can be a 4/4 trample in the following turns. It's okay. C just because you get some decent creatures out of it. Summon Fenrir, 2 green for a 3/2. Chapter 1 is search your library for a basic land put onto the battlefield tapped. Chapter 2 is when you catch a creature spell this turn, it enters with an additional +1/+1 counter. And Chapter 3 is if you control a creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power, draw a card. So the Chapter 2 kind of sets up Chapter 3 because you're getting an extra +1/+1 counter out of it. This card's solid. It's a 3/2 creature that gets you a land right away and then can pump up your other stuff. Seems real good. C+ for Fenrir. Is it B level? I would go B level for Fenrir. B minus. Because if I see this card being passed at me, I'm going to assume green's open. B minus for Fenrir. Summon Titan from Final Fantasy 15. 3 green for a 7/7 reach trample. Jesus Christ. Chapter 1, mill 5 cards. I love it. Chapter 2, return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Chapter 3, until end of turn, another target creature you control gains trample and gets +X, where X is the number of lands you control. Jesus Christ. A 5-mana 7/7 that is going to pump something out? For the most part, you're going to give one of your other creatures +5/+5 and trample. Probably more than that, though, because you'll get more lands. 9 times out of 10. Titan looks great. B+ for Titan. That's just beef on a stick. I like it. B+. Summoner's Grimoire. 3 and a green for a rare equipment with job select. But doesn't give him any power or toughness. It's a 4-mana 1/1 that says the equipped creature's a shaman, and whenever it attacks, it may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. If that card is an enchantment card, it enters tapped and attacking. Equip cost is 3. So a 4-mana 1/1, and if you attack with it, it's going to get blocked. So you're basically sacrificing that 1/1 to play something from your hand for free. I mean, there are some expensive creatures that cost like 6, 7, 8, 9 mana, but... And I guess if it's a summon, it also gets to show up attacking. This isn't that great because it has to attack in a 4-mana 1/1. It can't attack right away. Yeah. This looks pretty bad to me. This looks like D. Yeah, D for Summoner's Grimoire. You're playing too small of a creature with not enough upside. And there'll be times where, like, whatever creature you could play, you could just pay the mana for it anyway, so how helpful is that really? Yeah, D for Summoner's Grimoire. Tifa Lockhart. 1 green for 1/2 with trample. And whenever a land you control enters, double Tifa's power until end of turn. Tifa can get real scary real fast. If she gets any kind of +1/+1 counters, or gets an equipment on her, and you play 1 land, she goes from being like a 3/2 to a 6/2 trample, or up to like an 8/2 trample or whatever. Like, that's a lot. She only has 2 toughness, so like, she's still pretty vulnerable. But you're going to get some damage in with Tifa. C for Tifa. There's also Tifa's Limit Break. Green, it's tiered. Uncommon. So you can choose one. So for green, you can give a creature +2/+2 until end of turn. For 2 and a green, you can double target creature's power and toughness. And then for 6 green, you can triple target creature's power and toughness until end of turn. Has there ever been a triple target creature's power and toughness card before? I don't think so. This is, oh, chat! Fuck, chat, hear me out! You play Jumbo Cactuar, right? And then you attack with it. And then you use Tifa's Limit Break and pay 8 goddamn mana. And you make him into a 30,021 until end of turn. Fuck, you know how hard that's gonna kill your opponent when you lose 30,000 fucking life? The card's so good! What do you mean he blocked with a 1/1? This card's fine. Just the single green +2/+2 until end of turn is like the most acceptable part of it. You don't really need to do much more than that. Yeah, that's fine. See? Torgal. A Fine Hound. 1 and a green for a 2/2. Whenever you cast your first human creature spell, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each dog and or wolf you control, and he is a wolf. And he can add 1 mana of any color by tapping him? Oh, what? Torgal's a mana dork? And again, your human creatures, that's most of the character cards in the deck. Like, a lot. Dude, Torgal looks really good. Torgal's a B+. Ramps you, fixes you. All of your legendary creatures come in bigger? Dude, hell yeah. B+ for Torgal. I want one of them. Town Greeter. 1 and a green for a 1/1. When this creature enters, mill 4 cards. You may put a land card from among them into your hand. And if that one of them was a town, you gain 2 life. Yep. Looks pretty good for green, black in particular, because you want to get cards in your graveyard. And this just helps you hit your land. Perfectly fine card. See. We can also see a white mage here and a young black mage. He's wearing a sash that's really similar to the Warrior of Light. This is Cornelia, because you can see the castle in the background. That's fun. Traveling Chocobo. The Mythic Chocobo. 2 and a green for a 3/2. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may play lands and cast birds from the top of your library. And then if a land or bird entering causes a triggered ability to trigger, it triggers an additional time. So he also gives you double landfall. Traveling Chocobo is also really good. It's a 3/2 for 3. And basically what this says is like you can just start ripping lands off the top of your deck. That's quite good. B for Traveling Chocobo. Bird. And Vanille. Cheerful to see. Oh, I see. This is actually the exact same art as the Fang art, just from a different perspective. That's really fun. By the way, chat, I've already heard numerous Magic the Gathering podcasters and other content creators calling her Vanilla. Or Vanille. It's Vanille. 3 and a green, 3/2. When it enters, mill 2 cards. Then return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. So that's great. 3/2 or 3/2 for 4, and you get any permanent from your graveyard back to your in your hand. Very good. And at the beginning of your first main phase, if you control Vanille and you control Fang, you can pay 3 black-green to transform it into Ragnarok, who we did see earlier. So this is how the Vanille ability automatically triggers Fang. So you player, mill 2, return anything back from your graveyard to your hand, and then Fang makes you lose a life and draw an extra card on top of it. Even without Fang, Vanille's great. 3/2, draw a card. Or, sorry, 3/2, take the best permanent from your graveyard and put into your hand. I'm very happy with that. B- for Vanille. Almost done with green. Xanarkand, Ancient Metropolis. This is the green land that enters tapped. But for 4 green, you make a 1/1 colorless hero token and then put a +1/+1 counter on it for each land you control. So at minimum, for 6 mana, you're making a 7/7. And then you can still play this land. This is the best of the land cycle. A 6 mana 7/7, that's just a big thick body, and you still got to land after it. Yep. Xanarkand, best of the lands. Still B. Like, not crazy amazing. Still, it's good, but B for Xanarkand. And that's the last green card. Okay. So as before, we'll go back, excuse me, and find the top green commons. So ones you want to look out for while you're doing your draft. Has to be commons. Let's see. Nope. Chocobo Kick. Gubu Gardener. The Grand Pulse Ochu. That's actually kind of tough. Summon Fat Chocobo, I think, is up there. And it's either Precious Wanderings or the Town Greeter. I guess Precious Wandering. Not the big dinosaur. No, the big dinosaur is just a big old dork. There are better things you want than that. And that's it for green. All right. We still have to do... We went through all the gold cards already, but we still have all the colorless cards, which is quite a bit. For example, Bahamut. For 9 mana, summon a 9/9 flyer. On his first, it immediately destroys up to 1 target non-land permanent. The next turn, destroy another non-land permanent. Third turn, draw 2 cards. If you get to chapter 4, this creature deals damage equal to the total mana value of other permanents you control to each opponent. A+. The only thing that sucks about him is that he costs 9 mana to cast. But if you get him, ooh girl. Busted good. Very good. A+ for Bahamut. Ultima, the Origin of Oblivion. 5 for a legendary god at rare. It's a 4/4. Flying. Whenever Ultima attacks, put a blight counter on target land. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types and has tap, add colorless mana. Whenever you tap a land for colorless mana, add an additional colorless mana. Ooh. That's hilarious. He literally blights your opponent's lands. He's a 4/4 flyer for 5 that every time he attacks, you're going to make your opponent's mana just suck. So, like, it just makes their mountains, if you put it on a mountain, now their mountain only taps for colorless. Like, that's pretty good. Not crazy good, but it's fine. Yeah, you can blight your own lamps if you really want to ramp, but I don't know how much you really want double colorless mana. Because then if Ultima dies, well, then you just kind of boned yourself. Ultima's cool. 4/4 flyer for 5. Yeah. B. If Ultima dies, do they get their colored mana back? Nope. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types. Yeah, I think B. It's a solid flyer. And messing with your opponent's lands is kind of fun. Neat. Adventurer's Airship. This is the Final Fantasy I airship, the Enterprise. 3 mana for a 3/2 flyer. Whenever this vehicle attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. Crew cost is 2. You're not quite a Smuggler's Copter. You are rebalanced Smuggler's Copter. It's okay. The crew cost 2 is a lot. And this costs 3 to get down? Yeah. That's quite the cost. C- for Adventurer's Airship. Yeah. Yeah. It's a 3 mana 3/2. If it costs 2, I'd be up higher up on it, but it costs 3. A tier and Prewin. Mythic equipment. It costs 6. Equipped creature has base power and toughness XX, where X is your life total. Equip cost is 5. Oof, oof. So this is a 6 mana artifact that doesn't immediately do anything, and you got to pay another 5 mana after that just to equip it. This is not a good card. And yet, just like all the people who love Jumbo Cactuar, they're gonna see this, and they're gonna be like, Pog? That said, you know, if you have cards like Ralban, where you can just equip something, you kind of get around that. It's that 6 mana, so by the time you play this, you get what? You make him to base 13, maybe 7. Yeah. Weapons Vendor is another way, yeah. There are I mean, Weapons Vendor just makes it 1 less? I already forgot. Wow. You can use Locke's Stolen Uniform card, I guess. It's really not that exciting though. Like, numbers getting big only matter so much. It's clearly meant more for Commander. No. F. There, I said it. F. It's a Commander card. It's not worth this. The juice is not worth the squeeze. F. But I can make something like a 2020. It doesn't matter. F. Commander card. Blitzball. Not what I thought this card was going to do. It's a 3-mana artifact that can tap to add 1 mana of any color. So this is your mana rock for the set. It's the Blitzball. Oh. Not like equip something, give it +1/+0 and reach. Oh. But you can also sacrifice the Blitzball and draw 2 cards if an opponent was dealt damage by a legendary creature this turn. It's one of the better mana rocks. So this is a card that will actually be pretty good in sealed. In draft, this is not really what you want to do in draft. You don't want to pay 3 mana for your mana for a mana rock. That doesn't really help you that much. I say coming just off a set where the Dragon Orb was pretty good, but I stand by it. But this at least has the potential kind of cash out clause where later in the game where you don't need mana anymore, if you have a legendary creature that deals damage to an opponent, you can draw 2 cards off of this. That's okay. It's still a D. Can't believe it's not an equipment that you can actually use. Yeah. D for Blitzball. Buster Sword is busted. A 3-mana mythic equipment. The equipped creature gets +3/+2. And whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to that damage without paying its mana cost. And the equip cost is only 2. So even if you have a 1/1, you swing in, and if they don't get blocked, you deal 4 damage. You draw a card. You can then cast any spell from your hand for 4 mana or less. That can be a creature, that can be an artifact, doesn't matter. You get a free card out of it. And yes, obviously, if you put on a double striker, then you can play 2 cards for free and you draw 2 cards. This card is stupid good. I love the artwork of it, though. Just evoking the title menu screen. I do love that. Card's busted good. A+ for Buster Sword. So good. An elixir. 1 mana for an uncommon artifact. It enters the battlefield tapped. And you pay 5 mana, tap it, and exile the elixir to shuffle all non-land cards from your graveyard into your library. You gain life equal to the number of cards shuffled into your library this way. It also has extra text there. I don't know if you can see it. It says you can't use this card until the very end of the game, just in case you need it for later. And also, you can only use this after you won. F. Yeah, this is another one of those constructed synergy cards. Yeah. You don't want to use this. It doesn't really do anything. Unless for some reason you're in a matchup where the games are going so long that you're both close to decking, and then you can sideboard this in to counter getting decked, but no. F for Elixir. The Excalibur 2. This only costs 1. But also, after the set comes out, you only have 12 hours to find Excalibur 2, and you can only play this card for the first 12 hours after the cards come out. After that, Excalibur 2 just disintegrates in your hands. It's so weird. Rare equipment. Whenever you gain life, put a charge counter on Excalibur 2. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each charge counter on Excalibur 2. Equip cost is 3. Good, but it is a build around because without any kind of life gain, this literally does nothing. And the equipped creature gets it. It's not even like going on to the Excalibur 2 that gets moved around. Oh. This is like a build around D+. Yeah. Build around D+. The reason being is because... Oh, no, because it's the Excalibur 2 against the charge counter. No. Let me rethink that, sorry. I was thinking the +1/+1 counters. I forgot the charge counter part. No. Okay, it's a little bit better than that. It's still quite the equip. All right, build around C. Build around C. Because if you don't have life gain, it does nothing. Don't play it. If you have some life gain, all right, well then sure. Build around C. Next is the Genji Glove, a 5-mana rare artifact. Equipped creature has double strike. Whenever equipped creature attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, untap it. There's an additional combat phase. Equip cost 3. That's expensive. That's expensive. Just to give a creature double strike and an extra combat step. I mean, that can be scary. Man, it does not do anything right away. Sadly, you can't like combo it with something like Raban, because Raban's already attacking to get the free equip. So it's not really like doing much. I don't think I'm into it. I think it's too expensive. I'll still say D+. But man, that is pretty expensive. Next, Instant Ramen. 2 for an artifact food.
Sweet.
A common. Flash. When this artifact enters, you draw a card. You pay 2, tap it, sacrifice it to gain 3 life. Chat, do you get it? It has flash because it's instant ramen. By default, this is the best flavor in the set. I mean, this is purely a D card. I guess if you're playing in like the blue-white artifacts deck, that's a way of getting extra artifacts down, but like... Sure. D for instant ramen. Man, right now I really want some instant ramen. That sounds pretty good. The Iron Giant, a 7-mana 6/6 with Vigilance, Reach, and Trample. You sure are. Also D. I don't think I need to say anything. That's just a dorky creature. D. The Lionheart, 4-mana uncommon equipment. When this equipment enters, it deals 2 damage to any target. Equipped creature gets +2/+1, and the equip cost is 2. So 4 mana, deal 2 to something, and then you just get to equip it later on for a little extra power. That seems decent. Not crazy good, but seems decent. I'll go with a C. I think there's going to be enough targets that you're going to pop something for 2. And then you just get the bonus of equipping it later on for a little extra value. It's not crazy good. It is uncommon, but yeah, C for Lionheart. Lunatic Pandora. A 1-mana common legendary artifact. You can pay 2, tap it to surveil 1. Pay 6, tap it, sacrifice Lunatic Pandora. Oh, destroy target non-land permanent. Okay. This is your emergency, oh shit, I don't have any other removal cards. That can be okay for sealed, but generally pretty bad for draft. So D for Lunatic Pandora. And it's legendary, so you can't even have more than one out. Magic Pot. A 3-mana 1/4 Goblin Construct. When this creature dies, you create a treasure token. You can also pay 2 mana, tap them to exile target card from a graveyard. This is a sideboard card. This is a sideboard A sideboard D+. As you want to sideboard this in to do some graveyard hate. If you're facing a green-black deck, allows you to take out some of their more meaningful creatures. If they're doing the red-green spell stuff and you want to weaken that, if they're playing a lot of flashback cards, you can use it to hit that. But that's only after you see it first and then you bring it in. Don't start this in your beginning 40 cards and feel good about it. Sideboard D+ for Magic Pot. The Masamune. 3 mana, rare equipment. As long as an equipped creature is attacking, it has first strike and must be blocked if able. Jesus. Equipped creature has, if a creature dying causes a triggered ability of this creature, or an emblem you own to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Equip cost is 2. I like that it does specify emblem, since Sephiroth can transform into one-winged Angel Sephiroth and get you that emblem. This is a little tough, though, because it actually doesn't give any power or toughness. I mean, obviously, if you put on a Death Toucher, there's that. I mean, see, the thing is, if you're on defense, this does nothing. And that makes it pretty weak. This is going to be very good in like the red-white aggressive equipment deck, because you're going to be wanting to attack anyway, and you're forcing blocks and you're first striking them. And like, that's it. This is not good in any other deck. Yeah. It's like a C- for Masamune, and it's only really going to be good in like your red-white Cloud, Raban style decks. Monk's Fist. This, contrary to popular belief, this is not Billy Lee from Double Dragon. I understand the confusion. Not Billy Lee. You get a 2 mana 2/1 monk. Yep. D+. I actually don't hate it because, like, it's colorless. Like, this fits in a lot of decks. What if you named your monk Billy Lee? Then you win. You win the game. You got your own. You got your actual character in Final Fantasy. There you go. I actually think we're going to see quite a few Monk's Fist. This is going to go in red-white. It's going to go in blue-white. I think there's others that care about artifacts a bit. But on the weaker side, because it's just a 2/1 with not much else going on. D+ for Monk's Fist. The Poo-Poo UFO. I know this is going to confuse so many players. Magic people who are going to look at this card and be like, what? What is this? And why is it called Poo-Poo? It's a 0/4 flyer. You can tap them to put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. 3 mana. Until end of turn, this creature's base power becomes equal to the number of towns you control. So they have both Magic Pot and Poo-Poo. They're kind of the same creature, but, you know, whatever. Build around D? Like, you need a lot of towns to kind of make this decent. And even when you do, you're paying 3 mana just to make him do, like, maybe 3 or 4 damage. I guess it is a flyer just on his own, so if this gets equipped, then it's like can be a pretty dangerous flyer. Still D, though. D. Poo-Poo. You Poo-Poo for 2. Hee hee. D. The Regalia. 4 mana, rare artifact vehicle. It's a 4/4 with haste. And whenever Regalia attacks, reveal cards from the top of your library until you find a land and then put that land onto the battlefield tapped and put the rest on the bottom. Crew cost is 1. Yep. A 4/4 haste for 1, easy crew. As soon as you attack with it, you can find a land right away. Nothing in here about it transforming into a flyer, but, you know, that's fine. That's solid. C. A 4/4 haste for 4 is decent, and then you just get, like, at least 1 land out of it, but chances are your opponent will probably block in a way that you lose it, but I would still send it in. C for Regalia. And the Relentless XATM 092. A 6-mana 6/5 that says this creature can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures, because your Final Fantasy VIII party is 3. And then for 8 mana, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped with a finality counter on it, because right when you kill it and it blows it up, it still keeps chasing you. Again, this is from the beginning of Final Fantasy VIII, like your very first seed mission. And this guy's like chasing you through the streets. And then Quistis gets on the Gatling gun and starts shooting the fuck out of it. And Squall's like driving a car and stuff. Quistis is wearing glasses in that scene. I'll give you that. This is another D card. 6-mana 6/5 with Super Menace. It does get to come back though once, which is fine, but still not great. D for Relentless. The Ring of the Luci. A 4-mana uncommon legendary artifact. Tap to add colorless. Or you can pay 2, tap it, and pay 1 life to tap target non-land permanent. I mean, this is probably just here for like a cube draft in the future or something. It's a lot of ramp for 4. I imagine the green's a little bit better, but I guess if you need big ramp in other colors. Probably more of a commander card. Yeah, I'll say D. Gonna be better in like cube draft and commander. D for Ring of the Luci. World Map. I love this card. Chat, do you recognize it? It is the Final Fantasy I world map. There's Cornelia. Down here is Elfheim, and then you go up here, and here's Matoya's Cave. Then you go down this way, and then you're in Provoca, and right there's the Peninsula of Power. You also got Crescent Lake, where all the sages live, and you also have to go here and give the Titan the ruby, because then you can go into Melman, but then you also got to go down in here, and that's where the Earth Cave is, where the vampire is, but also has the Fiend of the Earth. But then when you use the dwarf village right in here to blow up this canal, and you start swimming around and go up in here, and then you're in Unlock, right? And then you can also go to the Lufenia. That's the desert where you use the floater, and there's like the secret town up in there, and then the secret down in there, and this is the Isle of the Dragons. That's where Bahamut is. Please think I'm cool. World Map 1 artifact. You can pay 1, tap, sacrifice it, search your library for a basic land, and put it into your hand. Or you can pay 3, tap, sacrifice it, search your library for a land, put it into your hand, then shuffle. I love when you nerd out. It's so hot. Thank you. So, this is a lot like the Expeditioner's map, or Traveler's map, whatever it's called. However, noticeable difference. So this is a 2 mana, find a basic land. Helps you make sure that land drops. That can be important. But for a grand total of 4 mana, this says it finds any land. So you can use this to find a town. It goes into your hand, so you actually have an opportunity to if it's a rare land, you can use its adventure still. And then for constructed, you can find like your tri-lands or whatever. Yeah, that said, if you're desperate for fixing, this is an option to do it. Another one where I'm like, this will probably be decent in sealed, but not really one I want to do in draft. It's a D. But big flavor win, because I love that's the actual Final Fantasy I world map, and it makes me really happy. And I believe that's it for the colorless cards. The other Magitech Scythe and the Ultimate Weapon here are from starter decks. All right, so that list leaves us the lands. And there's quite a bit. So first off, we'll start off with the non-duels. So like Adventurer's Inn. When this land enters, you gain 2 life. And then taps for colorless mana. Don't play this. This is not worth playing. The extra 2 life, even the extra town synergy, is not worth making your mana base worse using the 1 colorless mana. I would not play this. It's not an F, because you can, but I wouldn't. D for Adventurers Inn. Next is Balam Garden Seed Academy. Another rare land. It enters tapped, but it can tap for green or blue. And has 5 green, blue. Tap, transform this land, and it costs 1 less to activate for each other town you control. Now, what's important to note is that you do have to tap this in order to transform it, which means it can't use its own mana to be able to activate it. So, if you have no other towns, you're going to need at least 8 total lands in order to transform it. But if you're playing blue-green, you want to care about towns anyway, so it won't be so bad. And it does transform into the Airborne Balam Garden. It's a 5/4 with flying, and whenever it attacks, draw a card. And the crew cost is only 1. Yeah. Build around B. I like it. It's a land that later on you can make into a pretty beefy vehicle. And if you're able to attack with that vehicle, you get to draw a card off of it. I'm in for that. B for Balam Garden. Hold on. Let's hit these other ones. Capital City. This is where Dion lives in Final Fantasy 16. This is another one of those. Tap to add for colorless, which is not good. But they can also pay 1, tap it to add 1 mana of any color. And it also has cycling for 2. So this is mana filtering. It's not great mana fixing. This is one where it's like you can do this in an emergency, but I wouldn't feel good about it. Because you're basically having to pay 1 additional mana just to fix for it in order to cast whatever it is you're trying to cast. And that's a real cost. It does thankfully have cycling, but I would not feel great about playing Capital City compared to others. This is still a D, much like Adventurers Inn. D for Capital City. We also have Clive's Hideaway, which has Hideaway. It's a rare land. So Hideaway is when it enters, you look at the top 4 cards of your library, pick any one, and exile it face down. This taps for colorless mana. But then for only 2, tap Clive's Hideaway. You can then play the exiled card without paying its mana cost if you control 4 or more legendary creatures. That's almost good. This looks like it's going to be another commander card. 4 more legendary creatures is quite a bit. That's a lot of legendaries. Nah, D for Clive's Hideaway. Like, there are corner case scenarios where maybe you will, but for the most part, assume you won't. You're going to have, like, a lot more tokens and, like, regular creatures. It's going to be... I don't think you're going to be able to get this to pop off as much as you'd like. D for Clive's Hideaway. Crossroads Village. Another town. This land enters tapped. As it enters, you may choose a color. Add 1 mana of the chosen color. So this is better. This is like a C+ land. It's not amazing because it still enters tapped. So do a lot of the other lands. But this allows you to at least pick a color to use it for mana. So I guess it's like this set's evolving wilds without having to do a bunch of landfall triggers. There's also Eden, the seat of the Sanctum, another uncommon town. It taps for colorless mana. And then you can pay 5, tap it, mill 2 cards. Then you may sacrifice Eden, seat of the Sanctum. When you do, return another target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. 5 mil, sack it, get something back. I guess it's better than the other ones, but I still don't like it very much. D+, I guess. That's a little rough. I don't love it. D+. The Gold Saucer. Uncommon Town. Ads for Colorless. And once you know it, it has a coin flip ability. 2, tap it, flip a coin. If you win the flip, you make a treasure token. You can also go 3, tap, sacrifice 2 artifacts, draw a card. Also not a good card. Don't play it. It's a D. I know you want to. I know you want to flip your coin and get treasures. However, I can see certain blue-white Artifacts Matters decks that if they have the fixing for this, they could play this to sacrifice some of their artifacts to draw more cards. I wouldn't build around it. It's more like a bonus for those artifact decks that are already doing well. This town on its own, though, is mega D. Don't do it. And I think that's it for... Oh, no, one more. Starting Town. Rare. This land enters tapped unless it's your first, second, or third turn of the game. It taps for colorless, but it can also tap, pay 1 life to add 1 mana of any color. Probably the best of the towns. B. B for Starting Town. All right, and that's all of them. So aside from that, those are all the special lands. There also is a full cycle of dual lands. So these are towns that just tap for two mana, or 2 colors of mana, and they all enter tapped, and they're all famous locations. For example, Baron, the Airship Kingdom from Final Fantasy IV, the Gone, Town of Ruin from Final Fantasy V, Gungaga, Guadosalam, Insomnia, Rabanastre, Charlayan, Trino, Vector, Windurst, and they're all fine. Yeah, they're guild gates, but towns. And these are all perfectly good. They're all like C, maybe C+, because there's stuff that cares about towns and it's good fixing. Whew, all right, there we go. That took some time. I am wiped out. I'm very excited for this set. I actually think it looks like it's got a lot of synergy for everything. And I think that's actually going to make it very enjoyable to play. God, I'm hoping. If it sucks, I'm going to be really upset to play. Because I want to play the crap out of this in the next 2 months. But YouTube, hey. If you're watching all the way to the end, thank you so much. Hopefully this gave you some good information on all the different cards. Let me know if there's anything that you agree or disagree with or something I may have missed.
Sweet.
It's so sweet. And just for myself, we're going to go back to my boy Locke. There we go. YouTube, thanks for watching. Hopefully this helps you out in your pre-release for this weekend. And thank you so much for watching. And I'll catch you later, YouTube Munchers. Bye-bye.